Douluo, my Sharingan isn't very proper. Hey. Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 176 Taking Back. Where Yichu was, the corpse of the phoenix-tailed crested serpent lay on the ground. Beside it, Oscar, holding a sausage, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. 2 yellow spirit rings spun beneath him. The purple spirit ring floating above his head grew fainter. His absorption of spirit rings was nearing its end. In an instant, the purple spirit ring glowed and slowly seeped into Oscar's body. As Oscar's spirit power broke through to level 31, a purple spirit ring also spread out beneath him, enveloping the 2 yellow spirit rings in the middle. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and it seemed that dusk had arrived outside. Xiao Wu was afraid that the peerless dragon serpent and his group would launch a surprise attack, so he remained highly vigilant. Oscar let out a long breath, and when he opened his eyes, they flashed with a 7-colored light. It's done. Oscar stood up excitedly, holding his sausage, 3 spirit rings pulsating beneath his feet. He seemed to have grown taller and looked much more energetic. Congratulations, little Oscar. Xiao Wu patted his shoulder and smiled at him. Little Oscar, congratulations. I wonder what your 3rd soul skill is? A slightly bored Ma Hongjin leaned over, a hint of lewdness in his eyes. Sure enough. Upon hearing his question, Oscar's joy froze. I guess it's related to the crest on the head of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Tang San also walked over and offered his guess. Oscar looked slightly embarrassed. Little San, you're only half right, half. Tang San was also curious, not understanding what he meant. The sausages my 3rd soul skill creates have the effect of flight. Oscar pointed to the sky with his left hand, his face full of pride. Fly, X4 damn. You're going to fly. Ma Hongjin's face fell. Despite possessing the evil fire phoenix martial soul, he still couldn't fly. Not only were Tang San and the others surprised, but even Ning Rongrong became interested. She had seen support-type soul skills that could help others fly before, but those usually appeared after the 6th soul skill. She hadn't expected Oscar to gain such an ability with his 3rd soul skill. Yichu and the others got up and walked towards Oscar. Then how come you said Zio-san was only half right? Hearing Dime Yubei's voice, Oscar's embarrassment reappeared. Ahem. Well, I'll make one for you to see. Make it clear, you're not allowed to laugh. Hurry up, or I'll spank anyone who laughs. Xiao Wu slapped him on the back of the head. That's good. Oscar felt relieved after hearing his promise and held out his hand. The soul spell slipped out. I have a mushroom sausage, PFFT, ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, a sausage appeared in his hand. Ma Hongjin was the first to laugh out loud, and even the sullen-faced Dime Yubei and Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Wu also forgot his promise and laughed heartily. Yichu just looked at them strangely, while Xiao Wu and the other girls blushed and spat lightly. Hey! Did you guys agree not to laugh? You can forget about my sausages from now on. I'll provide them exclusively for Yichu. Oscar's eyes widened, finally seeing this refreshing change in Yichu. Forget it. Yichu waved his hand, refusing him. Although his sausages were indeed delicious and effective, Yichu already possessed the flight skill from the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, and had no need for his strangely shaped sausages. Suddenly, a strange sausage appeared in Oscar's right palm. The main body of the sausage resembled his 1st soul ring skill, the recovery sausage. However, at the top of this sausage, it bulged outwards, forming an umbrella-shaped mushroom head. No wonder he said Tang San was only half right. The shape of that mushroom head was the fleshy crest on the head of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Ahem. Alright, everyone, calm down. Xiao Wu, as their teacher, stopped the laughter first. After they calmed down, Oscar explained the effects of his soul skill to everyone. This once again shocked everyone except Yichu. His mushroom sausages grant a person a minute of flight time, at a speed equivalent to that of the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. In other words, in danger, one can escape 2,000 meters in a minute. That's truly impressive. Unfortunately, I can only create 10 before exhausting my soul power, you brat. Be content, Xiao Wuji chuckled, knowing full well that with his soul skill, Oscar's sausage spirit could now be considered top tier. Alright. Now that Oscar's soul ring has been successfully obtained, we should leave, understood. Teacher Xiao, the Shrek group slowly turned around, heading towards the edge of the forest. As they turned, Yichu's Sharingan suddenly appeared, peering into the depths of the starred-out great forest. There, Erming's figure was faintly visible. Xiaochu's Xiao Wu also sensed the familiar aura approaching and softly reminded him. Yichu nodded to her, indicating he understood. Following behind Oscar and the others, Yichu pulled Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong to his side. He leaned close to Zhu Zhuking's ear, his voice unusually serious. Zhuking, while I'm gone, protect Rongrong, and protect yourselves too, okay? I'll wait for you to come back. Zhu Zhuking's eyes flashed with worry, but she didn't say much. Leaning against him, she tiptoed and bit his lip. She only needed to silently support him, just as Yichu supported and helped her. Yichu Ning Rongrong hugged his waist, breathing deeply. Teacher Zhao, why aren't you leaving? Mo Hongjin's voice rang out from ahead. But Xiao Wuji ignored it, his eyes showing a serious expression. Everyone, get behind me and activate your martial souls. If anything unexpected happens later, don't worry about me, just run. Xiao Wuji roared in a deep voice, his mighty Vajra bear martial soul already fully activated. He turned around and looked into the depths of the forest. Yichu pulled the girls and quickly came behind Xiao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, what happened? Daimyo Bei, seeing his tense expression, was still confused. Tang San's expression hardened. Boss Dai, quickly activate your martial soul. A soul beast is coming, and it's definitely not small. Even without him saying it, Daimyo Bei already sensed it. The ground began to shake. To increase their speed, Erming ran on all fours, constantly sprinting. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone reached behind Xiao Wuji, the ground began to shake even more violently, right in the direction Xiao Wuji was looking. Before anyone could react further, with a roar, the tall trees on both sides collapsed. Everyone looked up at the newly risen moon and two golden eyes like lanterns. Those eyes were far brighter than the still moon. Seeing this behemoth, everyone's breath seemed to stop. Even Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong, who had already seen it in illusions, were still somewhat pale. It was a being as large as a mountain. Its jet-black fur shimmered faintly in the dim starlight and moonlight. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height definitely exceeded 7 meters. Its muscles were piled up like mountains, incredibly powerful. Oh no! Teacher Zhao, this is a 10,000-year-old titan giant ape. The legendary king of the forest. Tang San's voice trembled, and his eyes showed deep fear. Having studied with Yu Zhiagang, he recognized the spirit beast before him. One of the spirit beasts standing at the top of the pyramid, the titan giant ape. It can fight for 10,000 years in 100. It has no obvious weaknesses in any aspect. Most importantly, it can use skills similar to spirit skills. Yichu? Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu's arm, her eyes filled with fear. Rongrong, don't be afraid. Zhu Zhuking tried to remain calm, took her hand, and looked at Yichu with worry as well. Damn it! How could this beast appear on the outskirts? Xiao Wuji naturally recognized this spirit beast as well. He also knew that this titan giant ape could definitely understand human speech. He quickly composed a few words, his expression respectful. Your Majesty, King of the Forest, we have no. Unfortunately, Yichu had repeatedly instructed Erming to finish the battle quickly. Without giving Xiao Wuji a chance to speak, Erming took a step forward. With just one step, its massive body had already closed the distance between it and the group. The dust it stirred up made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes, and their hearts nearly stopped beating. Not good. Mubai. Take them away quickly. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Erming stretched out its massive hand, grabbing directly at them. Xiao Wuji roared, realizing there was no way to avoid it. Not only were the students behind him of extraordinary origin, but their talent also destined them for a bright future. As their teacher, he had a duty to protect them. As soon as he finished speaking, his seventh spirit ring burst forth with light. Seventh spirit skill, Mighty Vajra Bear True Body. Unrestricted use of all spirit skills below the seventh ring, excluding Martial Soul True Body, for 30 minutes, with power at 150% of its original value. Defense increased by 200%. Each use weakens one's attributes by 50%. Recovery time is 7 days. His already heavy body emitted a burst of golden light, and his robust frame rose from the ground. Teacher Zhao, Daimyubei and Ma Hongjin exclaimed in surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Run. Use Oscar's third soul skill to get out of here, Xiao Wu threw down a sentence. The first, second, third, and fifth halos beneath his feet simultaneously shone. Taking a deep breath, he directly attacked Erming. Bang! Before Oscar's sausage could even be created, a loud crash came from behind. Teacher Zhao, looking back, everyone's pupils widened in shock. Activating his martial soul true body, the over 4-meter-tall Xiao Wu was directly slapped away by the titan giant ape's palm. Looking at the outstretched giant hand, the feeling of death enveloped Daimyubei and the others. Beast, Daimyubei roared, his second and third soul rings lighting up. His muscles bulged rapidly, and his hair turned black and white. 3 black stripes appeared on his forehead. Milky white light was already emanating from its mouth. Xiao Wu. You guys run. Tang San reacted and recklessly used his first soul skill. Thick blue silver grass continuously rushed towards the titan giant ape. Phoenix Fire Line, Mo Hongjin's voice rang out. Back off. Wrong, Zhuking. Protect yourselves later. Yichu pulled the 2 girls back, then turned around and rushed towards Erming. A huge fireball slammed into Erming's palm. Yichu, Zhuking and Ningrongrong's expressions changed. 7 treasures are famous. First is strength, second is speed. 7 colored light flashed, and Ningrongrong gritted her teeth and cooperated with Yichu and the others. Xiao Wu stood obediently in place, as if guarding Oscar. Her current soul skill was really not suitable for fighting against large soul beasts. Tang San's various hidden weapons also flew out. Unfortunately, all the attacks were just tickling the titan giant ape. Bang! All the attacks were extinguished. Just then, Oscar finally finished making the mushroom sausage. Everyone, quick, before he could hand it to anyone, his body trembled, and the sausage fell to the ground. Roar! A roar made everyone's heads spin. In that instant, everyone lost consciousness. Erming roared, his golden eyes looking in a certain direction. Just as Yichu had said, the title Douluo was nearby. Recalling Yichu's plan, the titan giant ape reached out and grabbed Xiao Wu. He paused for a moment, then turned around, as if to leave. Tang San's shrill voice echoed through the dilapidated forest. No. Let go of Xiao Wu, you beast. Boom. Erming slowly took a step forward. Tang San's feed created countless afterimages as he used the ghost shadow perplexing technique to its fullest extent. Xiao Wu, Ningrongrong, Zhuking, and Yichu all cried out in despair. Even knowing this scene beforehand, tears still streamed down their faces. Oh no. Tang San, Daimyubei's voice rang out in horror, his eyes filled with deep fear. The titan giant ape, which had originally intended to leave, suddenly turned around, its speed many times faster than before. It was as if it had practiced countless times. The turn and reach were incredibly skillful, and Tang San grabbed the mud in one hand. With a wicked smile, it turned and ran, roaring and laughing. Roar! Erming's steps were very light and quick. It had heard Yichu's method and deliberately turned around to pretend to leave, making the title Douluo lower his guard. Then it made a backhand grab, taking Tang San and the mud with it. Listening to the titan giant ape's joyful roar, watching it disappear into the dense jungle like an excited child, everyone stared at the huge crater left on the ground. Gulp! Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they unconsciously swallowed. Tang San, is he alright? Mo Hongjin's legs trembled. He clearly saw that Tang San hadn't even uttered a sound before being taken away. Yichu broke free from Ningrongrong's hand and ran directly in the direction the titan ape had left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give the 2 women some more instructions. Zhuking, Rongrong. Take care of yourselves, Yichu. Here, Zhuking picked up the mushroom sausage from the ground, quickly wiped it twice, and wanted to throw it to Yichu. But he had already disappeared. Yichu hadn't run far when, with his Sharingan activated, he saw a faint black streak of light flashing across the sky. Tang Hao? Hairhead. A cold smile appeared on Yichu's lips. As he ran into dense forest, his body slowly twisted and disappeared from the spot. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 177 Resolute Determination. Above the starred-out great forest, a black streak of light pierced the gloomy sky. Tang Hao's face was pale and grim. His own son had been kidnapped right before his eyes by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. He was both shocked and furious. Since his battle with the Jinjun and Jiangmo brothers, he had been recuperating in that village. When he finally decided to check on Tang San, he discovered that the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City had dispatched many patrols around the city. Even the Jinjun and Jiangmo brothers were occasionally seen wandering the area. Helpless, he could only wait at a distance. Finally, after Tang San and the others left Soto City, he had a chance to approach. Beside the transformed soul beast, there was a blue-haired youth. Their relationship seemed quite special. Meanwhile, his son sat to the side, watching the other man cling to his future soul ring, their affections evident. Seeing this, a dark cloud immediately settled over him. He was secretly considering how to resolve this matter. Unexpectedly, before he could even act, the Titan giant ape from the depths of the starred-out great forest appeared, not only capturing the transformed soul beast but also his own son. What a beast! Tang Hao gritted his teeth, looking at the slightly swaying trees ahead. He mustered his strength and chased after it. Erming was now running at full speed, its entire body shimmering with a faint light. Red marks, like lava, appeared on its body, slowly spreading across its entire form. Terrifying soul power surged, its blood boiling. Erming, go for it. Xiao Wu sat on its shoulder, raising her hands to cheer Erming on. She glanced back every now and then. Roar! Erming roared excitedly, a human-like smile on its face. It was now running deeper to reunite with Daming. Its beloved iron rod was still waiting for it in the valley. On Erming's inevitable path, Yichu's figure floated in midair. Through divine power, he had already appeared here when Tang Hao chased after him. And he had been waiting here for some time. Xiao Chu, Erming, hurry up and catch Xiao Chu. Xiao Wu looked at Yichu appearing in front of her and exclaimed in surprise. Raw Erming's golden pupils spotted her even earlier than Xiao Wu, and while running, he reached out to grab Yichu. Thank you, Erming. Yichu also cooperated by retracting the flying skill of her soul bone and landing in his palm. Erming let out a low roar and placed Yichu on its shoulder. Xiao Wu immediately jumped into his arms. Xiao Chu, wrong and the others alright, they're fine. Yichu gently shook his head, holding the girl in his arms. His arms loosened and tightened, feeling her softness and warmth. His blood-red eyes looked back. That small black dot was constantly approaching Erming. Although Erming had used a skill that could suddenly increase speed to create distance at the beginning, Tang Hao followed closely afterward, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Turning his gaze away, Yichu looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and gently wiped the dust from her smiling face. Xiao Wu, you should go into my divine might space first, okay, Erming, be careful. Xiao Wu knew she couldn't be of much help outside, so she nodded obediently. Roar! Hearing Erming's response, she tiptoed and gave Yichu a quick kiss on the cheek. Be careful, okay? Yichu nodded slightly, an invisible vortex appearing in his eyes. As Xiao Wu disappeared from his arms, a vortex mask and a black bamboo hat appeared in her hands. Not far now, donning his gear, Yichu looked at the mountain peaks that had already appeared ahead, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. Beast! Stop right there! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from behind. Accompanying it was a roar. Erming, be careful! Yichu glanced back and immediately warned Erming to dodge. It turned out that Tang Hao had finally decided to make his move. He understood perfectly well that the deeper they went, the higher the level of the spirit beasts would be, and the less he could guarantee Tang San's safety. His 9 spirit rings pulsed continuously, and his spirit power surged. The jet-black clear sky hammer in his hand, shrouded in a layer of blood-red light, grew enormous and was hurled directly at Erming's head. Roar! Erming also sensed the powerful wind behind him, its golden eyes glancing at the valley ahead. Its face contorted with ferocity. With a roar, it turned around, raised its enormous fist, and smashed it directly at the clear sky hammer. The fist seemed to ooze magma, becoming a single, intensely hot object. Bang! The hammer and fist collided. Centered on the point of contact, an invisible wave of energy was suddenly detonated. The force that spread out made Yichu's breath catch in his throat. The terrifying wave of energy struck, the wind pressure hitting his chest, causing a suffocating feeling. If he hadn't activated his divine might in time, Yichu felt that the aftershocks alone would have been enough to make him vomit blood. The clear sky hammer flew backward, but Tang Hao caught it firmly in his hand. After throwing a punch, Ming used the force of Tang Hao's hammer to quickly retreat. Bang! He stomped his feet. A terrifying tremor shook the ground, leaving 2 huge footprints. With a terrifying gust of wind that tossed the trees about, Ming soared high into the air. With a single leap, he cleared a low hill. He raised his right hand, his index finger and thumb pinching the unconscious Tang Sen, shaking it repeatedly. It was as if he were showing off something. Beast! You're courting death? Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, but his heart pounded. This was actually a valley surrounded by mountains. The surroundings were eerily quiet, even the bright moon in the sky was obscured by dark clouds. A deep unease lingered in his heart. Suppressing that ominous feeling, the spirit rings beneath Tang Hao's feet trembled slightly, causing the air to vibrate. Beast! Give me back the human you've got, roar! Ming roared, his blood-red maw wide open, revealing sharp teeth. He showed no mercy, throwing Tang Sen away with all his might. Tang Sen was about to crash into the mountainside. No! Little San! 9th soul skill, Tang Hao cried out in alarm, his heart pounding. His 9th soul ring, a blinding red, instantly shone. The soul ring of a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, another soul skill besides the clear sky hammer. The 9th soul skill, heaven reversing ghostly force. He twisted the clear sky hammer in his hand, and a strange force spread out. The surrounding air became like a swamp, extremely viscous. Tang San's body, which had been thrown out, actually spun safely in the air, flying back into Tang Hao's hands. Roar! Ming roared, raising his right arm high. His entire body was suddenly covered in red magma patterns. And his raised right fist seemed to condense a vortex of soul power. Strangely, Yichu, who had been standing on its shoulder, had vanished. Tang Hao watched his son approach, his cold expression softening slightly. Just as he was about to touch Tang Sen, boom, a tongue of fire suddenly erupted from a mountaintop surrounding the valley. A deafening roar followed. A ball of flame, like a meteor, hurtled towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes bulged. A huge iron ball was encased in the flames, its speed sending chills down his spine. He could actually smell death. He quickly scooped Tang Sen into his arms, and his 7th spirit ring flashed with a blinding light. 7th spirit skill, clear sky true body. Without hesitation, Tang Hao activated his spirit true body. A towering figure appeared behind him, its outline identical to Tang Hao's, its height comparable to Ming. It wielded a massive clear sky hammer, its surface covered in blood-red light. Holding the hammer, it extended it towards the direction from which the cannonball had come. Its 8th spirit ring suddenly blazed with a dark light. The hammerhead immediately began to spin, forming a shield. 8th soul skill, Haoshan body protection. Unlike the usual method of standing the hammer upright on the ground, spinning like a top for comprehensive defense, Tang Hao's hammer handle spun wildly in his hand, the massive hammerhead aimed at the cannonball. Boom, the cannonball, trailing a long flame, arrived in an instant, colliding with the Haoshan hammer. A deafening sound erupted, sparks flew, and to Tang Hao's astonishment, the hammerhead shattered. His already pale face turned even paler. Fortunately, the iron ball was also badly damaged, its trajectory slightly altered. It struck the outer mountain wall, blasting up countless fragments of rock. Having just dodged Yichu's cannonball, Ming's attack was already fully charged. His entire right arm turned golden. Titan shakes the sun. The cannonball grazed past, and a gigantic fist, like a blazing sun, immediately crushed towards Tang Hao. Golden light illuminated his stubble-covered face. A hint of panic finally appeared in Tang Hao's eyes. He immediately retrieved the clear sky hammer, and his 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th spirit rings lit up simultaneously. He took a deep breath, holding it in his abdomen. The other 3 spirit skills were all for increasing the weight and power of the clear sky hammer. 6th spirit skill, heaven-piercing strike. HMPH, Tang Hao suddenly groaned, feeling a heavy weight pressing down on him. It was Ming's gravity domain. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his blood-red killing god domain. Tang Hao, holding Tang Sen in one hand and the clear sky hammer in the other, charged towards Ming's fist. Boom! The blazing sun illuminating the valley clashed with the blood-red light of the clear sky hammer. A terrifying explosion resounded, the aftershocks vast, forcing Tang Hao to divert his attention to protect Tang Sen. After all, Tang Hao was one of the few spirit masters in the world possessing a complete set of spirit bones. His combat power was extremely formidable. Erming's punch yielded little result. Roar! Suddenly, his fists blazed with a golden light, the red magma on them swelling rapidly. Erming roared, his fists lashing out repeatedly at Tang Hao, who was floating in the air. Damn it! Chaotic cloak! Tang Hao's furious shout echoed throughout the valley. His martial soul true body becoming even more solid. His clear sky hammer clashed repeatedly with Erming's fists. Bang! 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 The forest below was utterly destroyed. Blood trickled from Tang Hao's lips, and the light on Erming's fists dimmed further. On a hilltop outside the valley, Yichu watched the head-on clash, feeling a pang of shame. He wouldn't have dared to approach without activating his divine might. The valley was already expanding and sinking. The destructive power of a tidal Douluo was terrifying. Shaking his head, Yichu activated his Susanoo again. A massive, blood-red arm continuously adjusted a thick cannon barrel in front of him. Due to limited resources, this thing was more like a large musket than a cannon. Yichu kept fiddling with it, constantly aiming at Tang Hao. Second soul skill, break of willpower. Fifth soul skill, brilliant explosion. Tang Hao's somewhat deep voice rang out. After dozens of strikes, the old injuries in Tang Hao's body were almost uncontrollable. Bang! The second soul ring under his feet lit up, and the clear sky hammer produced a vortex with strange fluctuations, disrupting the enemy's balance. The fifth soul ring under his feet lit up, and a ball of dark, shiny light gathered on the surface of the clear sky hammer. Boom! It smashed into Erming's fist and exploded. Bang bang! Erming's massive body was knocked back, taking several steps back. Cold sweat frequently appeared on Tang Hao's face. Roar! Erming kept pounding his chest, and the violent aura on his body slowly rose. Reaching into the ravine behind him, he pulled out a massive iron pillar, over 10 meters long, just the right length for his height of over 15. Lava-like patterns rapidly spread across the entire iron rod. Roar! He raised the iron rod and swung it at Tang Hao. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact were constant. Tang Hao used the 9 absolute techniques of Haoshin, each strike perfectly timed. His terrifying control over power was undeniable. Roar! Erming roared, and a golden tornado suddenly coiled around the iron rod, enveloping it completely. The strike aimed straight for Tang Hao's vitals. 8th soul skill, Haoshin body protection. Tang Hao was knocked back. Tang Hao's face was as pale as paper, looking terrifying. He glanced coldly at Erming, then tried to turn and run. Snap! Yichu instantly aimed at him. Tang Hao's heart tightened. His powerful combat instincts made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Yichu was about to light the fuse. Tang Hao was about to raise his hammer when a massive bull's head suddenly emerged from outside the valley. It opened its mouth and unleashed a laser-like, azure attack. Azure Dragon Key. Thick as a water vat, resembling an azure dragon, it was about to kill Tang Hao in the blink of an eye. A glint of azure light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Outside, it seemed as if ocean waves were flowing. That was the azure, 100-meter-long body. Azure Bull Python? Tang Hao's body trembled. He recognized it as another overlord of the starred-out Great Forest. The aura and oppressive presence emanating from Daming surpassed even Erming's. He hadn't expected the two overlords to attack him simultaneously. The Azure Bull Python's sneak attack was clearly premeditated. Damn it, it must be that transformed soul beast's fault, he finally realized. Yichu stopped what he was doing. Tang Hao's mind raced. And he immediately prepared to raise his hammer to meet the attack. Not good. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically, his movements had become sluggish. It was too late to mount a defense. Although the Azure Bull Python's slowing domain couldn't restrain a tidal Douluo for long, even a moment was enough to decide the course of the battle. Boom! The azure light illuminated the valley as if it were daytime. Azure energy swept across the entire valley, passing through Tang Hao and his son, and slammed into a large mountain. Wherever it passed, the air was sucked away, and the mountain collapsed continuously. Cracks appeared on the mountain, and a fierce gale mixed with azure energy, dust, and gravel swept back into the valley. Apart from the booming sound of falling boulders, only Erming's cheering roar remained. Boom! Suddenly, tongues of fire spewed out, like thunder. A cannonball blasted straight at the mountain that had almost been pierced. Yichu's Sharingan saw it clearly. Tang Hao was not dead. Hearing the cannonball, Daming immediately reacted. The tidal Douluo must still be alive. Moo! A sound rang out, waking the still somewhat dazed Erming. The two brothers stared at the billowing smoke, ready for battle. Boom! Bang! The cannonballs struck the smoke and dust created by Daming's attack, producing deafening roars that echoed through the ravaged valley. Cold sweat beaded on Yichu's forehead. Under his Sharingan's observation, Tang Hao's 8th and 1st spirit rings had both dimmed. He had already blasted away his 8th spirit ring during Daming's sneak attack, forcibly breaking free from the slowing domain's restraints. He raised his hammer to meet the terrifying azure aura ray. The 1st spirit ring had been damaged by Yichu's cannonballs. Yichu activated his divine might and immediately switched to another cannon. Refilling the gunpowder was too troublesome. He had prepared 9 cannons, all already refilled. They were placed in different locations. A red light appeared halfway up the mountain. A figure suddenly flew out of the smoke and dust. Yichu saw it clearly. The 24 bridges under the moon at his waist identified him, Tang San. Under Tang Hao's protection, he remained unharmed. A strange force caused his body to float in the air, about to send him out of the valley. Tang Hao's 9th soul skill, the heaven-returning ghost force. Not good. Erming, stop him, roar, Erming roared in response. A golden vortex immediately appeared in his hand, condensing terrifying power. He was about to throw it at the departing Tang San. A ragged, blood-soaked figure flew out. A giant hammer emerged, its surface shimmering with bloody light, instantly attacking Erming. Don't even think about it, Daming sneered, and dense azure energy condensed in his mouth. Gravity domain and slowing domain pressed down simultaneously. The range of Tang Hao's killing god domain was compressed considerably. Yichu had also already targeted Tang Hao. The reason for throwing Tang San to him was not only to make him more cautious in battle, but also to give him something to look forward to, so he wouldn't have to fight to the death. If Tang San were killed first, and Tang Hao escaped at the cost of his life, then went back and wreaked havoc, that would be troublesome. Tang San would die after Tang Hao. The 3 domains overlapped, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. Erming's Titan Sun shaking wave was about to be unleashed towards Tang San. Daming's Azure Dragon Key was poised to strike Tang Hao. Yichu, controlling the Italian cannon, aimed at Tang Hao and fired. With his head bleeding and his body racked with excruciating pain, Tang Hao's 3rd spirit ring shattered. The clear sky hammer suddenly swelled. A hoarse roar, filled with determination, echoed throughout the valley. Great Sumeru Hammer, 5,000 words, wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 178 Human-Faced Demon Spider. Erming hurled a golden sun from his hand towards Tang San, who was about to leave the valley. It illuminated the night sky, seemingly vying with a bright moon. Tang Hao's blood-red clear sky hammer, imbued with all the power from blasting away his 3rd spirit ring, extended its handle, bursting open and blasting apart the golden vortex, igniting a sky full of fireworks. The great Sumeru hammer, its momentum undiminished, slammed towards Erming. Erming roared, raising his iron rod, twisting his waist and swinging it in a wide arc boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Blood trickled from Tang Hao's lips, yet he didn't retreat an inch. Erming's iron rod twisted slightly, his legs faltering, and he stumbled back several steps, nearly falling. The cannonball fired, Tang Hao was too far away, and Amaterasu's effect was minimal. A flash of bloodlust appeared in Yichu's eyes, and a trickle of blood flowed from his right eye. The fiery red iron ball instantly turned pitch black, corroded by black flames. The jet-black shell, hidden in the night sky, was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Yet, the terrifying power it contained caused the air to tremble and burn. A deafening roar erupted as Daming ceased gathering his strength and rushed to Erming's aid. A beam of azure light ripped through everything, seemingly about to intertwine with the jet-black iron ball. The point of intersection was Tang Hao, his face as fierce as a ghost. Without a word, Tang Hao's 4th spirit ring shattered inch by inch. Its light seemed to shatter into countless flying insects, entering the blood-red clear sky hammer. Clear sky true form. Great Sumeru hammer. Tang Hao felt even breathing begin to hurt, but this only made him more alert. Ugh, an incomparably powerful force, flashing with blood-red light, roared in his fury. The azure dragon let out a mournful cry, annihilating before him. The shell shattered into pieces, burning away in midair. The great Sumeru hammer, still possessing residual power, slammed down upon Erming. Roar! The sound waves surged as Erming raised the massive iron rod covered in magma, his golden blood surging and flowing into the rod. Gold and blood intertwined. The ground beneath Erming's feet crumbled, his feet sinking into the earth. Tang Hao began to gather power using the chaotic cloak. Yichu, having missed his first attack, used divine might to reposition himself, switching to another cannon emplacement. The blood-red Susanoo continuously adjusted its movements. He lit the fuse again, and a golden iron rod appeared before Yichu, growing larger and larger. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the hilltop where Yichu stood, the massive iron rod destroying the cannon emplacement. The hilltop collapsed, and the large cannon exploded on the spot. Yichu, his blood-red eyes wide, stood there stunned, a chill running down his spine. He hadn't expected Tang Hao to have detected his location and even used his Haoshin 9 Absolutes technique to deflect the iron rod from Erming's hand. With a cold laugh, Yichu vanished from the spot. Boom! Tang Hao, a sinister grin on his face, relentlessly attacked Erming, each blow heavier than the last. Erming was forced back step by step. Boom! Thunder and fire erupted from the mountaintop, shaking the valley. 3 tongues of fire shot out, blocking all of Tang Hao's escape routes. The Sharingan's perception ability was also very useful in artillery aiming. Moo! Ming's thick tail whipped towards Tang Hao. Erming roared to the sky, its sound waves filled with ferocity, shaking even the soul. Titan's wrath. His granite-like muscles slowly tightened, as if compressing all his power. Golden fists gleamed with menacing power. Great Sumeru hammer, poof, the black 5th ring shattered. The Haoshin hammer in his hand was stained with his blood, alluring and captivating. His body spun in mid-air like a top. Like a whirlwind, it danced wildly, impenetrable. Explosions rang out continuously, shells shattering. Erming's fists were already bleeding, revealing the stark white bones beneath. Daming's tail had also been blasted away, blooming with blood. Haha. I'm Haoshin Douluo. Tang Hao let out a wild, maniacal laugh. That night, he seemed to have returned to the day Yin sacrificed herself. The same near-death experience, the same exhilarating feeling. His bloodshot eyes looked into the distance. Tang San was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know what would happen if he threw Tang San away, but if he stayed here, both of them would definitely die. Blood kept dripping from his body, and he began to slowly weaken. But his consciousness grew clearer. He understood that only by getting rid of Tang San, this burden, could he and his son have a chance of survival. Beneath him, only the 2nd, 6th, and 7th rings, and the red, 10,000-year-old 9th ring, remained. Erming. Attacked together, the scales on Daming's tail were sparse and stained with blood. Suddenly, the 2 horns on his head lit up with a blue light, releasing the pressure of the dragon. It continuously covered his entire body. A colossal body, 100 meters long, resembled a winding, miniature mountain range. Its entire form was shrouded in azure, as if a dragon's soul clung to it, appearing and disappearing. Roar! Hearing Daming's voice, Erming raised his hands, his previously compressed muscles instantly relaxing. Thump! Every muscle relaxed. A booming sound, like a resounding bell, echoed within him, radiating golden ripples. Terrifying power erupted from his muscles, surging upwards and converging between his palms. A gale swept through the valley. Erming seemed to be holding up a blazing sun, golden and pure. Don't even think about it. Tang Hao's hoarse voice barely managed to utter 2 words, his internal organs feeling like they were on fire. He was about to strike with a clear sky hammer when another tongue of fire shot out from afar, aiming straight for his head. Who is it? Tang Hao's face was grim. He didn't know what this thing was. Why did it possess such power? Who on earth would conspire with a soul beast to kill him and his son? The sound of cannons made Tang Hao pause for a moment. A shadow suddenly enveloped him. Then, golden light illuminated his bloodied face. Erming leaped high into the air. The golden moon he held in his hand suddenly shrank, held in his palm. Golden light shone through his fingers. Super Titan shattering the sun. From his high vantage point, Erming's golden fist slammed towards Tang Hao. Suddenly, a golden light flew out from the fist, then expanded rapidly, instantly becoming a golden, violent sphere 4 or 5 meters in diameter, pressing down on Tang Hao rapidly. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and the azure light emanating from Daming's body suddenly detached, flying into the sky. It transformed into a 100-meter-long azure dragon, constantly circling in the sky. Azure Dragon's soul. It seemed to break through the dark clouds and then swoop down. In Yichu's vision, the 100-meter-long azure dragon, carrying a golden dragon pearl in its mouth, descended from the sky, crushing down upon a human. A fierce wind howled through the valley, thickening the air. Tang Hao struggled to breathe, but his bloodshot eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gripped the clear sky hammer. His second and sixth spirit rings shattered with a deafening crash. The seventh spirit ring shone its final, radiant light. The majestic, robust martial soul body, the clear sky hammer, resembled a small mountain. "You two beasts. Come on." Boom. Tang Hao's voice was drowned out by the terrifying impact. The cannonballs Yu Chu had just fired were sent flying by the collision of the three. A fierce wind howled on the mountain top, and Yu Chu couldn't even open his eyes without activating his divine might. Rumble. Yi Chu felt the valley tremble violently. The surrounding spirit beasts fled in terror. He saw it. Ming was thrown back by the shockwave of the attack. Tang Hao, suspended in midair, was knocked down and crashed to the ground. The clear sky hammer's shattered martial soul body had destroyed Ming's attack. 100-meter-long azure dragon phantom plunged into the valley, the earth crumbled, and the terrifying shockwave threatened to sweep away the surrounding mountains. The blood-red ninth spirit ring had shattered. The surging Haoshan true body still couldn't escape being completely torn apart. The original valley had transformed into a basin, and some of the peaks were tilted. A hint of weariness appeared in Ming's eyes. Ming wasn't in good condition either. After the Titan's wrath stayed, his muscles began to ache. Roar! Ming let out a long roar, and a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust and smoke. In the center of the shattered basin, Tang Hao, dressed in tattered clothes, lay in a pool of blood. He was struggling to breathe, and blood seeped from his cloudy eyes. His pupils slowly contracted. Thump. Thump. Ming lifted his foot and slowly walked forward. Yi Chu's figure, draped in a black bamboo hat, also appeared on Ming's shoulder. Under the observation of his Sharingan, Tang Hao's soul power was nearly exhausted, and his internal organs were shattered. His body convulsed continuously, seemingly enduring excruciating pain. He appeared to be on the verge of death. Ming reached out and grasped him in his hand. Tang Hao, like a broken sack, was at Ming's mercy. Even held in his hand, he trembled involuntarily. His flickering eyes stared at Yu Chu, his dry, pale lips trembling. "Who are you?" He remembered Yu Chu. He had been involved when he was ambushed by the Jinjun and Jiang Mo brothers. Yi Chu didn't answer him, but a cold, hoarse voice rang out. "Kill him!" Roar! Ming growled, a cruel glint in his eyes. Tang Hao slowly closed his eyes. The heavy, bloodied hand was about to exert force. Die? A force of resistance suddenly came from his hand. He broke free from Ming's large grasp. Tang Hao's roar was hoarse, his throat choked with blood, nearly silencing him. A flash of crimson light appeared on his body, and a hammer suddenly materialized in his hand. "Not good. Ming, retreat!" Yi Chu's horrified voice rang out. The soul power within Tang Hao's body suddenly surged again. It turned out that he hadn't been enduring pain before, but rather forcibly suppressing the power from the exploding rings. During the previous battle, he had needed the amplification of his seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial soul. But now, he didn't need it anymore. This time, he detonated his seventh ring as well, and his martial soul, the clear sky hammer, erupted once more. Great Sumeru Hammer. A powerful clear sky hammer was about to strike Ming's neck head-on. This attack was still aimed at him. Yi Chu's expression hardened. Divine might. Blood seeped from Yi Chu's eyes. Tang Hao's attack was only paused for a moment due to his interference. Fortunately, that moment was enough for Ming to react. Even a Titan ape wouldn't dare use its neck to directly block the great Sumeru hammer. In desperation, Ming raised his right fist to meet the attack. Bang! A massive figure flew backward, along with Yi Chu, crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Hao's body swayed. He was at his limit. After the attack, Tang Hao turned to leave. Whoosh! A cyan ray struck, and Tang Hao raised his hammer. Ming's attack was far weaker than before. The massive Haoshan hammer shattered the cyan energy, striking below its head. Tang Hao coughed up blood, which seemed to contain some broken internal organs. As if in a final burst of energy, Tang Hao's eyes regained their brightness. Using the impact, he flew away into the distance. Boom! An explosion sounded behind him, but Tang Hao couldn't care less. This was Yu Chu's last turret. It wasn't just a single iron ball inside, but rather filled with fist-sized iron balls. It was a large-scale shotgun. This was specially prepared to prevent Tang Hao from escaping. "Tang Hao, I'll kill you right now." Yi Chu's face was grim. The great Sumeru hammer was simply too overpowered. No wonder it was called a divine skill. The bright moon hung in the sky. A red meteor shower fell from the basin. They left long trails of flame as they crashed into the earth, riddling the opposite mountainside with holes. Blood gushed out, scattering from the sky. An arm wielding the clear sky hammer fell downwards. Tang Hao was numb, oblivious to everything, his consciousness slowly fading. Carrying his mangled body, he flew away. Only one thought occupied his mind: he couldn't die. A piercing ringing in his ears echoed. He seemed to see Yin, wanting him to join her. He flew for an unknown amount of time, lower and lower, slower and slower. His broken right arm had stopped bleeding. He had no more blood to bleed. Crack. Thud. He crashed through the branches and leaves into a dense forest in the mixed zone. The thick, pungent stench of blood had vanished, attracting numerous soul beasts. Suddenly, a malevolent, dark green pupil lit up in the darkness, moving towards Tang Hao lying in the pool of blood. The valley had transformed into a basin. The clear sky hammer clutched in the severed arm had dissipated. In the distorted space, Yi Chu's figure appeared here. Thump. Heavy footsteps sounded, and Erming, clutching his right arm, appeared behind Yi Chu. He occasionally let out a low growl. Yi Chu bent down and picked up the severed arm. This was Tang Hao's right arm. Yi Chu. How is it? Ming, with his long body, surrounded Yi Chu and Erming. Couldn't find him. His voice was stiff. Yi Chu's face beneath his mask was somewhat grim. Even though he immediately chased after him. Searching along the blood trail, he couldn't find any trace of Tang Hao. Although such an injury was undoubtedly fatal. But not witnessing his death firsthand still made Yi Chu very unhappy. It was like a lump in his throat. After this battle, Yi Chu's heart also stirred with intense covetousness for the exploding ring technique within the great Sumeru hammer. With injuries like that, he definitely won't survive. Ming also felt a little regretful. But Tang Hao's injuries were caused by it and Erming. It could sense that Tang Hao's final attack had exhausted its strength. Yi Chu nodded slightly in agreement. Suddenly, the mask on his face was ignited by black flames, and blood flowed from his right eye. Tang Hao's severed arm in his hand was also reduced to ashes by the black flames, leaving behind a relatively intact soul bone. This was one of the inherited soul bones of the Clear Sky sect, with an age of at least 60,000 years. This was also a great gain. By the way, Ming, Erming, are you alright? Yi Chu came back to his senses, no longer thinking about those irrelevant things. He looked at Erming, who was clutching his right arm, and Ming, whose aura was already somewhat weakened. Erming let out a low roar. It's nothing serious, I just used up a bit of my soul power, and Erming's right arm is broken. He'll recover soon. Ming was also somewhat helpless, his face still showing lingering fear. He had never fought so hard before. He had even activated a trace of his Azure Dragon bloodline. Tang Hao's final attack almost hit its vital point. If he hadn't been exhausted, he would have been seriously injured as well. That's good, Yi Chu breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened to his brothers-in-law, he wouldn't have been able to explain it to Xiao Wu. Their battle had been a real treat for Yi Chu. The golden sun and the 100-meter-long, thick azure dragon swelled and widened the valley, distorting space. Xiao Wu's figure appeared beside Yi Chu. Xiao Chu, are you alright? She had barely appeared and hadn't even stood still when she rushed towards Yi Chu. Seeing the blood on Yi Chu's face, she anxiously checked his body. She also turned to look at the two brothers beside her. Yes, I'm fine. Yi Chu picked up his sleeve and hastily wiped the blood from his face. Sister Xiao is alright, Ming's loud voice rang out. He hadn't expected that even after having a man, Sister Xiao would still remember to care for her two brothers. Roar, Ming also roared excitedly. Let's leave here first. Holding Xiao's delicate hand, Yi Chu looked up at the sky. The night was already past midnight. Ming is injured, I'll take you too. Ming, your hand is injured, don't jump around like that, doesn't it hurt? On the way back to the Lake of Life, Xiao's reproachful voice came. At this moment, she was sitting on Ming's head, nestled in Yi Chu's lap. Looking at the slightly bent iron rod beside her, jumping around, she looked at it with some worry. Ming was also somewhat helpless. Ming, I have some herbs here. They should speed up your recovery. In Yi Chu's divine power space, there were still many top-grade herbs picked from the ice and fire yin-yang well. He took out some beneficial to Ming's injuries and placed them in its large palm. He then continued sitting cross-legged, recovering his depleted eye power. He had used his martial soul true body quite a bit to adjust the cannon barrel, and even Tang Hao's sudden counterattack had made his eyes swell and ache. Once he recovered, Yichu didn't follow Duming and the others back to the Lake of Life. Ninrongrong and Zhu Zhuking were still waiting for him to return safely. He had to find them as soon as possible. After saying goodbye to Daming and the others, Yichu left the Minotaur with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji and the others were advancing from the outer area towards the mixed area. At the edge of the mixed area, Tang San, who had been thrown out by Tang Hao with all his might, was thrown around, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The sharp pain of his broken ribs jolted him awake. After getting his bearings, he tried to go in, but instead, he found himself fighting a jet-black spider. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 179 Skunk. In the dark forest, trees were studded with gleaming blades, darts, and arrows. The ground was pockmarked and riddled with scratches. The silent night was broken only by heavy breathing. Huff. Huff. Several broken trees lay scattered, stained with black blood. A dark figure, carrying a black hammer, stood hunched over a spirit beast. The spirit beast was a spider with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters and 8 spear-like legs over 3 meters long. Its entire body was covered in a gleaming black carapace. White markings on its underside formed a grotesque human face, with 8 small eyes that shimmered with an eerie purple light. This was none other than the infamous human-faced demon spider, a nightmare for small spirit beasts, a life-devouring being, an object of hatred for all spirit beasts, a terrifying and evil killer. But, such a ferocious being. Now, its carapace shattered, its 8 eyes burst open, and dark green liquid flowed freely. It lay prostrate at Tang San's feet, barely alive. Its life force extinguished, a purple glow emanated from its body, and a deep purple spirit ring slowly appeared above it. PFFT, cough cough, the purple light in Tang San's eyes faded, and he suddenly bent over, coughing violently. The clear sky hammer in his hand vanished, and blood seeped from between his fingers as he covered his mouth. Trembling, he slid down the human-faced demon spider's body to the ground and sat cross-legged. His mind was still somewhat muddled. He clearly remembered being held by the Titan giant ape, but when he woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. 2 of his ribs were broken, and his whole body ached terribly. He thought he might have been knocked away by the Titan giant ape like Teacher Xiao. He tried to leave, but was targeted by a human-faced demon spider. If it weren't for his clear sky hammer and various hidden weapons, he would have almost died here today. Hu Tang-san let out a long sigh, took out the antidote pill he had concocted from the 24 bridges under the moonlit night, and popped it into his mouth. This was a last resort. The antidote pill still contained some substances that would help him recover from his injuries. He sat cross-legged on the ground, close to the human-faced demon spider, and focused his mind on circulating the mysterious heaven technique. He needed to recover as quickly as possible. The human-faced demon spider's spirit ring wouldn't last long, it only existed for an hour. Yes, this battle had allowed him to break through to level 30. He was only 1 spirit ring away from directly breaking through to Soul Master. But at this moment, he was already in a state of exhaustion in both spirit power and physical strength. The human-faced demon spider's spirit ring was unlike those of other spirit beasts. It was one of the most evil and violent beings among spirit beasts, and absorbing its spirit ring was much more dangerous. But he was unwilling to give up this opportunity. He clearly remembered that this human-faced demon spider was one of the targets his teacher had planned for his 3rd spirit ring of blue silver grass. At that time, his teacher's evaluation of the human-faced demon spider was a rare find. Faced with a choice between saving Xiao Wu and obtaining the spirit ring, Tang San chose to absorb the hard-won 3rd spirit ring. Despite his injuries, he remained clear-headed. Only by becoming stronger and recovering could he save Xiao Wu. Tang San's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and groaned. The ribs in his chest cavity were temporarily reattached. The burning pain was nothing to him. He, Tang San, had endured even the torture of having his flesh scraped and the ordeal of Tsukuyomi. He had no shortage of willpower. While he was recuperating, 2 pairs of eyes appeared in the shadows, staring intently at him. Blood-red and crimson eyes. On a distant tree branch stood a man and a woman. Xiao Chu, should we kill him? Xiao Wu, holding Yi Chu's arm, spoke with a voice full of murderous intent, yet without any fluctuation. It was as if the he she spoke of was just a stranger. Yi Chu remained silent. Staring at Tang San's location for a while, He was somewhat amazed by Tang San's luck. He hadn't expected that in this situation he would encounter the human-faced demon spider, and even obtain a spirit bone. Yi Chu's bloodshot eyes clearly saw the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Let's keep him for now, Yi Chu said indifferently, shaking his head. He still felt uneasy without seeing Tang Hao's body. Xiao Wu didn't object to his decision and gently tugged at him. Xiao Chu, someone's coming. Her crimson eyes looked at the prettiest girl among the 3, a hint of wariness appearing on her pretty face. She tightened her grip on Yi Chu's hand. Yes. I see them. I also see Zhu Qing and the others, coming this way. Yi Chu nodded, not noticing her small gesture. He had anticipated their arrival. His eyes flashed with purple light as he probed the distance. Zhu Qing and the others, led by Xiao Wuji, were making their way. Then let's hurry and meet them. Xiao Wu was excited to see her sisters. Yi Chu, however, looked at Tang San in the distance, lost in thought. Xiao Wu frowned. She thought he was looking at the pretty girl among the 2 old men and 1 young woman. She clung to Yi Chu's arm, trying to embrace him fully, wanting him to feel her warmth and softness. Unfortunately, she wasn't the exceptionally gifted Zhu Qing. She failed to bring Yi Chu to his senses, while she herself blushed and felt restless. Yi Chu finished his thought and gently shook his head. No. Oh. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Turning his head, he noticed Xiao Wu's face was flushed red, and her body was burning hot. No, I'm fine, Xiao Wu said shyly, lowering her head and trying to pry Yi Chu's hand away. Want to go into the divine might space to rest? Yi Chu looked at her strangely. Yi Chu wasn't a virgin anymore. This state felt somewhat familiar, but he clearly hadn't done anything. Could this rogue rabbit be fantasizing? No need. Alright then, let's go to the outer area first. Seeing her insistence, Yi Chu didn't force her. He embraced her delicate, slender waist and disappeared into the tree branches. When the 2 reappeared, they were already at the edge of the starred-out great forest. Xiao Chu, why aren't we looking for Zhu Qing and the others? What are we doing here? Xiao Wu's blush had faded considerably as she followed closely beside Yi Chu, somewhat curious. We're here to prepare a suitable 10-year soul beast for Tang San. Yi Chu's face showed a playful smile as he activated his Sharingan, slowly searching. A 10-year soul beast? For Tang San, Xiao Wu was confused. What's going on? Who killed my human-faced demon spider? The girl's exclamation made Tang San, who was still recovering, feel a chill in his heart. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. He cautiously peeked out from behind the human-faced demon spider, meeting Meng Yiren's shocked and angry gaze. It really was her. Tang San smiled bitterly to himself, never expecting something that might only happen once in a lifetime to happen twice in such a short time. When he first encountered the human-faced demon spider, he had indeed discovered that its 2 eyes had been blinded. But at that time, the situation didn't allow him to think too much. Moreover, such an evil soul beast deserves to be killed by everyone. Tang San also noticed. Besides Meng Yiren and Snake Granny Zhao Xiangxiang, there was another tall and thin old man. Like Zhao Xiangxiang, he had a full head of silver hair. In his hand was a dragon-headed cane over 4 meters long, which was bright silver. There were 8 soul rings on his body, moving up and down. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Although it was not the optimal combination, it was a genuine Soul Douluo level powerhouse. Being able to stand with Zhao Xiangxiang, his identity was obvious. He was Snake Granny's husband, Meng Yiren's grandfather, Dragon Duke Meng Shu. Tang San did not hope that a Soul Douluo level powerhouse would not be able to find him. He hesitated for only a moment before standing up. I killed him. His physical strength and soul power had only recovered a little. He was only able to stand up because he was supporting himself on the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. Just as he had thought. Meng Shu had indeed been watching his hiding place. It's you. That ugly bastard. Meng Yiren looked at Tang San, who was now in a terrible state, and her eyes flashed with surprise. Although he was covered in dirt and blood, he could still vaguely be recognized as a human. Meng Yiren's address almost made Tang San vomit blood. He gritted his teeth and groaned, his dark face twitching as he suppressed his anger. His slightly bloodshot eyes stared straight at Meng Yiren. He forced a smile. Miss Meng, my name is Tang San. Zhao Xiangxiang naturally recognized Tang San as well. Her brows furrowed, and she whispered something in Meng Shu's ear. I'm really sorry, I didn't know that this was also your prey. Tang San smiled bitterly, but his hands were secretly fiddling with his huge crossbow in his hands, which looked like a black box. 16 arrows per shot, 48 in total. There were 2 left, enough to pierce metal and stone at close range. He would use this to shoot the human-faced demon spider into its brain through its eyes. This thing might not be able to deal with a soul Douluo, but it's more than enough to kill Meng Yiren. They thought Meng Yiren would be furious. After all, their group had intercepted 2 prey in a row. Unexpectedly, her focus seemed a little different. Meng Yiren scanned her surroundings but didn't see anyone else. I'm not interested in your name, where's Yichu? Why isn't he here? Whoosh, a snake-headed cane appeared in her hand, and she brandished it at Tang San. Crack, Tang San's hands trembled, almost triggering the mechanism. Anger flashed in his eyes. Yichu's indifferent expression when Xiao Wu was captured kept replaying in his mind. Why do these women always revolve around him? What are you standing there for? Tell me where Yichu is. Meng Yiren's face showed anger. Zhao Xiangxiang's face flashed with helplessness, and Meng Shu couldn't help but shake his head. I wonder what kind of magic this Yichu has that makes my granddaughter so obsessed with him. Losing her appetite and sleep, we were attacked by soul beasts, and I got separated from them. I don't know where Yichu is. Suppressing his anger, Tang San said respectfully. What? Yichu was attacked by soul beasts? How is he now? Yan Yi, thump. Meng Shu slammed his dragon-headed cane on the ground, looking at his granddaughter beside him with a hint of anger in his eyes. He kept mentioning Yichu. After being glared at by Meng Shu, Meng Yi also kept quiet. But she was somewhat anxious. Boy. You mean, you hunted this human-faced demon spider all by yourself, even from some distance? Meng Shu's aura still startled Tang San. His appearance was aged, but his eyes were unusually bright, making Tang San feel immense pressure. He didn't speak, only nodded, concentrating on recovering his soul power. Meng Shu and Zhao Xiangxiang exchanged a glance, both looking surprised. Whoosh, Meng Shu raised his dragon-headed cane, and a white stream of soul power transformed into a bolt of lightning, flipping the human-faced demon spider over, revealing its 8 bulging eyes. A look of admiration appeared in his eyes. Among 1,000-year-old soul beasts, the human-faced demon spider was considered quite powerful. This skinny, dark-skinned boy had managed to remain calm under pressure, find its weakness, and succeed. That was already quite remarkable. Especially considering he was only a 12 or 13-year-old boy. His admiration faded, and Meng Shu's voice deepened as the 8 soul rings beneath his feet began to spin. Boy, do you want to absorb this soul ring? Tang San's aura was weak, and the fluctuations in his soul power made it easy for Meng Shu to discern his cultivation level. He had just broken through to level 30. Hearing her husband's words, Snake Granny Zhao Xiangxiang's lips twitched twice. The quality of Xiao Wuji's students was truly too high. Another young boy breaking through to Soul Venerable. It was simply inhuman. Indeed, if the seniors had arrived any later, I might have already begun absorbing it, Tang San said, gradually calming down. Since the other party had asked this question, the matter of the spirit ring was definitely negotiable. Then you should understand that this human-faced demon spider should have been our prey. Without my permission, you absolutely could not have succeeded. Meng Shu stroked his beard, his tone calm, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, putting immense pressure on Tang San. Tang San clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Senior, you can speak frankly, as long as you tell me where Yichu is, I'll let you absorb it. How about it, Yiren? You, insolence, bang. Before Meng Shu could finish speaking, Meng Yiren snatched the dragon-headed cane away. She slammed it into the ground twice, her beard bristling with anger. Grandpa. Anyway, the human-faced demon spider has already been killed by him. Alright, Yiren. Zhao Xiangxiang helplessly pulled Meng Yiren aside, preventing her from saying anything more. Senior, Tang San, watching this scene from a distance, suddenly had a way to rescue Xiao Wu. HMPH, Meng Shu snorted coldly, adjusted his state, and quickly recovered. Tang San, my request is very simple. Just join my family. And not only will this spirit ring be yours, but I will also protect you, and my family will even allocate resources to cultivate you. What do you think? Although Yichu, whom we still mentioned, was already a level 34 spirit master, with talent even better than Tang San's, Meng Shu had no reason to complain about having too many geniuses like him. Tang San's expression remained unchanged, and he answered quickly. Senior, it's not impossible for me to join your family, But I have one condition. My companion has been kidnapped by a spirit beast. If Senior can help rescue her, Tang San is willing to do anything." Meng Shu's expression changed. "What right do you have to negotiate with me? But Yichu has also been captured by that spirit beast." Tang San sneered inwardly. Yichu's actions could be considered a contribution to saving Xiao Wu. Just as he expected, the infatuated Meng Yiren couldn't contain herself any longer. "What? Yichu has been captured by a soul beast?" Meng Yiren's heart tightened, and she immediately grabbed Meng Shu's arm, pleading, "Grandpa, please just agree to his request." Meng Shu's face darkened. He glared at Tang San, feeling that the boy was saying this on purpose. "What kind of soul beast is it?" Even the immovable King Xiao Wuji couldn't handle it. As a woman, Zhao Xiangxiang was more perceptive and also curious. "It's the Titan giant ape with 10,000 years of cultivation," Tang San answered truthfully. "What? A Titan giant ape?" The couple froze simultaneously. They knew very well how powerful the Titan giant ape was, and there was only one in the starred out Great Forest. Not to mention it had an even more terrifying older brother. Going to the Titan giant ape to rescue someone was undoubtedly suicide. "Boy, are you playing me?" Meng Shu held his dragon-headed cane, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He had wanted to invite this talented young man to join his family, but this brat dared to try and kill them. Since he was so ungrateful and couldn't be used by him, then he would have to kill him. "Big Sister Zhao. Senior Dragon Lord, have mercy. Have mercy." Just as Meng Shu was about to make his move, a deep, anxious voice suddenly rang out. A series of figures arrived rapidly. It was Shrek Academy's group. Xiao Wuji, the immovable king, led the way, followed by Zhu Xiuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others, their faces weary and disheveled, arriving quickly. While Zhu Xiuqing and the others found Tang San, Yichu and Xiao Wu finally found a suitable soul beast. It was a skunk with less than 30 years of cultivation. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 180 White. On the outskirts of the starred-out Great Forest, Yichu and Xiao Wu stood a distance away under a tree. A half-meter-long skunk, out hunting at night, was firmly entangled by Yichu's blue-silver emperor. The skunk looked harmless. It had small eyes, short, round ears, and short limbs, with its front paws longer than its hind paws. Its body was mainly black fur, except for a white stripe running from its back to its tailbone, and a thick, brush-like tail. Surprisingly, it looked somewhat cute, with delicate features. But Yichu hesitated to approach. The smell was simply too strong. Skunks have a special gland that emits an extremely unpleasant odor to avoid being eaten by predators. After much hesitation, Yichu held his breath and took a step. "Xiao Chu, are you really going to catch this filthy thing?" Xiao Wu pinched her nose with one hand and pulled Yichu with the other. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and her voice was nasal. Yichu nodded, and a fragrant aroma suddenly emanated from his body. She covered up the stench from below before speaking. "Okay. Wait here for me a moment." Xiao Wu nodded without hesitation, quickly leaving Yichu behind and taking a few steps back. This action made Yichu's eye twitch. "Xiao Chu. I'm not disgusted by you." Xiao Wu took a few more steps back, lowering her hand and breathing heavily. "I know," Yichu smiled wryly. With a wave of his hand, the blue-silver emperor grew wildly, wrapping the skunk into a dumpling. Only a pair of small, dark eyes were visible. The blue-silver emperor also continuously emitted a fragrance, battling against the skunk's body odor. Yichu didn't get too close, just enough to control it with his Sharingan. A soul beast less than 100 years old wouldn't have any ability to resist and was directly and completely controlled. He activated his long-range Kamui in his left eye, directly storing it in his Kamui space. Yichu breathed a sigh of relief. He wondered what kind of changes would occur to his blue-silver grass after sacrificing this little cutie to Tang San. He should be able to better follow in the footsteps of his beloved teacher, Gang. "Xiao Chu." Seeing Yichu turn around, Xiao Wu ran over at the opportune moment. She stood a little far away, bending over and craning her neck, sniffing Yichu's neck. "Swoosh, Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Yichu reached out and pushed Xiao Wu away from his neck, who was sniffing incessantly, looking at her with annoyance. Luckily, I didn't smell bad." Xiao Wu grabbed Yichu's hand that was pressing against her face and rubbed her cheek against his palm. Reassured, she nestled into Yichu's arms, burying her face in his neck. Alright, we should go find Zhu Qing and the others. Yichu was a little ticklish from her antics, and a smile appeared on his face as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Xiao Wu nibbled on Yichu's neck and softly hummed in agreement. Holding his beloved, he disappeared into the night. Seeing Xiao Wuji and the others arrive, Tang San finally relaxed. Xiao-sen, how are you? Xiao-ao, sausages. Dai Mubei quickly came to his side and helped him up. Coming, Oscar also stuffed the sausages he had prepared earlier into Tang San's mouth, filling it completely. With Oscar's breakthrough to Soul Master, the sausage's regenerative ability had also improved slightly. Tang San's complexion visibly improved. Seeing Xiao Wuji and his group appear, the Dragon Duke and his wife's expressions remained unchanged. Times had changed. The peerless dragons and snakes had gathered together, completely disregarding the little immovable king. On the contrary, the young men and women who came with him made Dragon Duke Mengshu frequently glance at them. Apart from the chubby boy and the girl in green, they were all soul masters. They were all younger than his granddaughter. Where did these prodigies come from? Xiao Wuji looked at the 8 soul rings under Dragon Duke's feet and secretly groaned in his heart. Facing Dragon Duke, not to mention his prime, was no match for him. Now, having used his martial soul true body, all his attributes had been halved, leaving him with no power to fight back. Now, even dealing with the snake Granny Chao Xiang seems beyond their capabilities. Forced by circumstances, Xiao Wuji lowered his stance, clasping his hands and bowing, saying, Junior Xiao Wuji has long admired Senior Longguang's name, not one to strike a smiling face. Longguang Mengshu coldly glanced at him. You, immovable king, needn't be so polite. You've certainly produced a group of good students. Are you taking advantage of my Meng family's lack of talent? Senior, what makes you say this? Xiao Wuji was somewhat bewildered. HMPH. The matter of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake is over, and I don't want to dwell on it, but now you've once again stolen my granddaughter's soul ring. Shouldn't you give us, the 3 of us, an explanation? Bang! Longguang slammed his dragon-headed cane on the ground again, white soul power flowing continuously on it. He seemed ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Hearing his words, Xiao Wuji, who hadn't yet understood what was happening, felt a pang of shame. Meng Yiren's luck was truly terrible. However, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he hadn't offended anyone outright. If it had been anyone else in the group who had stolen Meng Yiren's prey, he would have had a very difficult time dealing with it, and might have even had to fight. But Tang San was different. He had a fiercely protective and powerful father. Having figured out the implications, Xiao Wuji repeatedly smiled apologetically. Not at all, Senior Longguang, you're too kind. I think there must be some misunderstanding. If Tang San knew this was your granddaughter's prey, he certainly wouldn't have been so ruthless. Besides, Tang San's real teacher is someone else entirely. I wouldn't dare claim that title. Seeing Xiao Wuji's sullen expression, Meng Shu felt a chill run down his spine. His deep eyes narrowed involuntarily. Could Tang San have some amazing background or origin? Seeing the suspicion on Meng Shu's face, Xiao Wuji immediately followed suit. Senior Longguang, may I have a word with you in private? Longguang frowned. Now that he had an absolute advantage, he wasn't afraid of any schemes Xiao Wuji might pull. With a flick of his dragon-headed cane, he moved more than 20 meters to the side in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Xiao Wuji quickly followed, even taking the time to nod and smile at Zhao Xiangxiang, a stark contrast to his previous appearance. Zhao Xiangxiang watched coldly, curiosity flashing in her eyes. She saw Xiao Wuji lean down and whisper something, and her husband's expression changed repeatedly. Indifference, shock, and ugliness followed Xiao Wuji's conversation with Meng Shu. Zhu Xiuqing and Ning Rongrong had already reached Tang San's side. Meng Yiren also moved closer, wanting to ask something, but was too shy to speak. Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating, heard a cold voice beside him. Tang San, where are Yichu and Xiao Wu? Zhu Xiuqing, her pretty face frosty, helped the pale-faced Ning Rongrong to his side. Yichu? Wasn't he with you? How would I know? Tang San was stunned. How could you not know? After you and Xiao Wu were captured, Yichu clearly chased after them. Ning Rongrong's eyes were red, her breathing was disordered, and her emotions became somewhat agitated. Tang San frowned, not expecting Yichu to dare to chase after them alone, and now he was nowhere to be found. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Say something, Ning Rongrong urged, her brows furrowed, her face covered in mud and sweat. looking very haggard. Ninrangrong, what's the rush? Tang San needs to rest now. Daimyo Bei, who was supporting him, was also somewhat pleased. He wished Yichu, who dared to cuckold him, was really dead. We didn't ask you. Zhu Huking looked at him coldly, her sharp claws already extended. Zhu Huking, what do you mean? Alright, boss Dai. Tang San pulled Daimyo Bei back from his rage and explained, I just woke up and encountered this soul beast. After encountering the Titan giant ape, I haven't seen Yichu since. Believe it or not, what? You actually dared to lie to me just now. Did Yichu say Yichu was captured by a soul beast? Meng Yiren, who was standing nearby, heard Ninrangrong's voice and came over, her face showing anger and hostility. Tang San glanced at her, sneered inwardly, but showed a hint of apology on his face. Miss Meng, although I used a little trick, Yichu is indeed very likely to be with that Titan giant ape, you bastard. Meng Yiren's curse was interrupted by Meng Shu before she could finish. Yiren, come here. That soul ring is his. Meng Shu had finished talking to Xiao Wuji. After telling his wife, the couple looked solemn and fearful. Xiao Wuji stood aside, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. The title of Haoshin Douluo was indeed very useful. Grandpa. Since that's the case, let's set off to find Yichu. Meng Yiren jogged back to Meng Shu's side, grabbing his hand and urging him on. Yiren, don't be ridiculous. Do you know how strong that soul beast is? Even a title Douluo might not be its match. Meng Shu's face darkened. Grandpa encourages you to fight for your own happiness, but not to risk my old life. Are you trying to kill me with filial piety? The fact that a soul beast like the Titan giant ape has appeared on the outskirts makes me think we should finish our business and leave as soon as possible. Zhao Xiangxiang stopped indulging her. Then you go first. I'll go find Yichu with them. Meng Yiren didn't insist anymore, pointing to Ninrangrong and Zhu Huking. Ninrangrong and Zhu Huking looked at Meng Yiren in surprise. They hadn't expected her to be able to do this much after only meeting Yichu once. Tang San, however, had no time to watch the spectacle. He had already heard what Longuang had said. This spirit ring belongs to him now. Although he didn't know what Xiao Wuji had said to him, the spirit ring wouldn't wait for anyone. If you waited any longer, the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider would dissipate. Brother Dai, please protect me, don't worry. There are so many people here, no outsiders will disturb you. Daimyo Bei patted his chest. Without Yichu around, he felt much easier to breathe. Yiren. You're really being ridiculous. Just as Meng Shu was about to forcibly take Meng Yiren away, his aged face suddenly changed. He turned his head sharply, looking behind him, his spirit power surging. Who's there? Come out. From the dense forest behind them came rustling footsteps. Wrong, Zuking. Are you alright? A man and a woman ran out of the woods. Although they were a little disheveled, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Seeing the two of them, Xiao Wuji and the others were stunned. Ninrangrong and Zhu Huking, on the other hand, had just heard the familiar voices. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward, their faces beaming with joy, almost bursting into tears. Yichu? Thump. Two muffled sounds. The two girls bumped into the young man in white. I'm back. Yichu gently patted their backs, his hands adorned with vibrant greenery, his body emanating a faint fragrance, dispelling their fatigue. Wrong, Zuking, aren't you even going to look at me? Xiao Wu was pushed aside by them, her eyes filled with resentment. Unfortunately, the two girls were immersed in Yichu's warm and comfortable embrace, truly having no time to pay attention to her. Damn. Yichu? Xiao Wu, you're still alive. Oscar, regaining his senses, widened his eyes, his face still showing disbelief. Oscar, how dare you talk like that? Do you believe Xiao Wu, will tear your mouth apart? Xiao Wu, feeling neglected, raised her fist, glaring fiercely at him. Cough. I didn't mean to. I just want to know how you guys escaped back. Oscar's expression changed, and he immediately pulled Fatty Ma Hongjin in front of him. His face was filled with fear and curiosity. Damn it, Oscar, why are you pulling me? I don't want to know. Ma Hongjin was also a little nervous. He really didn't want to experience being ganged up on by several girls again, given the sheer number of people on the other side. Although he said he didn't want to know, the fat man's curious look betrayed him. Daimyo Bei, standing next to Tang San, looked at them strangely with a face full of annoyance and hatred. Xiao Wuji was also very curious. What Oscar wants to ask is what I want to ask too. This, Xiao Wu didn't know how to explain for a moment. Yichu, who had almost calmed down the two girls, said the explanation he had prepared. Actually, I didn't chase after them for very long before the Titan giant ape threw Tang San and Xiao Wu in different directions. Then I followed those directions and found Xiao Wu. No wonder Tang San said he woke up here. It turns out he was thrown here. Oscar thought of Tang San's words earlier and immediately believed this explanation. So that's how it is. Even Xiao Wuji couldn't find a better explanation. After all, the Titan giant ape's strength was undeniable. Yichu and his group alone couldn't have escaped. Is this Yichu? Meng Shu looked at the suddenly appearing young man. His appearance was indeed quite good. He had seen so many talented young men, and in terms of appearance alone, none could surpass him. Moreover, his cultivation was already top tier at his age, or even monstrous. His granddaughter's taste was excellent. Meng Yiren also stared blankly at him, hesitating whether to go forward and greet him. Oh no. It seems like Xiao San's absorption of the soul ring has gone wrong. Just then, Daimyo Bei's exclamation rang in everyone's ears. He was still immersed in resentment and regret that Yichu had returned alive, but in the blink of an eye, he noticed that Tang San's face had turned black. Fine beads of blood were beginning to seep from the skin exposed outside his clothes. What? How could this happen? Xiao Wuji's heart tightened, and without thinking about Yichu and the others, he immediately went to Tang San's side. If this guy died, he would die too. Yichu was holding the two girls, and out of the corner of his eye, he also noticed Tang San absorbing the spirit ring. Fortunately, there was still time. Tang San's accident at this moment created an opportunity for the skunk's actions. Looking at the two girls in his arms, Yichu slowly lowered his head and traced their cheeks. Ningrongrong cooperated by bringing her face closer. Zhu Xiuqing, however, had blood on her face and lowered her head to sob softly. Yichu dirty, it's okay. Although the two girls were a little dirty, their skin was still smooth and tender to the touch. Yichu gently kissed the two women on the cheek, then whispered in their ears that he had other things to do. He then released them. Unexpectedly, they instinctively grabbed one of his arms and pulled it into their own. Then holding hands is alright, isn't it? Ningrongrong blushed, looking at him cautiously, unsure of what he was doing and a little afraid of holding him back. Yichu glanced at the two women. Even Zhu Xiuqing, who wasn't usually so affectionate with him in public, was suppressing her shyness and refusing to let go. Alright, he could only nod with a smile. Everything was arranged anyway. HMPH, Xiao Wu snorted and followed Yichu and the others who were already walking towards Tang San. Old man, should we go? Zhao Xiangxiang glanced at Meng Yiren, who looked somewhat envious, undecided. Let's wait and see. Since Yiren really likes that kid, I'll give her a hand. Meng Shu stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming as he watched Yichu's retreating figure. Yiren, let's go check on him first. Meng Shu was also worried about that child. It would be difficult to handle if he got angry. Okay, Meng Yiren nodded, and the three of them moved closer to Tang San. Yichu arrived a short distance in front of Tang San. Seeing Zhu Xiuqing leaning against him like a little bird, Daimyo Bei's face immediately turned ashen. Yichu, what's going on? Ningrongrong looked at Tang San's current state. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Tang San's brows were furrowed, his lips were bleeding, and his convulsing body was shrouded in a thin mist of blood. The powerful force contained within the spirit ring was incompatible with his physical body, and blood beads began to seep out of his body, evaporating into the air with his spirit power. Teacher Zhao, won't Tang San die if this continues? Ma Hongjin looked at Tang San, who had become a blood-soaked figure, and couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never seen anyone absorb a spirit ring like this before. It was truly too much suffering. Just as Zhu Xiuqing was moaning softly, Xiao Wu, who had clung to her arm, saw the corpse of the human-faced demon spider lying nearby and let out a soft exclamation. Xiao Qiu, this human-faced demon spider, I know. This is a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, 2,000 years. Yichu's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Xiao Wuji's head, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his eyes filled with terror. Yichu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Xiao Wuji knew very well that the limit for the third ring should be 1,700 years. Tang San's physical condition was not at its peak, and even his spirit rings were far beyond the limit. Something unexpected might happen. No mistake. I once read in a book that the cultivation level of a human-faced demon spider is judged by the length of its legs. This human-faced demon spider's legs are over 3 meters long, a sign of cultivation exceeding 2,000 years. Yichu nodded affirmatively, while one hand slowly moved, reaching into his pocket amidst Zhu Huking's blushing expression. Inside was a glass marble. Yichu's words made Meng Yiren turn her head, and Xiao Wu smiled at her man with her eyes crinkled. Xiao Chu, you're so amazing. Yichu was a little embarrassed by Xiao Wu's praise. After all, he had overstepped his bounds and stolen the words that Xiao Wu was about to say. This is actually a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, thank goodness. Meng Shu was shocked when he heard Yichu's words, followed by a wave of fear. Luckily, he hadn't succeeded in hunting it, otherwise his granddaughter would most likely have perished. Would Tang San have exploded and died? Ning Rongrong's soft words, however, resounded like a booming bell in everyone's ears. Boom. Ah! Ning Rongrong closed her eyes in terror and threw herself into Yichu's arms. Meng Yiren also screamed, burying her face in Zhao Xiangxiang's arms. Oscar, Ma Hongjin, and Dai Mubei were also terrified, quickly retreating, almost wetting themselves. Meng Shu and his wife's eyelids twitched, and Zhao Wuji felt a chill in his heart, thinking Tang San had exploded, but his eyes were fixed on the distant explosion site in horror. What on earth happened? While everyone was shocked by the distant explosion, they didn't notice that Tang San had suddenly been disturbed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, even pausing his absorption of the spirit ring. A skunk quickly pounced into Tang San's arms, emitting a white light that surged into his body, resuming Tang San's spirit ring absorption process. The purple spirit ring floating above his head was already swaying, seemingly about to dissipate. Yichu's lips curled into a cold smile. He hugged Ning Rongrong tighter, wishing he could immediately give her a long kiss. Her unintentional remark was a brilliant assist. His plan to use the gunpowder explosion to distract them went very smoothly. The effect was outstanding. Before returning, Yichu had also used his Sharingan to control a fire-breathing insect-type soul beast, the firefly swarm. When he crushed the glass ball in his pocket, it would ignite the gunpowder packet Yichu had left behind. The explosion they had just heard was caused by the firefly swarm. The echo of the explosion had not yet faded. Xiao Wu was the first to be unable to stand it, covering her nose and retreating a lot. It stinks, what? Zhao Wuji also came to his senses, and after being frightened, he habitually took a deep breath, almost fainting. Grandma, it stinks. Zhao Xiangxiang also quickly retreated with Meng Yiren, her old face wrinkled with worry. The others also moved away from Tang San one after another. Fortunately, Yichu had quietly activated the blue-silver fragrance, preventing himself and the two women from suffering too much. What is that? Zhao Wuji covered his nose and looked into Tang San's arms. It looks like a soul beast. Snake Granny Zhao Xiangxiang squinted, finally seeing the thing below clearly. It's a skunk. Dragon Duke Meng Shu, standing beside him, also turned pale. Where did this skunk come from? Dragon Duke frowned. How could he have not noticed it at all? And how could a soul beast of this level appear near the mixed zone? Look! Little San has broken through. Did he succeed? Dai Mubei exclaimed. What? Zhao Wuji felt a surge of joy. He thought he was probably going to die with him, but his eyes regained their light. The peerless dragon and snake couple also looked at Tang San in surprise. Only Meng Yiren looked at Yichu with curiosity and strangeness in her eyes. In the distance, Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands clasped in front of his dantian, a blue-silver grass floating in his hands. His expression had softened, the previous ferocity replaced by a relaxed one. A slight smile even appeared on his lips. Just moments before, he had been struggling to absorb the powerful energy within the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, his body constantly being assaulted by that energy, suffering unbearable pain and nearly fainting. Unexpectedly, a loud bang occurred. Although it distracted him and almost caused him to fail, he managed to firmly hold on to the soul ring. After that, absorbing the soul ring suddenly became exceptionally easy, and his cultivation level slowly increased. Just when he thought he had overcome it, a foul stench filled his nostrils, making him want to vomit. His expression turned grim again, his bloodshot face concealing a distorted, greenish-blue face. Absorbing the soul ring was at a crucial moment. The increase in his cultivation level prevented him from moving. He could only maintain smooth, steady breathing, forcefully suppressing the churning in his stomach, meticulously performing his duties. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, and the cold observation of Yichu and the women. What happened in just a few breaths felt like an eternity. Tang San's cultivation had finally surpassed level 30, reaching level 31, officially becoming a soul master. The purple soul ring on his head also dissipated in the air just in time. Great! He succeeded. Xiao Wu excitedly pumped his fist, even happier than if he had broken through himself. This was practically an escape from death, incredibly exciting. But Long Guangmengshu frowned. He didn't share a life-or-death relationship with Tang San, so he was naturally more clear-headed. His perception was also much stronger. Something's wrong. His cultivation and that soul ring are both wrong. What's wrong? Xiao Wu looked at him strangely, his heart, which had just settled, now pounding again. Teacher Xiao? Oscar suddenly cried out in terror, his words stammering. Look! White, what? Xiao Wu turned around to ask Oscar, but his body froze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his voice trembling, and his eyes bloodshot from the ordeal. White. How can it be white? Everyone stared blankly at Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a blue silver grass in his arms. 3 spirit rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. Yellow, and white. The third one was actually a white 10-year spirit ring. Tang San, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, contorted his face again. He too had sensed something was wrong. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 181 Soul Bone. Tang San gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. He continued to circulate his prize Zhuangtianguang, exerting great effort, but to no avail. How could this be? His lips twitched slightly, cold sweat washing away the bloodstains on his face. His third ring had already been absorbed. How could this be? His cultivation had only just barely crossed the level 30 threshold. How could this 1000-year soul ring provide so little improvement compared to the second and first rings he had absorbed? There was no sound in his ears. Xiao Wu and the others were stunned speechless by the scene before them, unable to recover for a long time. Gradually, Tang San also lost patience. After the physical pain completely disappeared, he regained consciousness and felt the weight in his arms. Raising his hand, he felt a furry touch, slightly warm. After only a couple of touches, the stench lingering around his nose became even stronger. This seemed to be a soul beast? A soul beast? Tang San's mind went blank, buzzing from the word. His eyes snapped open, and the skunk's dull, slightly dazed eyes met his gaze. It's a skunk. Having some knowledge of soul masters, he immediately recognized a little cutie in his arms. Tang San's face contorted in shock. He finally understood where the stench was coming from. But he had no time to ponder where the skunk had come from. His eyes flashed with panic and a hint of relief. However, his third soul ring delivered a devastating blow. His pupils dilated violently, bloodshot veins appearing. He screamed in terror. White. How could it be white? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang San was filled with shock and anger, unable to believe what he was seeing. He even forgot to throw the skunk away. The stench was irrelevant. His heart was trembling. I clearly absorbed the 1000-year spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang San kept muttering to himself, unable to accept this cruel and absurd fact. He summoned his blue-silver grass, still clinging to a last glimmer of hope. The white spirit ring glowed slightly. However, no miracle occurred. The blue-silver grass remained unchanged, only the stench Tang San smelled intensified. PFFT, Tang San immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming to the sky. No, he then collapsed straight down. Already tormented by forcibly absorbing the 2000-year spirit ring, he was at his limit. Now, seeing his unprecedented and unparalleled spirit ring configuration, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from excitement. Before closing his eyes, he still couldn't understand where things had gone wrong. What on earth happened? In his last moment before collapsing, he seemed to see Xiao Wu covering her nose, looking disgusted. A flicker of joy rose in his heart. Xiao Wu was back. When he saw Yichu, with one woman on each side and a cold smile on his lips, an overwhelming hatred surged within him. His intuition told him that Yichu, that damned man, had definitely tampered with his third spirit ring. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were too heavy. He wanted to say something, but the blood was already stuck in his throat. PFFT. From the moment he screamed to the moment he collapsed, Only a few breaths had passed. Tang San, Xiao Wuji finally reacted. His anxiety made him oblivious to the foul smell in the air. He rushed towards Tang San, holding him in his arms and checking his vital signs. He examined him thoroughly, inside and out, and thankfully, there was no danger to his life. Holding his breath, his face dark, he tossed the skunk in Tang San's arms aside. He called out towards Ma Hongjin and the others, "Ma Hongjin, quickly use your fire to burn this soul beast. Oscar, come here quickly. Get your sausage, coming, teacher Xiao." Oscar pinched his nose and walked over, laboriously chanting his lewd soul incantation. 2 soul rings rose from Ma Hongjin's feet. He pinched his nose and spat out a phoenix fire line, instantly igniting the skunk's body. The others stood at a distance, their eyes filled with strange expressions. This was truly an eye-opener for them. Yi Chu's lips curled into a cold smile. Xiao Wu also had a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Their expressions were both observed by a single gaze. Huh? Ma Hongjin, who had just burned the skunk's corpse, suddenly widened his lewd little eyes. He asked Xiao Wuji beside him, "Teacher Xiao, why can't this skunk be burned clean? There seems to be something inside." His voice also drew the attention of the others. The well-informed Dragon Lord Mengshu narrowed his eyes, and upon seeing the object clearly, his heart trembled. How is this possible? This is a soul bone. What? A soul bone? Snake Granny Zhao Xiangxiang was also astonished. A soul bone. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened as well. The others were no better off. Those present weren't ignorant, they already knew the preciousness of soul bones. Ningrongrong and Zhu Xiuqing, who were holding Yi Chu, glanced at their lovers strangely. Suddenly, things became clear. Yi Chu didn't want to expose himself, so he glared at them irritably. He even pinched them with his claws, signaling them to look away. This caused the 2 women to blush and glare at him, then tacitly looked away. This is a soul bone? But it doesn't seem like one. Upon hearing that it was a soul bone, Ma Hongjin immediately picked it up. What he held in his hand was an irregularly shaped columnar object, mottled with black and white stripes, only about 10 centimeters long. A faint fluctuation of soul power emanated from it. This is indeed a soul bone. It seems to be a right arm bone. The reason it looks like this is because its age is too low and its quality is too poor. It only has the shape of a forearm. After seeing the quality of the soul bone, the gleam in Longuang Mengshu's eyes immediately dimmed. This level of soul bone is really useless. Not worth the trouble. Damn. Why does this soul bone smell so bad? Ma Hongjin had never seen such a high-end thing as a soul bone before. He couldn't help but hold it to his face and cherish it. Only when he got closer did he smell the stench of a cute little skunk. He quickly threw the soul bone back to the ground and vigorously rubbed his fat face. Yeah, I'm done for, boss die, I'm not clean anymore. My hands and face smell bad, fatty, get out of my way. What time is it? You're already smelly. Seeing the fat man about to pounce on him, Dai Mubei kicked him away with a look of disgust. PFFT, ha ha ha. Fatty, of course this skunk's soul bone stinks. I bet its soul bone skill is just to knock people out with its stench. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh at Fatty's comical appearance. The stench in the air had gradually dissipated. But Tang San and the skunk had been inseparable for a long time. So he inevitably picked up its scent. Therefore, Xiao Wuji's expression was still very unpleasant. He was also full of doubt. This was just too strange. What on earth is going on? A soul beast that's less than 100 years old has actually managed to drop a soul bone for the first time ever. As everyone knows, the higher the age and strength of a soul beast, the greater the chance of it dropping a soul bone. A 100,000-year-old soul beast has a 100% chance of dropping a soul bone. But the probability of a soul beast that's only a dozen years old dropping a soul bone is infinitesimally close to 0. Mengshu was also very puzzled. Maybe it's just that this little brother Tang San is lucky. Cough cough. Zhao Xiangxiang started coughing before she could finish speaking. The others also looked at her strangely. The 3rd spirit ring, by some twist of fate, turned white. Can you call that good luck? Actually, besides the guaranteed spirit bone drop from a 100,000-year spirit beast, there are 2 other situations. Yi Chu's voice drew everyone's attention. Oh? What situations? Mengshu immediately became interested. Under Ningrongrong's disapproving gaze, Yi Chu, after considering for a moment, decided to pull his hand out of Ningrongrong's arms. He held up 2 fingers and explained in detail. The conditions for both situations are extremely harsh. One is that the spirit beast possesses extreme resentment. The other is that the spirit beast voluntarily allows itself to be killed by the spirit master, either as a sacrifice or by giving up hope of survival. Extreme resentment. Meng Shu frowned. He knew a little about sacrifice. After all, he had heard about Tang San's father. But this extreme resentment was something he had never heard of before. What constitutes extreme resentment? How extreme does it have to be? So you mean, Xiao Wuji didn't know if what he said was true or false, but at least half of it was credible. After all, he had also heard of sacrifice. Maybe this soul beast willingly sacrificed itself for Tang San. Yi Chu suppressed a laugh, speaking casually while glaring at Xiao Wu, who was snickering. What did Tang San do to deserve such a sacrifice? Dai Miubei was stunned for a moment, then felt a pang of regret. It was a pity it was just a soul beast less than 100 years old. Maybe this human-faced spider was going to eat the skunk, and Tang San just happened to save it. Oscar stroked his white stubble. Would a soul beast even dare to eat something like that? Ma Hongjin, still slapping his stinky face, expressed his doubt. The smell was just too strong. Sigh. Alright, enough said, it's already happened. Let's get out of here first. Xiao Wuji didn't want to dwell on these irreversible matters anymore. It was too much of a headache. Although Tang San had survived, his blue-silver grass martial soul had encountered a major problem. Randomly matching soul rings might bring some long-term adverse effects. Once his father, Tang Hao, finds out, he'll know what fate awaits him. He can only leave it to fate. Everyone, rest for half an hour first, then we'll leave the starred-out Great Forest. Xiao Wuji settled Tang San under a large tree and instructed the others. Ever since encountering the Titan giant ape, he hadn't opened his eyes, leading several students through the forest. He was physically exhausted, mentally tense, and utterly worn out. Understood, Teacher Zhao? Ma Hongjin remembered to pick up that soul bone and take it back. Glancing at the soul bone on the ground, Xiao Wuji told Ma Hongjin to put it away. Although it wasn't anything special, it was still a soul bone. If Tang San didn't want it, he could sell it for some money. Wrong, Xiuqing, you should sit down and rest for a while too. And Xiao, okay, Yi Chu gestured for the girls to sit down, then took out a lot of food from his divine might space and handed it to them. Yi Chu was sitting on the ground when a pair of long, straight, and shapely legs suddenly appeared in front of him. Meng Yiren had already walked up to him, shy and timid. Miss Meng? Would you like some? Yi Chu looked up at her and handed her the pastries he was holding. No. Meng Yiren was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands repeatedly, as if she wanted to say something. The dragon and snake couple also stood up beside her. You are Yi Chu? Dragon Lord Meng Shu held his dragon-headed cane, looking at Yi Chu with admiration and appreciation in his eyes. Senior Dragon Lord, this junior is indeed Yi Chu? Yi Chu stopped sitting, put the pastries in Ning Rongrong's mouth, and stood up. Ning Rongrong and the others also looked at the family of three curiously. Xiao Wuji and the others were also paying attention to this side. Having just found Tang San and the others, he didn't want any more accidents to happen. Haha. You truly are a handsome and talented man. No wonder my Yiren couldn't forget you after just one meeting. Meng Shu stroked his beard, nodding in deep agreement. Grandpa. What nonsense are you talking about? Meng Yiren stamped her foot in embarrassment, her eyes darting around to observe Yi Chu's reaction. Haha. Meeting Meng Yiren's watery eyes, Yi Chu chuckled dryly and scratched his head. Miss Meng is too kind. Whether it's too kind or not, now that I've seen you in person, do you think I can't tell? Seeing Yi Chu's self-deprecating manner, Meng Shu was even more pleased. With such talent, yet so humble and composed, his temperament is quite good. I wonder if there's anything you need, senior. Yi Chu didn't waste any time arguing with him, he knew his own strength. Since Meng Shu had come to talk to him personally, it certainly wasn't just a casual chat. Perhaps, like with Tang San, he wanted to recruit him into his family. Meng Shu's next words confirmed Yi Chu's guess. I have high hopes for your future. Would you be willing to join my family, senior? Seeing Yi Chu about to speak, Meng Shu raised his palm to interrupt him. Don't be so quick to refuse. If you join my family, you'll receive preferential treatment in terms of resources. We will also help you hunt souls and protect your growth. If you and Yiren can get together, the position of clan leader is not out of the question. Clan leader? Oscar and Ma Hongjin's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing these two words. They wished they could replace Yichu. I'm sorry, Senior Dragon Lord, I still prefer to be free. Under Meng Yuran's expectant gaze, Yichu smiled wryly and politely declined Meng Shu's invitation. This pie was really big and round. However, Yichu didn't lack any of these things. Not to mention the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he still had the poisoned Douluo as his backer outside, and in the starred-out Great Forest, he also had 2 brothers-in-law who were 100,000 years old. Oh? Aren't you going to reconsider? Meng Shu was also somewhat surprised, not expecting him to refuse so decisively. His gaze then fell on Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls, who were still sitting on the ground. If you care about these young ladies, there's absolutely no need. There are plenty of men in this world with multiple wives and concubines, you can bring them along too. Huh? Yichu thought he had misheard. What kind of outrageous words were these? This old man's appetite was too big. Not to mention that Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing were both soul venerables around 12 years old. Ning Rongrong's status was far beyond what a small temple could accommodate. PFFT, damn it. Little Oscar, what are you doing? Do you need a beating? Oscar, who was drinking water not far away, couldn't help but spray Ma Hongjian's face when he heard these words. Even Dai Mubei looked over with a mocking expression. He didn't think much of the so-called family of the peerless dragon snake. Moreover, since they actually planned to hang out with Yichu, he had even less of a good impression of them. However, Meng Shu was still somewhat unaware of the strange atmosphere around him. You heard me right, as long as my family remains powerful, that's all that matters, Grandpa. Meng Yuran's face showed a hint of panic. She hadn't even gotten close to Yichu yet. How could she say something so offensive? Why? Why should she be powerful? We don't care about your so-called bullshit family. Before Yichu could even speak, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and grabbed Yichu's arm, retaliating. Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing nodded in agreement. They were quite confident in Ning Rongrong's fighting power and sat on the ground watching her perform. Ning Rongrong was furious. She hadn't even had a chance to become powerful, and this guy who had only met Yichu twice already had such big ambitions. This was unacceptable. Where did this brat come from, so ill-mannered? Meng Shu's expression changed. Although his family couldn't compare to the 3 upper sects, they were still somewhat powerful compared to the 4 lower sects. How could he tolerate being slandered? Yichu, don't speak, let me do it. Humph, seeing Yichu about to speak, Ning Rongrong stuffed the dry rations she had just finished eating into his mouth. You asked me where I'm from? I'll tell you right now. I'm from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong stretched out her small hand, and a 7-story, 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in her palm, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. What? You're actually from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Meng Shu's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that among this group of people, the seemingly ordinary girl in green would have such an extraordinary background. She was a direct disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, his surprise was only momentary. The 7 treasure glazed tile school had many disciples, and their statuses varied greatly. HMPH. Even if you're a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, that's no reason for you to spout such nonsense. Why isn't it enough? If my father, Sword Grandpa, and Bone Grandpa knew you actually wanted me to join your family and become someone else's concubine, let's see if your family can still exist. HMPH. Yichu, I didn't mean to. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she noticed that Yichu seemed to be choking, so she quickly patted his back gently. Sword. Bone. These words made Meng Shu's head buzz, and cold sweat seeped out on his back. Besides those 2, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Meng Shu looked at Ning Rongrong with a solemn expression. Who exactly are you? Cough cough. Yichu finally caught his breath, and Miss Ning also came back online. My name is Ning Rongrong, and my father is the sect leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengzi. What? Meng Shu's body trembled, and he almost dropped the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Who the hell are these people Xiao Wuji brought? Each one has an incredibly powerful background. Zhao Xiangxiang beside him was also shocked. She hadn't expected another powerful figure like him. Meng Yuran stared blankly at Yichu, the so-called young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, bowing deeply. Her eyes held an indescribable strangeness. The contrast was simply too great. Meng Shu also stared at Yichu in disbelief. This kid had actually managed to hook up with a young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. No wonder he was unmoved by the conditions he had proposed. At the same time, his face darkened, somewhat resentful that Xiao hadn't spoken up sooner. In the end, he had made a fool of himself. Making the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school a concubine, this matter was both trivial and serious. It was just a few words. Meng Shu wouldn't abandon his dignity as a powerful figure over something like this. However, embarrassment was inevitable. He had no face to stay any longer and decided to end things quickly. So you're Sect Master Ning's beloved daughter. It seems Brother Yichu has found a better match. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer, Yiren. Let's go, Meng Shu called out and led the way, turning to leave. Yiren, Zhao Xiangxiang tugged twice, but couldn't budge her. Yichu also looked at her in confusion. Grandpa, why don't you rest here for a while? Meng Yiren turned back and said. Meng Shu's face darkened, he still felt that his words had made him lose face. But seeing his granddaughter's hopeful eyes, he nodded. He gestured to Xiao Xiangxiang and they found an open space to sit down together. Meng Yiren's expression brightened, and she turned to look at Yichu, her pretty face blooming with happiness. She clenched her fists tightly, her expectant, spring-like gaze fixed on Yichu. Her voice was also full of nervousness, trembling slightly as if she were using a lot of force. Yichu, can we talk alone? QQ Group. 831,821,005 Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 182 Corpse. Faced with Meng Yiren's invitation, Yichu didn't answer, but turned to look at Xiao Wu and the others. HMPH. Go ahead, Ning Rongrong tilted her head back, glancing at the somewhat nervous Meng Yiren. She gave Yichu a playful shove. She couldn't pretend that Meng Yiren's earlier pleading with the gay Shilongsh couple, even offering to stay and go with them to find Yichu, hadn't happened. Zhu Xiuqing didn't object either, it was just a chat. Besides, all three of them were there. Crunch. Xiao Wu bared her teeth at Yichu, taking a big bite of the carrot in her hand, as if warning him. Unfortunately, it had no effect, only earning her a glare from Yichu. After all, this concerned her own happiness. Yichu didn't believe she would act recklessly. Before, that rabbit had been eagerly seeking him out. Watching this scene, Meng Yiren suddenly realized that perhaps the most important thing to getting closer to Yichu wasn't winning him over, but also the opinions of his confidants. Thinking of this, Meng Yiren's flushed face burned again, and she nodded slightly to Ning Rongrong and the others. Thank you. Just now, wanting to be the big sister wasn't my own idea. Her face flushed. Meng Yiren clasped her arms together, highlighting her ample bosom, and clutched the hem of her dress, looking quite shy. Under the curious, raised eyebrows of Ning Rongrong and the others, she took a deep breath before laboriously uttering, Actually, I'm a very traditional girl. If possible, I can be the little sister. Meng Yiren's deep brown, bright eyes shimmered, misty with moisture, very alluring. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently as she looked earnestly at Ning Rongrong and the others. PFFT, cough cough. Hearing her words, Ning Rongrong almost choked on her own saliva. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing also stared blankly at her. Yichu was even more stunned. You're too traditional, Yichu. Let's go over there. Her short, black hair partially obscured her face. But that didn't stop her from clearly seeing her delicate, rosy face under the gradually brightening sky. Miss Meng. Slow down, it's too fast. Under the envious gazes of Ma Hongjin and Oscar, Yichu, still in a daze, was dragged by Meng Yiren, who was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to go, towards a tree in the distance. The two figures disappeared into the grove and disappeared from sight. I suddenly regret letting that stinky guy Yichu go over there. Ning Rongrong looked at Meng Yiren's back with a bitter face. Yet, she is indeed very difficult to deal with. Zhu Xiuqing also nodded. Xiao Wu's scarlet eyes rolled. How about, we go over too? Old woman, did I hear that right? Yiren is going to be someone's concubine. The Dragon King, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree, had already fallen his dragon-headed cane to the ground, still a little incredulous. You heard right. Sigh. Yiren has grown up now. Zhao Xiangxiang seemed to have come to terms with it inside. HMPH. I think she's been blinded by male beauty. Meng Shu snorted coldly, picking up his dragon-headed cane again. His gaze swept over Xiao Wu and the other two who were quietly making their way into the grove. He suddenly felt that being a concubine wasn't such a bad thing. After all, being sisters with a young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school wasn't bad either. beneficial to both the family and himself. Of course. Everything was based on the premise that his granddaughter wouldn't be bullied, behind a large tree. Meng Yiren pulled Yichu here. She held Yichu's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. So Yichu stopped struggling and let her hold his hand. Looking at the tall, mature girl who seemed a little afraid to look him in the eye, Yichu slowly spoke, "Miss Meng, what would you like to talk to me about?" Meng Yiren's large brown eyes were quite striking even in the shadows, reflecting Yichu's blue pupils in their spring-like waves. "Yichu?" Her soft voice seemed to tug at his heartstrings as Meng Yiren held Yichu's hand in front of her. Yichu looked at her strangely. He felt that warmth, that gentle touch, and could even feel her heartbeat. His face flushed. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Yichu had initially thought he was quite resistant to such situations. Now it seemed it was mostly because he was too familiar with Xiao Wu and the others. Meng Yiren's fingernails were turning white, her heartbeat gradually quickening. She tilted her head slightly, meeting Yichu's gaze. "Yichu, do you believe in love at first sight?" I should believe it." Yichu turned his head away, unable to meet her burning eyes. Seeing Yichu turn away, Meng Yiren frowned in disappointment, but still spoke firmly, "I like you." "Seriously?" "Yes. I know." Yichu looked at her again, nodding in response. He did know, and had only just found out. He and Xiao Wu had overheard Meng Yiren begging Long Gong to come find her. At their last meeting, Yichu initially thought she was just superficially attracted to him, but he never expected her to be so willing to risk her safety for him. "Do you really know?" Meng Yiren took a step forward, her heart pounding, her neck flushed. Yichu's hands were also frozen in place, afraid to move. He took a small step back and nodded slightly. "Yes." "Really? That's good." Meng Yiren ignored his small gesture, a smile appearing on her face. A young girl's feelings are always poetic. To have her heart understood by the one she loves is naturally a cause for celebration. Yichu looked at her radiant smile, so content, and felt a little troubled. "I'm sorry. Miss Meng, I already have." I know you already have several close female friends, but I don't mind. I can be a concubine." This time, Meng Yiren didn't back down because of Xiao Wu and the others. Even when she was away from Yichu, his image would always replay in her mind. It was as if it were deeply engraved in her heart and mind. "Huh? Are you serious?" Yichu looked at her, a little bewildered. Could someone really accept something so quickly? "Yes. What I told he wrong and sister wrong before was all true." Meng Yiren bit her lip, immediately placing herself in the position of the younger sister. Her large, unblinking eyes stared straight at Yichu, showing no sign of pretense. If she had harbored any ulterior motives before, after learning Ning Rongrong's identity, she no longer had those thoughts. Apart from being a little older than Ning Rongrong, she had nothing to compare with her. Moreover, even Ning Rongrong and the others were willing to serve Yichu together. Why couldn't she? "So you don't need to reject me right now. We're still young, there will be opportunities in the future," and Meng Yiren held Yichu's hand, her voice pausing. Suddenly, she became shy, her face and heart burning, her body trembling slightly. She gritted her teeth and said something that made Yichu's blood pressure soar. "And I'm very flexible. I can do everything they can do, and I can even do things they can't. Don't believe me? Look. I can do anything." Before Yichu could finish speaking, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her, 2 yellow spirit rings rose from her feet, and the second spirit ring suddenly lit up. Second spirit skill, snake body. Her whole body seemed boneless as she twisted and turned, raising one beautiful leg so high it almost swung onto her back. How was it? After the demonstration, Meng Yiren, her body burning hot and flushed like a cooked shrimp, looked at Yichu with great embarrassment. She had made a huge decision to say those words. Yichu's forehead was sweating, and he felt inexplicably thirsty. He took a few deep breaths to recover. "Miss Meng, you really don't need to debase yourself like this for a womanizer like me. How is this debasement? It's just a wife satisfying her husband's needs, and I did it willingly." Meng Yiren didn't think it was debasement at all. Moreover, her premise was that it was between a wife and husband, and it was just normal married life. Meng Yiren's words left Yichu speechless for a moment. Seeing Yichu's speechless expression, which seemed to make sense, Meng Yiren very understandingly let go of his hand. She put her hands behind her back, looking docile. Her bright eyes were full of smiles. "I've already said, you don't need to rush to respond to me. There's still plenty of time, and I'll keep your secret. Yichu moved his hands, which were a little numb from being squeezed, and suddenly paused when he heard her words. He looked at her strangely. As if he had thought of something, his expression became serious. What secret? It's about that skunk. When the explosion happened, I was worried about you, so I glanced at you. When that guy fell down, I saw that your and sister Xiao Wu's expressions were somewhat. When the gunpowder pack exploded in the distance, Meng Yiren had glanced at Yichu and seen how the skunk entered. When Tang San fainted, she saw Yichu's cold smile and Xiao Wu's gloating expression. She also knew Tang San's identity was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, her grandfather wouldn't have so easily allowed Tang San to absorb that spirit ring. Meng Yiren spoke these words with a smile, seemingly happy to know some things about Yichu. But as she spoke, her eyes turned to Yichu, only to find him frowning at her. Her words stopped, and she suddenly felt uneasy. I'm sorry, shouldn't I know so much? Under Yichu's gaze, Meng Yiren bit her lip and lowered her head. Yichu opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. There was no right or wrong anymore, she had already seen it all. He sighed helplessly, it's alright, just don't talk about it. Yichu wasn't afraid of people knowing that he was behind Tang San's third spirit ring, but rather afraid that others would discover his ability to control spirit beast sacrifices through this incident. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone, Meng Yiren nodded quickly. Then thank you, Miss Meng, you're welcome, it's what I should do. Yet, I'd rather die than tell anyone. Looking at Meng Yiren, who was smiling brightly and exchanging flirtatious glances with him, Yichu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She was just too enthusiastic. Before anything was even started, she already considered him one of her own. She was already calling Xiao Wu and the other sister. Yichu had no doubt that if he nodded, they might be able to find a place to make it a fait accompli. Miss Meng, you're being too kind. Your safety is the most important thing. Although Yichu thought no one would come knocking on his door because of this, are you worried about me? Yichu looked at her in astonishment. Her thought process was quite something. Yichu, you don't need to look at me like that. I know it's inappropriate to say these things to you after only meeting you twice, and it might even make you think I'm too easy. Time will prove everything, I'm serious. I can prove that too, Meng Yiren emphasized again, her face flushed as she approached Yichu step by step. Nothing of the sort, Miss Meng. There's really no need to prove that. Hey, seeing Meng Yiren swaying her hips as she tried to get closer, Yichu stepped back. He wanted to raise his hand to stop her, but he didn't dare to reach out. Because she didn't care at all, she directly committed a foul, dribbling and bumping into him. Don't go too far. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice appeared in his ear. Ah! Why are you all here? Meng Yiren cried out in embarrassment, her movements freezing, her face and ear tips turning bright red. She felt like she had been caught cheating by her wives. She lowered her head, her eyes darting around. Had they heard all those embarrassing things she just said? HMPH. Why aren't you calling me sister now? Ning Rongrong looked at Meng Yiren teasingly and walked directly to Yichu's side. Xiao Wu also quickly ran over and hugged Yichu's arm, as if afraid of being snatched away. Although she was happy that Meng Yiren could call her sister Xiao Wu, she didn't like it when someone tried to take her man away. You mean you've accepted me as your sister? Meng Yiren suddenly looked up, even with a hint of surprise in her eyes. You wish? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, both angry and speechless. She didn't mean that at all. Yichu also rubbed his forehead and turned to look at her. Rongrong, what brings you here? Hearing Yichu's question, Ning Rongrong's arrogance vanished, and she looked flustered. Eavesdropping on other people's conversations was never a good thing. Ning Rongrong directly revealed the ringleader. This was Xiao Wu's idea. Xiao Wu, pointed at by Ning Rongrong, chuckled sheepishly. I was afraid she'd bully you, right? Zhu Qing. Zhu Huqing ignored Xiao Wu, standing to the side, frowning, coldly watching Meng Yiren. Yichu gave Xiao Wu a helpless glare, then looked back at Meng Yiren, who was still standing to the side, somewhat at a loss. Miss Meng, is there anything else you want to say to me? No. Meng Yiren waved her hand, still blushing. She didn't dare look at Ning Rongrong and the other two women. In that case, let's go. Our rest time is almost over. Ning Rongrong took Yichu's arm and was about to leave. Meng Yiren watched Yichu being pulled away, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Just as she was about to walk outside, a very domineering figure blocked her way. Zhu Huking was staring straight at her. Is there something you need? Meng Yiren looked at her curiously, somewhat worried that Zhu Huking would cause her trouble. Zhu Huking's voice was cold, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Why didn't you call me just now, huh? Meng Yiren was stunned. Then, thinking of something, her pretty face flushed, and she tentatively called out softly, Sisters Huking. Zhu Huking nodded, an uncontrollable smile playing on her lips. I don't dislike that title, Xiao Wu and the others probably do too. After leaving those words, Zhu Huking turned and left. Meng Yiren stood there blankly. In an instant, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she left excitedly. It seemed that she had taken a big step closer to joining them. After Yichu and Meng Yiren's conversation ended, dawn slowly arrived. Alright, everyone should have rested enough. We should leave too. Seeing that Yichu and the others had already left, Xiao Wuji also got up to leave the starred-out Great Forest. Understood, Teacher Xiao? Daimyo Bei and the others also got up and responded. Xiao Wuji carried the still unconscious Tang Xin on his back and led the group towards the outer perimeter. As they passed the Geishi Longshi family, Yichu suddenly remembered something and quickly walked up to them. Boy! What are you doing here? Longgong Mengshu frowned as he looked at Yichu approaching. Yichu? Meng Yiren's face lit up with joy, and she tried to rush over, but was held back by Zhao Xiangxiang. Xiao Wuji and the others also stopped in their tracks because of Yichu's action. Senior, when I came from that direction earlier, I saw a cave containing a 1,500-year-old flame water demon serpent. It should be perfect as Miss Meng's third soul ring. Yichu pointed in a certain direction, telling Longgong the exact location of the soul beast. Flame water demon serpent. Mengshu's expression changed, and information about this soul beast immediately appeared in his mind. The flame water demon serpent didn't have water attribute abilities. It only spewed out a kind of white flame that meandered and surged like a stream of water, carrying fire poison. Mengshu stroked his beard and nodded. It is indeed very suitable. You've put in a lot of effort. It was just a chance encounter, so this junior will take his leave first. I wish you a successful soul hunt, senior. Yichu cupped his hands in farewell. Meng Yiren did bear some responsibility for losing the phoenix-tailed crested serpent, so this would be compensation. Yichu? Just as Yichu reached the three women, Meng Yiren's voice rang out from behind. He paused, about to turn around. Ah! Yichu, be careful. Just as he turned around, he heard Ning Rongrong's embarrassed and annoyed voice. As soon as he turned around, Yichu was embraced tightly, feeling a tremendous impact. A wet, slippery sensation touched his lips. Lips met, sharing a tender moment. Yichu's azure pupils slowly dilated, his blue eyes reflected in the brownish-green water. With each breath, he could feel the heat emanating from her. Meng Yiren's eyelashes trembled, her throat pounding. Just as Yichu was about to push her away, Meng Yiren had already put away her smooth skin and looked at him with a radiant smile. Yichu. I hope that next time we meet, you can call me Yiren. Yichu's breathing was a little erratic, his breath still carrying a lingering fragrance. Meng Yiren reached out and cupped Yichu's face, gently caressing it, her heart pounding with excitement. His skin was even better than her own, and even more beautiful up close. As she pouted her lips, wanting to take a small sip, Ning Rongrong arrived. Hey! How can you be so shameless? Sorry. Meng Yiren didn't argue with her, apologized, and ran away with a smile. Leaving Yichu still a little dazed, drool still in his mouth. Yichu! You shameless! Don't smack your lips. Ning Rongrong glared at Yichu with disgust, gently wiping the drool from his mouth. I wasn't, I was just breathing, Yichu argued. Alright. You guys hurry up and come over, it's time to leave, Xiao Wuji urged helplessly. Ma Hongjin and the others looked at him with envious eyes, their jealousy practically overflowing. We're here. Yichu pulled Ning Rongrong back to the group and continued to follow behind Xiao Wuji and the others. Xiao Wu leaned closer to him. Xiao Chu, have you taken a liking to her? We've only met twice. How could I have such thoughts? He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and rolled his eyes at her. So you mean if we meet a few more times, we'll be together? Zhu Huking looked at him curiously. Zhuking. Stop messing around, HMPH. She's already given it to you for free. You wouldn't want it? You even found her a soul beast just now. Ning Rongrong glared at him fiercely. She had clearly seen the two of them entangled together just now. Yichu, that damn guy, definitely has feelings for her. Being stared at by the girls, Yichu felt inexplicably guilty. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You guys go first, I'll go release the excess water in my body." After saying that, Yichu ran behind a bush. He activated his divine power and returned to the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. The demon spider's corpse was suddenly ignited by black flames, slowly leaving only a short, flat soul bone like a spine. There were 4 sections in total, with 4 bulges on both sides. Yichu wiped away the blood that had flowed from using Amaterasu, then picked up the soul bone. 8 spider lances. Got it. Looking at the item in his hand, his joyful face immediately fell. He sighed, frowning, and helplessly wiped his mouth. It still tasted a bit like mangyurin, sweet, soft, and moist. The morning sun slowly rose, its warm rays spilling down. Yichu gently touched his eyes, looking up. What man could withstand such a test? It was incredibly difficult. Few let nature take its course. We'll talk about it next time we meet. Yichu sighed, quickly shaking his head to dismiss the thought. Kamui appeared, and Yichu rushed back to the main force, starred out Great Forest Mixed Zone. Inside the cave, Zubang sat cross-legged in a pool of blood, his body seemingly slowly tearing apart. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, blue arcs of electricity crackling around his body. Gradually, the blood beneath him seemed to boil, and a crimson mist rose, flowing into Zubang's body. The cracked skin on his body gradually healed. "Whew," he exhaled. A pure white swan appeared behind him, but it was shrouded in a layer of bloody light. Combined, the entire swan was pink, exuding a bloody aura, yet appearing somewhat ethereal. It had 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Zubang's expression shifted, and the pink hue quickly vanished, replaced by a blue lightning tyrannosaurus shrouded in bloody mist. The spirit rings beneath him also changed, 3 purple and 1 black. A smile appeared on Zubang's face as he clenched his fists, feeling a sudden surge of power. The after effects of forcibly cultivating his newly acquired second spirit were finally subsiding. "Very good. It seems you're adapting well." Beside him, Hun Feng, wearing glasses, was writing something in his thick notebook. His face was still somewhat pale, and he looked quite haggard. Digesting and organizing memories that didn't belong to him was still very difficult. "Thanks to the method you provided, teacher, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand such power." Zubang stood up, looking at him respectfully. "You're already struggling to withstand the added 10,000-year soul ring this time. It seems you'll have to wait a while longer for your next soul ring and prepare more fresh blood." "I'll do whatever you say, teacher." Zubang was already quite satisfied with his current level 49 soul power. Although the price was high, it was all worth it for survival and for obtaining that position above all others. "Your Majesty, Evil Blood, you're finally back. We should be heading back to Heaven Dao City soon." Hun Feng adjusted his glasses, looking at the blood-robed elder who had just strolled out of the cave. This trip yielded some results," Evil Blood Douluo replied indifferently. Then he waved his hand. A corpse with messy long hair, missing an arm, and tattered clothes, as if torn apart by a soul beast, appeared on the ground. "Your Majesty, is there anything special about this corpse?" Zubang examined it closely but found nothing unusual. "Even my blood is almost dried up. Can this be called a harvest?" 3 in 1, 6,600 words, wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Puppet. A sinister smile appeared on the withered face of the Evil Blood Douluo. He didn't answer Zubang, but instead walked to the nearby skeleton of a soul beast and sat down. His dry, hoarse voice was somewhat grating. "This person's identity is very interesting. Soul Wind, you should recognize him." Looking at the mangled corpse on the ground, a hint of surprise appeared in Soul Wind's eyes. He shook his head, pinched his chin, and frowned. He sorted through his memories, recalling the intelligence he had read about various forces. A hint of doubt appeared between his brows. "Teacher, do you know this person?" Zubang was still puzzled. Soul Wind slowly walked forward, bent down, and brushed aside the corpse's disheveled long hair, revealing a bloodless, deathly pale face before him. Hun Feng's body stiffened, still somewhat incredulous. "Your Majesty." This is Aoshan Douluo Tang Hao. What? Zhu Beng, who was initially confused, was immediately shocked. Teacher. You're not mistaken, are you? This person is actually Tang Hao. Han Feng straightened up again, his face filled with sighs and regret. There's no mistake. Although there are signs of age, he still bears an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to the portrait in the Spirit Hall's wanted poster. That's right. It is indeed Tang Hao. Zhu Douluo nodded, agreeing with Han Feng's judgment. Gulp. Your Majesty, you're too strong. Zhu Beng looked at the composed Zhu Douluo, swallowed hard, and exclaimed in amazement. Aoshan Douluo's strength was universally acknowledged in the Spirit Master world. He had just entered the tidal Douluo realm and fought against multiple opponents, and even the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall died in that battle. Since then, Tang Hao had been hailed as the strongest tidal Douluo in the Spirit Master world. Even Zhu Beng, who had played the role of a spoiled brat for many years, was familiar with the legendary deeds of Aoshan Douluo. He never expected that such a renowned powerhouse would be killed here by Zhu Douluo. How, you don't think I killed him, do you? Zhu Douluo looked at Zhu Beng with a strange expression, seeing the look of disbelief on his face. Wasn't it His Majesty who did it? Zhu Beng was stunned. If Zhu Douluo didn't kill him, how did the corpse end up in his hands? Han Feng shook his head. Indeed, it wasn't His Majesty Zhu who killed him. Although His Majesty is a level 98 tidal Douluo, even if you could completely capture Aoshan Douluo, who possesses the world's #1 weapon spirit, you couldn't possibly be completely unharmed. Indeed, Zhu Douluo understood this as well. Over the years they had been here, they had gathered a lot of intelligence. He knew he wouldn't dare to directly confront the Aoshan sect's great Sumeru hammer. Then who killed him? And who is this corpse? I don't know who killed him either. I picked it up. Zhu Douluo chuckled, taking over Zhu Beng's words. Found him. Zhu Beng's expression changed. Zhu Douluo stood up again, hands behind his back. That's right, found him. When I saw him, he had been dead for a while, almost devoured by soul beasts. I didn't expect that the mighty Aoshan Douluo would die so silently in the starred-out great forest. It's really a bit laughable. Han Feng poked his nose with his middle finger, a mocking smile on his face. Zhu Beng looked at the mangled corpse on the ground, feeling a pang of regret. He had originally planned to use his teacher Han Feng's soul skill to exchange for a Aoshan Heimer martial soul, but the Aoshan sect had been closed for many years, and they hadn't had a chance to encounter any Aoshan sect disciples. Zhu Beng, don't even think about it. You can't transfer souls from the dead. Han Feng saw through his thoughts at a glance and told him to give up the idea. Even if you were still alive, his third soul skill, soul transfer, had a cooldown period of more than a year. Teacher, I was just expressing my feelings. I'm already very satisfied with having the strongest beast spirit in the entire continent. Zhu Beng laughed awkwardly. It's a pity that Tang Hao is completely dead, otherwise we might have been able to look at his memories. Zhu Douluo paced around Tang Hao, placing his withered hand on Han Feng's shoulder, revealing an ugly smile. Han Feng's face paled, forcing a smile. Your Majesty, I'm really nearing my limit. He couldn't bear that kind of pain any longer. Although his spirit, the soul-devouring beast, could devour other people's souls to obtain information with its first soul skill, the human brain has limited capacity. He couldn't handle much more memories. If this continued, before the soul-devouring beast could turn on him and devour his soul, he would go insane or even die. Haha, Zhu Douluo let out a piercing laugh, waving his hand dismissively. After chuckling a few times, his face immediately darkened. Soul Wind, do you think if Tang Hao dies at the hands of the Spirit Hall, will the Clear Sky sect come out of seclusion and fight them? The evil blood Douluo, stroking his chin, sat down on Tang Hao's corpse, elbows resting on his knees, hands supporting his chin. Your Majesty, isn't Tang Hao already dead? Zhu Beng's expression changed. He looked at the Tang Hao sitting there in surprise. He was absolutely certain that Tang Hao was dead beyond any doubt. How could he possibly die again? The evil blood Douluo ignored Zhu Beng's doubts, giving him a cold glance before quietly pondering. Zhu Beng opened his mouth, realizing he had asked too many questions, and then fell silent. Otherwise, this capricious fellow might teach him a lesson he would never forget. Soul Wind poked his nose with his middle finger. Compared to Zhu Beng, he knew the evil blood Douluo much better. Does your Majesty intend to use your 9th soul skill to refine him into a puppet? That's right. The evil blood Douluo stretched out his slender fingers, poking holes in Tang Hao's body. His hoarse voice grew somewhat grave. The spirit hall's strength is far greater than it appears, although after being refined, he'll only be a mindless piece of junk. But if it can incite conflict, it'll be a form of waste utilization. Indeed, it can be used. Soul Wind nodded. He understood. What they were about to do would inevitably lead to bloodshed on this continent, perhaps even causing it to suffer the same fate as that other continent, staining thousands of miles with blood. It's a pity your majesty's idea is good, but Tang Hao has been hiding for so many years without any news. It seems too strange for him to suddenly die at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Soul Wind recalled the information about the Clear Sky sect and frowned again. Moreover, Tang Hao has already been expelled from the Clear Sky sect, even if he really died at the hands of the Spirit Hall. The Clear Sky sect may not necessarily come out of seclusion to avenge him. What you said makes sense. The head of the three upper sects is really a coward. Evil Blood Douluo helplessly patted Tang Hao's pale and mutilated face. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on the reclusive Clear Sky sect, but even so, I still have to refine it first. Anyway, I'll need it sooner or later. It wouldn't be good if it rotted. After all, there will always be opportunities. Evil Blood Douluo got up and stretched, and began to select from the guards standing on both sides. During the selection, a somewhat familiar face made him exclaim in surprise. Has the human skin of that Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciple been put on him? Yes, it's been put on. Soul Wind nodded in agreement. He glanced at the figure who looked exactly like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciple, and seeing that the leather suit fit him fairly well, he didn't pay much attention. Evil Blood Douluo continued to select, still asking, how's the sorting out of his memories going? Any discoveries? They're all insignificant people, but we have made some discoveries. Soul Wind took out his thick notebook from his soul tool again and quickly flipped through it. This person's name is Yu Xiufen, a level 66 Soul Emperor. Get to the point. Evil Blood Douluo frowned, somewhat impatient. Hun Fen paused, flipped through the pages again, and continued, this group of people came here to help the daughter of Yu Luomian, the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, find a soul beast suitable for her 8th soul ring. Oh? Yu Luomian's daughter, then we'll choose you. The Evil Blood Douluo, still speaking, suddenly stood up and released his martial soul. Behind him was a churning sea of blood. The moment his martial soul appeared, the entire cave was bathed in red light, filled with a heavy, bloody stench. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, pulled beneath his feet. The 8th ring suddenly flashed. The 8th soul skill, Blood Resurrection. The Evil Blood Douluo simply extended his hand and grasped at a guard. The guard seemed to have his throat choked, unable to utter a sound, blood seeping from his 7 orifices and pores. It transformed into strands of blood-red threads, drifting towards the Evil Blood Douluo's hand. Slowly, the guard's flesh shriveled up, turning into a dry corpse, and he collapsed to the ground. The other guards trembled, their faces pale, and cold sweat beaded on their backs. Yet, not one dared to utter a sound. Zhu Bang was also swallowing hard, his clothes soaked through. Just now, the Evil Blood Douluo had actually put him on the selection list. He clearly saw those blood-red eyes coldly sweep over him. Hun Feng, on the other hand, was already used to it. In all his years following the Evil Blood Douluo, he had witnessed far more cruel scenes. The Evil Blood Douluo's 8th soul skill, Blood Resurrection. It could even revive those considered beyond saving. Using it on himself could heal 100% of his physical injuries, and using it on others could heal 80% of their injuries. The only price to pay was a sufficient supply of fresh blood. When the Evil Blood Douluo was once cut in half at the waist, he even massacred an entire village to heal himself. Such a domineering soul skill naturally had its limitations. If used on the same person again within 3 days, including the user, the recovery effect will be halved. Everyone fell silent. The blood-stained ball in the Evil Blood Douluo's hand floated towards Tang Hao. A crimson light instantly shone on his body. As if wrapped in a blood cocoon, his severed right arm began to reappear, slowly repairing itself. The area torn by the soul beast had also become full again. Once Tang Hao's corpse was completely repaired, the Evil Blood Douluo waved his hand. Tang Hao's corpse was lifted up by a gust of wind. The dazzling 100,000-year soul ring at the Evil Blood Douluo's feet burst into a bright light. One of the 9th soul skills, Evil Puppet Blood Zombie. The red soul ring suddenly split in two, one of which slowly left his body and floated above Tang Hao. It slowly shrank and disappeared into Tang Hao's brow. Tang Hao, who had been lifeless, suddenly changed. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a blood-red ring surrounded his black pupils. It looked somewhat eerie, and the person appeared completely numb. Sigh, this strength is really a bit weak. It seems I can only save it for a crucial moment. At least make his death have some value. Evil Blood Douluo waved his hand dismissively. The sea of blood behind him immediately expanded, transforming into a giant beast that enveloped Tang Hao's corpse before disappearing into his 9th spirit ring. His 9th spirit skill, Evil Puppet Blood Zombie, could only control one puppet. Normally, it wasn't needed, as his 9th spirit ring had a space to nurture the puppet. After all, it was an inanimate object, and keeping it inside would prevent it from rotting. It could preserve 80% of the puppet's strength. However, because Tang Hao had lost a right arm spirit bone, his strength had already dropped below level 95. Now, as a puppet, his strength was barely at level 92. Putting away his own martial soul, Evil Blood Douluo turned to Soul Wind. You mentioned Jade Luomian's daughter. Can we do something about her, Your Majesty? Her martial soul is a mutated one, and it was once the killing horn of the Golden Iron Triangle. You're interested in her martial soul? Evil Blood Douluo glanced at him, then frowned. By the way, what is the Golden Iron Triangle? Soul Wind was taken aback, somewhat speechless. Evil Blood Douluo indeed looked down on such a combination. Soul Wind didn't elaborate. Rather than saying I'm interested in her martial soul, I'm more interested in the martial soul fusion skill formed by the Golden Iron Triangle, the Holy Light Dragon. The Holy Light Dragon. A rare glint appeared in Evil Blood Douluo's eyes. That's quite interesting. Glancing at Snowfall standing to the side, Evil Blood didn't dwell on these matters. Alright, let's put these things aside for now. Let's get back to the Heaven Dao Imperial City first. We can't lag behind Star Luo's progress. Yes, Your Majesty, Soul Wind and Snowfall respectfully replied. Ah. We're finally out, at the edge of the starred out Great Forest. Ningrongrong, perched on Yichu's back, raised her hands, enjoying the sunshine. The sun was already high in the sky. After walking for an hour or so, they finally returned to the town they had come from. Watching the passers-by, they relaxed again. The atmosphere in the starred-out Great Forest had been oppressive, leaving everyone exhausted. Even Xiao Wu, the most powerful cultivator, was no exception. Carrying the still-smelling, unconscious Tang San. He hadn't looked well the entire way. Everyone, let's rest in this town for a day and return to the academy first thing tomorrow morning? Great. This soul hunt was really tiring. Oscar, supported by Mo Hongjin and Daimyo Bei, also looked dejected. No one objected to Xiao Wuji's decision. They certainly needed a good rest, looking so disheveled and listless. The group strolled along the streets and ultimately chose the same inn they had stayed at before. Same rules as always. Food, clothing, lodging, and transportation are at your own expense. As soon as they entered the shop, Xiao Wuji gave this instruction before opening a room and carrying Tang San upstairs. Daimyo Bei and the others followed after saying a few words. Yichu, let's have a proper meal first. Ningrongrong clung to Yichu, still leaning on his back. She was getting tired of eating only pastries and dry rations these past few days. Yes. Let's eat first, then go back to the room for a hot bath. Xiao Wu also rubbed her stomach. Although she was a transformed soft-bone rabbit, she couldn't eat carrots every meal. Okay. Then Miss Rongrong will treat, Yichu agreed with a light laugh. No problem. This pretty boy will even support your women. Ningrongrong patted Yichu's face, looking like she had plenty of money. Hey. Don't be so loud. Noticing the strange looks from some of the other diners, Yichu felt a little uncomfortable and playfully slapped her pert bottom. HMPH, I'm willing to support you. Ningrongrong blushed and calmed down slightly. Hurry up and order. After we finish eating, you and Xiao Wu have to explain things to us properly. Zhu Xiuqing smiled, took Yichu's arm, and pulled him to a seat. Okay. I promise to tell the truth. Yichu put Ningrongrong down and sat between Zhu Xiuqing and Xiao Wu. He reached out and rubbed Xiao Wu's slightly lowered head, smiled at her, and believed that Xiuqing and Rongrong wouldn't mind Xiao Wu's true identity. Have a nice day. Chapter 184 I am not human. After a simple, steaming hot meal, Yichu and the others planned to return to their rooms. The three women still shared a room, with Yichu's room next to theirs. At the doorway, Ningrongrong clung to the other two women, her blue eyes gleaming with mischief. As soon as the two women entered their rooms, she quickly ran to Yichu's side. Her blue figure, carrying a fragrant breeze, caused Yichu, who was about to enter, to pause. Wrong, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong glanced warily at her door. Once she was sure Xiao Wu and the others had gone in, she blushed and leaned close to Yichu's ear. Her voice, soft and alluring, filled the air. Yichu, want me to scrub your back? Give me a massage? How about that? Yichu paused, turning to look at her. His expression changed, his pupils contracting slightly. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, their bodies pressed tightly together, facing each other. Ning Rongrong hooked her arms around his neck, tilting her blushing face up and coquettishly asking, "How was it? I don't think it was anything special." "You'd better go back home." Yichu gently pinched her nose, her skin smooth and delicate, flushed slightly. "Why? Are you still thinking about that Meng Yiren?" Ning Rongrong's expression changed, and she frowned at him. "It's up to you guys." Yichu gave her a disgruntled look, released his arm from her, and turned to go into the room after saying that. "Yichu, what do you mean?" Ning Rongrong panicked and tried to follow him in. But she was instead lifted up, and a teasing voice rang in her ears. "Rongrong, you'd better not bother Xiao Chu." "Ah. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, why are you out here?" Ning Rongrong's little feet dangled in the air, her face flushed, as the two women carried her back into the room. "Come out and find someone to scrub your back," Xiao Wu said with a smile, pinching Ning Rongrong's fair and rosy cheeks. "I want to know how Yichu massages you." Zhu Huqing looked at her with a deep gaze, her eyes sweeping downwards. "Ah. I don't know anything." Ning Rongrong struggled to break free from the two women's hold. Seeing the bathroom getting closer and closer, she struggled even more vigorously. "What do you two want to do?" "Feed me. I can do it myself." "Ouch, I'm going to tell Yichu that you bullied me." "Ouch." The sound of water and Ning Rongrong's hurried exclamations came from the bathroom. "We didn't bully you, we were serving Miss Ning as she took a bath." "No. I can do it myself." In the next room. The bathrooms of the two rooms were only separated by a wall. Yichu was soaking in the water, and could vaguely hear the playful sounds coming from next door. "Why does this girl keep calling my name? And she's getting more and more enthusiastic." He shook his head helplessly, not paying much attention. "Just hope she doesn't break anything." It was nearing noon, and Yichu and the others had already washed up. Xiao Wuji and the others were catching up on sleep in their rooms. But Yichu in the three women's room was empty. In the divine might space, in the center of a large stone platform, there was a soft straw mat woven from blue silver emperor silk. Yichu and the others were sitting cross-legged there. The three women had long, flowing hair, still damp with water droplets, and their fair, rosy faces were more beautiful than lotus flowers, like water lilies emerging from the water. They were all wearing different styles of pajamas. Ning Rongrong wore a spaghetti-strapped nightgown that just covered her shapely buttocks, revealing two white, well-proportioned breasts, making it seem as if she wasn't wearing pants at first glance. Zhu Huqing wore a long, loose-fitting nightgown that Yichu was familiar with, revealing her ample bosom. Long, snow-white legs were faintly visible beneath the long hem of her dress. Xiao Wu's pajamas were predominantly pink, a crop top hanging around her neck embroidered with a pair of snow-white rabbits, concealing her well-developed figure. Her slender arms and fragrant shoulders were captivating, her smooth, fair back alluring. She wore a pair of short red shorts, about 2 or 3 inches long, which made her appear much smaller against her strong waist and long legs. The blue-silver emperor perfume emitted a faint fragrance, relieving their fatigue. Yichu's robes were somewhat disheveled, and there were teeth marks on his neck, along with a few glistening drops. He had just entered the three women's room when Ning Rongrong lay on the bed, blushing like a lovesick girl. After he carried her into the divine might space, she had clung to him, refusing to get down. Now, the soft, warm Ning Rongrong was nestled in Yichu's arms, her blue eyes shimmering, her face flushed. Like a pet cat, she nestled against Yichu's firm chest, gently rubbing her head. Her skin still glowed faintly red. Yichu could feel her slight trembling simply by brushing her waist. Rongrong, are you alright? Yichu touched her forehead, feeling a little annoyed by her constant cuddling. Nothing. Just a little weak. Ning Rongrong's lips lightly touched Yichu's skin, making his face flush. Looking at her overly excited expression, Yichu rolled his eyes helplessly at Zhu Huqing and Xiao Wu, who sat opposite him, avoiding his gaze. Xiao Wu blushed and looked at him. This was Zhu Huqing's idea, insisting on giving Rongrong a massage. What? Xiao Wu, you were the one who told her to go. Zhu Zhuking's eyes widened, her face flushed and her heart pounding as she retorted to Xiao Wu. As she spoke, she supported her chest with one hand, trying not to move too much and mess up her robe, revealing her private parts. I didn't know Rongrong's body was so delicate. Xiao Wu looked embarrassed and slowly lowered her head. She had been frightened when Rongrong trembled. Yi Chu sighed, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He held Ning Rongrong's wriggling body and said to the two women in front of him, "Alright, you two should quickly pull Rongrong back, otherwise I won't be able to talk." He already sensed something was wrong. No, Zhu Zhuking shook her head, making no move. Why? Yi Chu looked at them strangely. Because as an apology, we've given you to Rongrong for a while. Xiao Wu raised her head, smiling sheepishly. Give me as an apology? Yi Chu looked at the two of them, raising an eyebrow. Rongrong asked for it herself. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, giggling, and pointed at Ning Rongrong in his arms. It's alright. Rongrong is just a little weak right now, she can hear us. Hurry up and tell us about the Titan ape. Zhu Zhuking secretly glanced at Ning Rongrong sitting on Yi Chu's lap, a blushing smile on her face. Okay, Yi Chu tightened his arms, trying to hold Ning Rongrong in his embrace. Ning Rongrong's face was flushed, but her eyes were smiling, and she hugged Yi Chu back. Xiao Wu, why don't you tell us? Hearing his words, Xiao Wu nodded, her smile fading, becoming somewhat serious, even uneasy. Seeing her like this, Zhu Zhuking also sensed something was wrong. Rongrong, stop messing around. Listen carefully. Yi Chu noticed that the girl in his arms had slowly recovered. He shook his head irritably, dodging her bite. I'm listening too. Ning Rongrong leaned forward and bit him, then settled down, leaning against Yi Chu's chest and listening quietly. Xiao Wu hesitated, seemingly finding it difficult to speak, her voice becoming much lower. Zuqing, Rongrong, actually, I'm not human. Zhu Zuqing looked at Xiao Wu strangely. Ning Rongrong, who is like a koala, also turned her head to look at her curiously. If she hadn't been the victim just now, she would have thought Xiao Wu had also become confused from being too happy. Otherwise, how could she say such nonsense? Xiao Wu ignored their strange looks, took a deep breath, and clenched her fist. I'm serious. I'm a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. What? Zhu Zuqing's eyes widened, looking at her in disbelief. Ning Rongrong's mind, which had been recovering, became confused again. Unable to believe her ears, she asked Yi Chu for confirmation. Yi Chu, what did Xiao Wu just say? Xiao Wu said she's a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. Yi Chu smoothed her hair and repeated Xiao Wu's words very seriously. Ning Rongrong froze for a moment. Is it true? Zhu Zhuking was stunned, staring blankly at Yi Chu. Of course it's true. Even the Titan giant ape is Xiao Wu's underling. Yi Chu's words shocked Zhu Zhuking even more, leaving her speechless for a long time. Yi Chu didn't pause, continuing to reveal more. The Titan giant ape's name is Erming, and Xiao Wu also has a younger brother named Daming, who is an azure bull python. They are both 100,000-year-old soul beasts. We hunted down Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao together, who knew Xiao Wu's identity. He is most likely dead now. Yi Chu didn't just tell the story, he directly used his Sharingan to materialize everything he saw and heard when he tricked Tang Hao, including the conspiracy with Daming and Erming, making the two women feel as if they were there. As for whether Tang Hao is dead or alive, Yi Chu felt the probability of death was as high as 99%. Even if he survived, he would be almost crippled and not far from death. Already suffering from internal injuries, he was now likely on the verge of death at any moment, making it even more unthinkable for him to wander around recklessly. Wow! Yi Chu, you're amazing. You actually killed that Haoshan Douluo. Ning Rongrong, who had just emerged from the illusion, immediately hugged Yi Chu's neck, bouncing around in his arms. Yi Chu's face darkened as he suddenly pulled her into his embrace to prevent any bumps or falls that could cause bleeding. Ning Rongrong also realized what was happening, blushing and ceasing her movements, but her face still wore an expression of pride and admiration. Zhu Zhuking's expression was similar, her eyes filled with a mixture of shock, pride, and relief as she looked at him. She knew her choice was right. Why are you all looking at me like that? It wasn't me who did it, it was mainly thanks to Daming and Erming. Yi Chu was still self-aware. A tidal Douluo level powerhouse, once unleashing his domineering aura. Even if he managed to get close using his divine might, wouldn't dare to easily show his face. That's still amazing. That's Haoshin Douluo, someone even Dad and Grandpa sort often praise. If they knew, they'd be even more shocked than I am. Ah. Yichu, why did you hit me? Ningrongrong, who had been so excited, suddenly cried out, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him. Don't tell anyone, Yichu glared at her, giving her a warning. I won't. I'm not stupid. Ningrongrong's face was full of reproach and grievance. If you dare hit me like that again, I'll sit on you until you die. Humph. Ningrongrong released her hands, jumped up and down fiercely, letting out a muffled groan. Her face flushed, her small mouth slightly open, spitting out a little water mist that splashed onto Yichu's head. He hid his head, feeling a little dizzy. Yichu's face darkened. Luckily, he held her tightly, preventing Ningrongrong from falling. Otherwise, this pampered young lady would have been badly injured. Zhu Xiuqing secretly chuckled at Yichu's stiff and embarrassed expression. All right. Don't get the point wrong, Yichu finally snapped. He impatiently placed Ningrongrong beside him, letting her lean on his shoulder. He wanted to prevent her from constantly causing trouble and tempting him. The point? What is it? Ningrongrong looked at him curiously. What could be more shocking than killing a titled Douluo? Yichu glanced at Xiao Wu, who had become somewhat reserved. Zhu Xiuqing had already noticed her change. Are you talking about Xiao Wu's true identity? Zhu Xiuqing turned to look at Xiao Wu, her eyes filled with astonishment. Xiao Wu, Ningrongrong finally sat up straight and looked at her. Just now, both of them had unconsciously overlooked the fact that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. Xiuqing, wrong, will we still be good sisters? Xiao Wu's eyes darted away, unable to meet their gazes. Although Yichu had told her many times before that Xiuqing and Rongrong wouldn't mind her identity, she was still a little nervous. A moment of silence filled the air. Just as Xiao Wu's face showed disappointment, the clear spring echoed, and Zhu Xiuqing's melodious voice reached her ears. Of course we will. Zhu Xiuqing's face showed a rare gentle smile as she took Xiao Wu's hand in hers. Although you used to be a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Xiao I know is the Xiao of today. Thank you. Xiuqing, yes. And we're all Yichu's women, good sisters. Ningrongrong released Yichu's arm and came to Xiao Wu's side. Rongrong, stop it. Xiao Wu's shy and reproachful voice rang out. Ningrongrong leaned over and gave Yichu a small kiss on the cheek, then hugged her slender waist, looking at Yichu with a teasing tone. Yichu can't live without you. What if someone doesn't want me if I don't become your sister? Xiao Chu wouldn't do that. Xiao Wu slapped away Ningrongrong's wandering hand, blushing as she looked at Yichu, revealing a bossy demeanor. If he dares to abandon you, Xiao Wu won't abandon you either. Abandon what? Abandon Yichu? Seeing Xiao Wu pause, Ningrongrong's expression brightened, her eyes filled with anticipation and teasing. Xiao Wu gently shook her head, looking at Yichu with a slightly guilty look, and after a moment of hesitation, slowly uttered the second half of her sentence to Ningrongrong. Xiao Wu won't pay any attention to him. PFFT. Seeing Xiao Wu standing with her hands on her hips, speaking from the heart, Zhu Xiuqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Wu, you're not even willing to give me a perfunctory answer. Ningrongrong looked at her with a bitter face and a resentful expression. Suddenly realizing she'd spoken too soon, she should have given her a scare. Rongrong. I'm sorry. I can't live without Xiao. Xiao said apologetically, her voice earnest. Xiuqing. Look at her. From now on, we two have to stick together, Ningrongrong cried, realizing she couldn't rely on Xiao, and then threw herself into Zhu Xiuqing's arms. Rongrong. Get your hands off me. You've messed up my clothes. Zhu Xiuqing's voice rang out, annoyed and embarrassed. Grabbing her restless hands, she looked at Yichu not far away, her eyes resolute. I don't want to leave Yichu either. Watching the three girls of varying ages playfully bickering, Yichu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Already teased by Ningrongrong, Yichu, seeing the occasional glimpses of spring in front of him, could only lie on his side on the straw mat woven from blue-silver emperor grass. Ugh. PFFT. Yichu. I can't live without you either. Just as Yichu was taking a nap, a soft body suddenly pressed against him. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Wrong. If you keep doing this, I'm going to leave this world soon. You believe me? Yichu rolled his eyes and tried to hug her small waist. but his arms were being held by Zhu Xiuqing and Xiao Wu respectively. Then we'll go with you. Zhu Xiuqing leaned on his shoulder, her voice completely calm, as if she were talking about something trivial. Xiuqing is right, I'll take Rongrong with me. Haha. Xiao Wu also leaned on his shoulder, letting out a silvery laugh. I'm not that heavy. And, Ning Rongrong glared angrily at Yichu, then quieted down, lying on his chest, listening quietly to his heartbeat. And I don't want Xiao Wu to come with me. Alright. Why are you saying that? I was just joking. It's true that Rongrong shouldn't move around. Yichu spread his legs wide, reminding Ning Rongrong. Okay, the three women lay quietly, with no sound except for their breathing. Yichu suddenly remembered something. Alright, Rongrong, what? Ning Rongrong's slightly languid voice rang out. She was already a little sleepy. You can buy a set of hidden weapons from Tang San. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 185 Immortal Grade. Hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted. She had been somewhat drowsy, but upon hearing Yichu's words, she instantly snapped awake. She knew that hidden weapons referred to the strange and unusual items Tang San possessed. Yichu had only mentioned it briefly. As the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she understood his meaning. Feeling the tenderness and different fragrances emanating from her body, Yichu continued, as long as you buy a set, I can draw up the blueprints. Then we can mass produce them. Really? Ning Rongrong looked up, surprised and delighted at Yichu, who was using her as a sleeping mat. She already had this huge crossbow and silent sleeve arrow that Yichu had given her. After arriving at Shrek Academy, she had witnessed the power of Tang San's hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong had a relatively clear understanding of their power. Perhaps they were somewhat inadequate against high-level Soul Masters, but they were quite effective against those below the Soul Master level. In fact, in a sneak attack, many Soul Masters and Soul Kings might find them troublesome. Most importantly, the mechanical hidden weapons in Tang San's hands don't require soul power. Even ordinary people could wield them with equal power. No force would refuse such weapons. Moreover, most disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school are support-type Soul Masters. Their own attack power is far too weak. If they could be equipped with a batch of such weapons, both the personal safety of the disciples and the safety of the sect would be greatly guaranteed. Of course it's true. This was made by Xiao Wu, leaning on Yichu's shoulder, raised her right hand and took out a set of silent sleeve darts from her soul tool. Xiao Wu's warm breath tickled Yichu, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. This huge repeating crossbow in your hand came from the same source. That's fantastic. Ning Rongrong pressed her hands against Yichu's chest, gently wriggling her body, her face slowly flushing, a rosy smile spreading across her face. Her expression was like that of a kitten being petted, completely ignoring Yichu, who was gritting his teeth and silently enduring the pain. A drop of blood on the tip of her ear caught the eye of the large cat beside her, making its eyes light up. The cat scooped up the remaining drop of blood, and the blood began to spread. I'm going to die. Yichu's breathing became rapid. A charming smile appeared on Zhu Xiuqing's blood-stained face. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, followed suit. But, Ning Rongrong's joy was short-lived, as her beautiful brows furrowed again. She felt not only embarrassed but also worried about other troubles. But I'm your woman. Tang San wouldn't sell me his hidden weapons, would he? That is indeed a problem. Yichu tried to keep his voice calm so as not to offend this pampered young lady. Unfortunately, his attempt to conceal his unease was ineffective. Ning Rongrong still noticed his strangeness, blushing and teasing him. However, she had just finished washing up and didn't want to sweat or get wet again. With her delicate, spring-like eyes, Ning Rongrong looked at her 2 best friends who were adding fuel to the fire. Xiuqing, Xiao Wu, are you trying to burn me to death? Noticing that Ning Rongrong was turning completely red, Zhu Xiuqing stopped being mischievous. She had been listening the whole time. So she tidied her red lips and the corners of her mouth before speaking softly. How about letting Xiao try? No. Sister Xiao doesn't want to go. Xiao, still lost in the moment, immediately realized what was happening. Without even bothering to wipe the drool from her pink lips, she directly refused. She didn't want to have anything to do with Tang San anymore. What should we do then? Ning Rongrong pouted. She still really wanted those hidden weapons. In her father's eyes, these things were definitely priceless. If she could get her hands on them, she could use them to help Yichu propose marriage to her father and present the betrothal gifts. Then let Oscar go. Let him buy 2 sets, one for himself to keep for self-defense. Yichu thought for a while and remembered Oscar. Not many people knew that he had joined a 7 treasure glazed tile school, and he was also Tang San's roommate. Letting him buy 1 or 2 sets was no problem at all. As a good friend and a food-type soul master, it was reasonable to buy him a set of equipment, right? That's right. How come I didn't remember there was such a person as Oscar? Then I'll go find him this afternoon. Haha. Yichu, you're so smart. Kiss in a short while. Yichu's face and lips were covered with a layer of fragrant saliva. Yichu rolled his eyes. What kind of smartness was this? It seems that being love-struck does affect one's IQ to some extent. Alright, hurry up and take a nap, get some rest, okay? I'll listen to you. Ningrongrong pressed her little face against Yichu again, listening to his heartbeat, and slowly closed her eyes. The 3 girls were probably really tired. Especially Ningrongrong, who as a support-type soul master, had been running around the starred-out Great Forest for several days without closing her eyes. He had just been teased by Zuziuking and Xiao Wu again. He fell asleep almost immediately. A gentle wave of heat washed over him from both sides. In this tender embrace, Yichu smiled contentedly. Gradually, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He felt a slight dampness on his chest. Ningrongrong, that girl, was drooling, probably dreaming about something. The blazing sun, high in the sky, slowly sank westward. The golden afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the small town brightly. Inside the room, Yichu, who had been meditating on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the sky through the window. He got up, activated his divine power, and skillfully passed through the walls, arriving at the 3 women's room. The room seemed somewhat deserted. Xiao Wu and Ningrongrong weren't there. Only Zuziuking, dressed in leather, was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating with her eyes closed. Seeing this, a gentle smile appeared on Yichu's lips. He slowly sat down on the bed opposite Zuziuking, gazing intently at the beautiful woman with her eyes closed before him. Zuziuking was indeed extremely diligent in her cultivation. Being in that environment for so long prevented her from slacking off in the slightest. Sitting quietly cross-legged, her aura was cool and aloof, like a proud plum blossom in the snow, yet her heart was very gentle. Her long hair was neatly combed, and a hint of determination shone between her brows as she cultivated with exceptional seriousness. Her exquisite figure, curvaceous and alluring, stirred the imagination. She possessed personality, a great figure, and strength. Under Yichu's careful scrutiny, Zuziuking's long black eyelashes trembled slightly. Her small cherry lips parted slightly, and she slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Her pale purple eyes, carrying a hint of coldness, opened, and her brows immediately furrowed. Sensing a gaze of pity, the cold light in her eyes softened instantly. Yichu with a joyful expression, she stood up. Yichu also reached out and took her soft hand. He pulled her to sit on his lap, nestled against him. Although her figure was full, Yichu didn't feel her weight at all. Zuziuking readily agreed. Nothing brings more happiness than waking up to see the person you love most. She wrapped her arms around him, pressing her pretty face against his body. Yichu, what brings you here? I was going to invite you to dinner, but Rongrong and the other 2 aren't here. Yichu hugged her slender, curvaceous waist, gently inhaling her hair. Zuziuking rolled her eyes at him helplessly. He could have easily said something sweet to make her happy. However, she liked Yichu's honesty. This way, she didn't have to worry about him lying to her. Even if he did lie, there would definitely be a reason. Rongrong and the others went shopping. I was going to invite you, but seeing you were cultivating, I didn't want to disturb you. Oh, I see. Yichu smiled nonchalantly. It was indeed difficult for the 2 of them to stay still. Miss Ning had never lacked food or clothing since childhood, but she hadn't traveled far, so it was normal for her to enjoy shopping. Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, always had a sense of novelty in every place she visited. Then I'll reluctantly have dinner with you alone today. Zuziuking smiled gently. Such an opportunity was rare. Yichu shook his head. Do you have anything else to do? Zuziuking hooked her arms around his neck, their eyes meeting, a hint of disappointment in her expression. No, not really. I just want to fulfill the surprise I promised you. A surprise. The girl, deeply in love, shone with anticipation. Yes. Come with me. Yichu embraced Zuziuking, his divine power activating in his eyes. The 2 figures disappeared from the room. Yichu had originally planned to wait until Ningrongrong had cultivated the hidden spirit secret technique to the point where it could conceal her 10,000-year soul ring before giving the immortal herb to both girls. But seeing Zhu Zhuking's diligent efforts, Yichu decided not to wait any longer. Ningrongrong should be almost finished cultivating as well. Once her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda evolved, she certainly wouldn't have time to care about the order of events. Inside the divine power space, Zhu Zhuking sat in Yichu's lap. At this moment, Yichu, her arms around her slender waist, held a white, crystalline herb, resembling a pure white lotus root, immaculate, aloof and elegant. Zhu Qing, this is the gift I want to give you. Yichu waved the herb in front of Zhu Qing. What is this? It's so beautiful. And so fragrant. Zhu Qing's gaze was drawn to the pure white, gently stroking its leaves and leaning forward to sniff. It's not just beautiful and fragrant, this is called Narcissus jadebone. It's a celestial herb, Narcissus jadebone. A celestial herb. Zhu Qing was unfamiliar with this term, looking at Yichu with curiosity, anticipating his next words. A celestial herb, it's something that should only exist in heaven. Rarely seen in the mortal world. Yichu's recitation of poetry, swaying his head, amused Zhu Qing. At the same time, she was deeply shocked. She hadn't expected this beautiful herb to be so precious. Besides being extremely rare, its effects are also incredibly powerful, nourishing bones and muscles, and opening up the 8 extraordinary meridians. After you consume it, not only will your physique and talent improve, but the most direct effect will be on your soul power, which will increase by at least 7 levels. Yichu's calm voice reached Zhu Zhuking's ears. It was like a boulder thrown into a calm spring, stirring up turbulent waves. Improved talent, increased soul power by 7 levels. Zhu Zhuking panicked slightly, her breathing becoming rapid. Yichu, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Yichu took her hand and placed the immortal herb in it. Eat it quickly. Only eat the petals, then suck on the stamen, and then use your soul power to promote absorption. Zhu Zhuking looked at the beautiful herb in her hand, suddenly becoming hesitant. Yichu thought she had reservations. Zhuking, don't worry. The improvement the immortal herb gives you won't have any side effects. Would I harm you? No, of course I believe you. But you should take it yourself. Zhu Zhuking's expression changed, and she hurriedly waved her hand, about to return the Narcissus jadebone to Yichu. Yichu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, don't worry, I've already taken it. Then give it to Xiao Wu and the others. Although Zhu Zhuking really wanted this immortal herb, she was also aware of her own talent. In her opinion, Rongrong and Xiao Wu were more suitable to take it than herself. You really are silly, Yichu. Yichu didn't let her speak, pinching her chin. He lowered his head and bit her red lips. After a long time, until Zhu Zhuking lost her strength, Yichu finally let go. Zhu Zhuking leaned against Yichu's chest, her breathing very rapid. Her face was flushed, and her slightly tipsy, sticky eyes were entangled with Yichu's gaze. Just eat it in peace, each of you will get a share. Actually, Xiao Wu's soul power has already reached level 38. Xiao Wu had been concealing her cultivation level with her remains, which was why Zhu Zhuking and the others hadn't noticed. Level 38, Zhu Zhuking, her face as beautiful as a peach blossom, was somewhat stunned. After a long while, she nodded slightly and finally agreed. Yes. Okay, then let's eat quickly. I don't have the strength right now. Holding the soft body in his arms, Yichu chuckled awkwardly. Zhu Zhuking looked at him with a mixture of resentment and shyness. Yichu's hands glowed with a green light as he helped Zhu Zhuking straighten her disheveled clothes, trying to restore her composure as quickly as possible. Zhu Zhuking rolled her eyes at him. This wasn't helping her smooth out her wrinkled clothes, it was clearly groping her. However, she just blushed and silently endured it. When they first met, it was much worse than this. Half an hour later, still a little flushed, Zhu Zhuking sat cross-legged on the ground. Following Yichu's instructions, she consumed the Narcissus jade bone and muscle formula. In Yichu's eyes, Zhu Zhuking's entire body now radiated a jade-like glow. The medicinal power of the Narcissus jade bone and muscle formula continuously circulated, cleansing Zhu Zhuking's 8 extraordinary meridians. Meow, a loud meow rang out. A slender, streamlined, purplish-black phantom of a ghostly cat appeared behind her. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, spun beneath it. Zhu Zhuking's soul power steadily increased, leaping past level 33 in a short time, then 34, 35, until level 38, at which point the rate of increase slowed. The effects of the medicine were beginning to wear off. She finally managed to reach level 39. The ghostly cat returned to Zhu Zhuking's body, and she jolted awake. Her pale purple eyes darted around, her expression still somewhat dazed. Yichu leaned closer to her. Zhuking, how are you feeling? I think I'm already level 39. Zhu Zhuking hesitated, her voice still a little dazed. What do you mean seems like? You're definitely level 39. Seeing the usually aloof leather-clad queen become somewhat adorable, Yichu couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. Zhu Zhuking reached out and grabbed Yichu's clothes, her eyes filled with tenderness. She was incredibly shy, yet allowed him to do as he pleased, offering no resistance whatsoever. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 186 Die. When Zhu Zhuking's pretty face flushed and turned red, Yichu finally had his fill of pinching. But he didn't stop, gently cupping her delicate face, gazing at her fair, rosy cheeks, so smooth and flawless. He slowly caressed her, becoming somewhat reluctant to let go. Her skin has improved a lot. Yichu lowered his gaze slightly, looking at Zhu Zhuking's gentle eyes and smiling lips, gradually calming down. I'm glad you like it, Zhu Zhuking giggled, rubbing against his warm palm. Seeing that he had finished playing with her, she pulled on his clothes, gently standing on tiptoe to look him in the eye. The tenderness in her eyes was like the warm spring sun, almost melting the person before her. Her alluring, blushing face slowly approached him. Yichu's Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils contracted slightly. Zhu Zhuking slowly moved closer to Yichu, their noses touching. Their breaths mingled, their red lips slowly meeting. Their lips parted slightly, their teeth meeting. Time seemed to slow down. Yichu quietly watched Zhu Zhuking, her beautiful eyes gently closed, her expression tender and alluring. Her movements were meticulous, as if she wanted to slowly devour him. Between their red lips and white teeth touching, coolness and warmth alternated, wetness and delicacy intertwined. Like a silent spring rain, it soaked in, turning Yichu's lips crimson. Apart from this kiss, there was nothing more they did. Zhu Zhuking leaned against him, tilting towards him. Her eyes were slightly hazy, her voice sincere. Yichu, thank you. Yichu swallowed the sweet saliva, his lips still bearing fine, fish scale-like marks. He had never imagined that the aloof Zhu Zhuking could be so passionate, so skilled at flirting. It's what I should do. Yichu bowed slightly, showing his respect for her. Zhu Zhuking pursed her lips, moved closer to him, her face flushed, and asked softly, are you feeling unwell? Cough cough. No, nothing's wrong. Yichu subtly raised his head, hiding the embarrassment on his face from her. Zhu Zhuking's eyes flashed, a hint of apology in them. As if making a decision, she ignored him and sat back down cross-legged on the ground, pressed against him. Yichu's body suddenly stiffened like a statue. He clenched his fists in anger, slowly tilting his head back, gritting his teeth. There was no wind or waves in the divine might space. But Yichu, whose body was quite robust, suddenly realized something was very wrong and couldn't help but shiver. In the evening, the sunset dyed the sky red. A clear voice broke the silence in the room. Zhuking. Before seeing her, they heard a voice. The door suddenly opened, and Ningrong and Xiao Wu, who had gone out shopping, walked in. What they saw was not Zhu Zhuking, but Yichu lying on the bed, looking comfortable and relaxed. Xiao Wu ran to Yichu's side and threw herself into his arms. You're finally back. Holding Xiao Wu in his arms, Yichu's face was somewhat unnatural. Yichu, what are you doing here? Where's Zhu Qing? Ningrong placed the food box she was carrying on the table beside her. Zhu Qing is in the bathroom rinsing her mouth, cough changing clothes, Yichu blurted out, almost choking on his own saliva. Really? Ningrong glanced at the bathroom and could vaguely see a graceful figure. She went to the bathroom door and knocked. Zhu Qing, hurry up. We're waiting for you to eat. Zhu Qing inside didn't dare to say much, afraid that Ningrong would overhear something. Upon receiving a response, Ningrong smiled and pounced on Yichu. Little Chu, did something happy happen to you? Xiao Wu looked at him strangely, feeling that Yichu was a little too energetic. The smile on his face was very refreshing, like a spring breeze. It was this state that felt somewhat familiar to her. She seemed to have seen it a few times. For some reason, a blush rose on her face. Something happy happened? Tell me. Ningrong also came to his side, taking over his other arm. Yichu paused, glancing towards the bathroom, feeling a little guilty. After a moment's hesitation, he subtly glanced at Ningrongrong before nodding. I guess so. Zhu's Huking's breakthrough to level 39 was certainly good news. However, for Ningrongrong, it might not be so wonderful. I guess so. Ningrongrong frowned. She sensed something was off about Yichu. Yes, Yichu nodded slightly, hesitating before deciding to tell her. After all, Zhuking's cultivation level would be exposed sooner or later. Ningrongrong was also nearing the time to consume the immortal herb. Knowing this, Yichu, under Ningrongrong's expectant gaze, said calmly, Zhuking is already level 39, huh? Xiao Wu in her arms was only slightly surprised. She knew Yichu still had quite a few immortal herbs. Ningrongrong, however, was stunned into silence by Yichu's sudden remark. She sat up, looking at him strangely. She couldn't help but reach out and place her hand on his forehead to check his temperature, looking at him worriedly. Yichu, is something wrong with your body? No. Yichu shook his head with a laugh. He took her hand in his and said to her seriously again, not only Zhu Qing, but Xiao Wu is already level 38. Xiao Wu. Is he broken? Ningrongrong thought Yichu was just teasing her. Her sister, whom she had spent every day with, how could she not know what level she was at? She had only been at Shrek Academy for a short time. How could she have improved so quickly? Wrong. What Xiao Chu said is true. Ningrongrong's thoughts hadn't drifted far before Xiao Wu's words stopped her. Xiao Wu. Are you going to play a trick on me with Yichu? Oh, how could that be? Ningrongrong, who had been looking incredulous, was suddenly pressed down by a faint pressure, making her breath catch in her throat. A red light flashed on Xiao Wu's body, and the fluctuation of her level 38 soul power appeared, gently surging towards Ningrongrong. Ningrongrong stared wide-eyed at Xiao Wu, then at Yichu, completely bewildered. Click. Just then, Zhu's Huking finally finished getting ready and emerged from the bathroom. Ningrongrong immediately turned around and asked Zhu's Huking, are you really level 39? Before she could finish speaking, Ningrongrong was already mesmerized. Zhu's Huking, emerging from the bathroom, was radiant. Her skin was as white as jade, translucent and delicate, as if sunlight could shine through it, subtly shimmering with a healthy blush. Her eyes were pale purple, like violets in the sunset, full of captivating color. Her thin lips were soft and rosy, slightly upturned, though a little puffy, which only added to her charm. Wow! Zhuking, you look so much prettier. Xiao Wu's crimson eyes sparkled as she abandoned Yichu and walked towards Zhu's Huking, starting to grope her pretty face and body. Xiao Wu's Huking's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly as she protected herself. She had already changed her soiled leather jacket. Time was short, so she could only wash her face and rinse her mouth in the bathroom, drying herself and seemingly cleaning parts of her hair. Blushing, she dodged Xiao Wu's attack before looking in Yichu's direction. Wrong, I'm indeed level 39. Without Zhu's Huking needing to say more, Ningrongrong already knew the answer when she noticed a slight change in her appearance. Huh? Zhuking, why is your voice a little hoarse? Xiao Wu, holding her arm, looked at her curiously. Zhu's Huking's face visibly flushed, like the fiery red sunset, and she stammered, unable to speak. She glanced resentfully at Yichu, who was already holding Ningrongrong in his arms. Because the engagement wasn't completely resolved, she wasn't ready to give herself away. For him, she had no choice but to use her considerable resources and some unspeakable methods. She gently touched her lips, and after a long while, she uttered a few words, half-truths and half-lie. I choked on something, is that so? Xiao Wu looked at her with suspicion, not understanding the intricacies of the situation. Ningrongrong, still on the bed, had no mind to pay attention to their conversation. Staring blankly at them, her eyes gradually welled up with tears, her mouth slowly turning bitter, looking extremely aggrieved. Yichu, having foreseen this, pulled her into his arms. Wrong, I prepared something for you too, Yichu, you better really have something. You promised not to be biased. Ningrongrong buried her head in Yichu's arms, her voice trembling with tears. Douluo Yan's cultivation had long since reached the Soul Master level, and Xiao Wu and Zhu's Huking were already Soul Venerables, not far from the Soul Master level, and even Xiao Lan had far surpassed her. She was the only one still at Two-Ring Great Soul Master. This made Ningrongrong, who had always been somewhat proud, feel somewhat sad. Ningrongrong could easily figure out why they had changed so much. It must be related to Yichu? Yichu gently patted her back. It really is. I'm even planning to take you to the starred-out Great Forest to find a 10,000-year-old third ring. You'll cultivate quickly if you focus. Yes. I'll be able to cultivate quickly. Ningrongrong blinked, trying to force back her tears. She secretly resolved that she wouldn't be playful when she got back, and would first focus on mastering the knowledge in the little notebook Yichu had given her. If you dare to lie to me, I'll bite you to death, she sniffed and lightly tapped Yichu's shoulder with her teeth. Yichu chuckled dryly, glancing unnaturally in Zhu Zhuking's direction. He received a blush on Ningrongrong's cheeks. After comforting her, he wiped away her tears. Xiao Wu had already laid out the food they had brought back. Ningrongrong straddled the human stool, occasionally swaying back and forth, as if to punish Yichu in a small way. The meal was halfway over. Zhu Zhuking had long since stopped eating, only occasionally adding some food for Yichu. Xiao Wu was still eating slowly, having used up a lot of energy shopping. Ningrongrong, on the other hand, looked unhappy. Although she had achieved the effect she wanted, she was much later than usual. Was her charm failing her? Or? Biting her chopsticks, her face flushed, she hesitated for a moment before shyly looking at Yichu. Yichu, is there really something wrong with your body? Yichu, who was eating with a flushed face, suddenly paused. Looking at this charming little devil, he wondered why she had asked this question again. He took a tissue and wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, replying softly, "No. I'm still very healthy." Ningrongrong nodded, her face red, agreeing with him. She knew her body was still quite healthy. But the timing still didn't match up. This problem wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't insignificant either. Ningrongrong frowned, she hadn't doubted that Yichu had no feelings for her anymore. Her blue eyes darted around. For her own happiness, she felt obligated to find the root of the problem. Just then, a pair of chopsticks reached into Yichu's bowl. Ningrongrong's suspicious gaze immediately fell on Zhu Zhuking. Seeing the big cat eating less than usual, and how it would dart away after just one glance, as if it had discovered some clue. Zhu Zhuking should have changed her clothes long ago. With such a significant increase in soul power, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist giving Yichu some benefits. Even she herself was no exception. Considering her slightly hoarse voice as she came out of the bathroom, and her slightly damp hair, all these signs. Ningrongrong wasn't some clueless fool. Her face immediately burned. No wonder Yichu's condition was off, it turned out he had entered a short cooling-off period. Oh. Zhuking, you two are so playful. Clatter, the chopsticks in Zhu Zhuking's hand slipped to the ground, her body trembled, and her face turned red from her neck to the tips of her ears. PFFT, cough cough, Yichu almost spat out the juice he had just tasted. His neck stiffened, and he looked at her guiltily, his voice hoarse. Wrong, what are you saying? Zhu Zhuking was too embarrassed to face anyone, biting her red lips and lowering her head. HMPH. You know what I'm saying, Ningrongrong said, looking at Zhu Zhuking, even more certain of her guess. Turning around, she grabbed Yichu by the collar, and the fierce Miss Ning made her limited time comeback. In the future, I can be like that too. But if you dare to be biased again, I really will bite you to death. The steaming Miss Ning bared her teeth fiercely at Yichu. Yichu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. His mouth was dry. Was this a little too much? He was afraid he couldn't handle it. Wrong, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu, who was holding a carrot as dessert, looked strangely at the three blushing girls. This girl, known as the 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit, was already a little out of touch? Wrong. Don't say it, Zhu Zhuking clenched her fists, her eyes even pleading. Ningrongrong ignored her, left the human stool, walked to Xiao Wu's side, and whispered what she knew in her ear. That way, no one can laugh at anyone else later. Ningrongrong thought to herself. After listening to her story, Xiao Wu's face flushed pink. Looking at the carrot in her hand, she hesitated to take a bite. Although she was Yichu's wife in a practical sense, she was still quite ignorant about these things. She stammered as she nibbled on her dessert, slowly raising her head. Xiao Qiu, I can too. As soon as Xiao Wu raised her head, she found that only the three of them, dazzlingly beautiful girls, remained in the room. Yichu couldn't stand their covetous gazes and fled in panic. The next day, it was bright daylight. Yichu came out of the divine might space early. He couldn't help it, the girls' gazes were a bit frightening, especially that little devil Ningrongrong. To avoid being verbally abused by Ning Rongrong during a night raid, he spent the night alone in the divine might space. Xiao Chu, hurry up and wash up, let's go downstairs for breakfast. The three women had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Xiao Chu appeared in the room, Ning Rongrong's resentful gaze was particularly evident. She gritted her teeth as she watched him. Clearly, she had missed him, which made her very unhappy. Okay, coming right away. Xiao avoided her gaze and took the towel Xiao Wu handed him. Zhu Zhuking's lips also curled slightly as she walked to Yichu's bedside and helped him tidy his clothes. With the three women's help, Yichu quickly got ready. Ning Rongrong pulled him downstairs. Before they had even completely descended the stairs, Yichu saw a familiar figure. It was Tang San. At this moment, he looked somewhat dejected, and his whole demeanor was very cold. His dark face was gloomy. As if noticing Yichu's gaze, Tang San suddenly looked up and met Yichu's eyes. Bloodshot immediately appeared in his black eyes. Yichu! Die! Before anyone could react, Tang San shouted fiercely. He pulled a pitch-black box from the 24 bridges under the moonlit night and aimed it at Yichu. It was the huge crossbow. He had woken up last night. He had intended to go to Yichu's place immediately, but Xiao Wuji stopped him. Now, with Yichu standing before him, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. His third spirit ring must be related to Yichu. Tang San! What are you doing? With Xiao Wuji's angry shout, Tang San's huge crossbow, already loaded with its mechanism, was fired. 16 jet black steel arrows shot towards Yichu with lightning speed. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 187 Master. Xiao Chu. Be careful. Zhu Zhuking and the other girls paled. If Yichu hadn't been holding them down, Ning Rongrong would have even stepped in front of him. Yichu's Sharingan eyes darted around, quickly transforming into a kaleidoscope. He frowned slightly as he looked at the 16 black, poison arrows. Tang San, on the other hand, sneered. He already knew Yichu possessed a penetrating soul skill. Therefore, while aiming at him, he also aimed at Zhu Zhuking behind him. He had spent the entire night applying his most lethal poison. If it penetrated, Zhu Zhuking would be severely injured, if not killed. Although he couldn't fire this huge crossbow continuously, he had prepared several. As Xiao Wuji reached out to capture him, Tang San's feet created a series of afterimages. Using the exquisite ghost shadow steps technique, he quickly dodged to the side. Two more huge crossbows appeared in his hands, firing at Yichu from different directions. Purple light swirled in his eyes as he dodged Xiao Wu's attacks with every strike. A gleam of delight appeared in his eyes as the arrows were about to strike Yichu. Fool! You never learn. The trajectory of those arrows was crystal clear to Yichu's Sharingan. A trickle of blood flowed from his right eye onto his cold, stern face. Amaterasu! His eyes darted around in their sockets. Whoosh! A jet black flame instantly ignited all the arrows that approached Yichu. With a blessing of Kagutsuchi, they burned to ashes without even touching him. How could this be? Tang San's expression hardened, and he immediately raised this huge crossbow to attack again. Suddenly, this huge crossbow in his hand burst into flames. The black flames threatened to spread towards him. Daimyo Bei, who had been somewhat eager to attack, paled upon seeing this. His right arm throbbed with pain. Tang San, Yichu. Stop! Xiao Wuji lunged at Tang San, his face contorted with shock and anger. Tang San immediately threw away this huge crossbow. Observing Yichu's gaze, they had some guesses about his strange soul skill. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu. Protect Rongrong. Pulling Ning Rongrong behind him, Yichu left these words and then rushed towards Tang San with a cold smile. Daimyo Bei. Ma Hongjin. Stop him! Hearing Xiao Wuji's order, Ma Hongjin and Daimyo Bei immediately rushed towards Yichu. Swoosh! They had only taken one step when a ravine, as if carved by sharp claws, appeared beneath their feet. A cold, murderous voice rang in their ears. I advise you not to move. Zhu Zhuking had already entered the state of martial soul possession, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, pulling beneath her feet. The sharp claws in her hands gleamed with a ghostly light, chilling to the bone. Ma Hongjin's face darkened, feeling the murderous intent like a thorn in his back, and he swallowed hard. His eyes drifted towards Daimyo Bei, anticipating his attack. He was not strong enough and did not want to be the first to stick his neck out. Daimyo Bei was also somewhat alarmed. He was horrified to discover that Zhu Zhuking's soul power seemed to have surpassed his own. How could this be? Upon closer inspection, he was momentarily stunned. Zhu Huking even seemed much prettier, and he was immediately filled with heartache and resentment. Damn Yichu! Hiss! Dai Mubei was cursing inwardly when he suddenly felt a sharp pain and gasped. Boss Dai, you're bleeding. Ma Hongjin had already frantically activated his martial soul possession, and he hadn't even seen Zhu Huking's actions clearly. I know, Dai Mubei gritted his teeth, his face a mixture of shock and anger. Several bloody marks had appeared on his face, with blood still flowing down. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, his expression instantly turned grim. Zhu Huking, don't go too far. Unlike her submissive and gentle demeanor in front of Yichu, Zhu Huking's eyes were now icy cold, devoid of any emotion. She merely raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at him indifferently. Expressionless, voice cold. If you dare look again, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhu Huking's words instantly enraged Dai Mubei. She was clearly his fiancée. He had only glanced at her, and she was already ready to fight him. Damn it. The green hat on his head suddenly felt incredibly heavy. You bitch. Fatty, let's attack together, Dai Mubei cursed, his body rapidly expanding, 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, unfolding beneath his feet. Let's see who dares. Without warning, Xiao Wu appeared beside Zhu Huking. Pink rabbit ears swayed on her head, and a short, tufted tail grew from her lower back. Her body became even more slender, 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, unfolded beneath her feet. 7 treasures are famous. First is strength, second is speed. A clear voice came from behind, and Ningrongrong had already produced a small glass pagoda in her hand. 2 yellow spirit rings lit up simultaneously beneath her feet. 4 streams of light fell upon Zhu Huking and Xiao Wu respectively. Damn it, cold sweat broke out on Dai Mubei's forehead. The anger that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Not to mention the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's amplification on the other side. What's more, he was horrified to find that Xiao Wu's soul power was no less than his own. What on earth was going on? How could they surpass him in such a short time? Whoosh! Piercing through Tang San's hidden weapon, Yichu quickly attacked him. The Shrek group had all gotten up quite early, and there weren't many diners around yet. But the dining area of this inn wasn't very spacious. Tang San only threw a few times. Yichu was already right in front of him. Various methods repeatedly failed, and even the blue-silver grass that he himself didn't want to take out became useless in front of Yichu, unable to stand up at all. Having learned his lesson from Tsukuyomi before, he didn't dare to meet Yichu's eyes. He kept using ghost shadow steps to dodge. The hidden weapons in his hands were like a futile effort in front of Yichu. A cold smile crept across Yichu's lips, his footsteps leaving a trail of afterimages. Tang San's expression changed drastically, utterly incredulous. How is this possible? How do you know ghost shadow steps? Yichu had no obligation to answer him. Several Rasengans appeared in his hand, which he hurled at Tang San. Bang! Tang San was startled when a Rasengan struck his right shoulder. His sleeve ripped, muscles twisted and torn, bleeding profusely. His right arm nearly dislocated. He staggered backward. Tang San's face was filled with terror. He seemed oblivious to the pain, his mind filled only with deep confusion and bewilderment. What was going on? How could anyone else know his Tang sect's secret techniques? Seeing Yichu closing in, Tang San had no time to think. A hint of panic finally crept in. His last close quarters battle with Yichu had been brutally defeated. He already knew the difference in skill. He didn't want to suffer another bloody defeat. Seeing several more Rasengans flying towards him, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Regretfully, he hadn't prepared properly and had provoked Yichu so early. Xiao Wuji's figure flashed into Tang San's vision through the purple demon eye. Tang San's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of a way to deal with it. The moment Yichu's right eye focused on him, Tang San instantly dodged, leaping behind Xiao Wuji. Seeking Xiao Wuji's protection, he temporarily avoided the attack. Xiao Wuji stood between the two. Looking at Yichu, who was still relentlessly charging towards him, Xiao Wuji couldn't help but furrow his thick eyebrows. Just to be safe, he quickly activated his martial soul, his body rising rapidly to shield Tang San behind him. Yichu! Stop! How could Tang San possibly? Before he could finish speaking, he stared in shock at Yichu slowly disappearing into his body. Tang San stood behind the wall like Xiao Wuji. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when a face he could never forget appeared from behind Xiao Wuji. Not good, Tang San exclaimed in surprise. He had just relaxed and was about to raise this huge crossbow again. But his movements suddenly froze for a moment. A reddish-purple light flashed in his vision, and when he regained his senses, a sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen. Yichu had already delivered a knee strike to his stomach. His eyes bulged slightly, and a sweet taste filled his throat. Tang San curled up like a boiled shrimp, his feet leaving the ground, and this huge crossbow fell to the ground. Yichu. Stop right now. He's not someone you can touch. Xiao Wuji had already turned around. Yichu didn't stop at all. Tang San shouldn't have included Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuking in his attack range. After the knee strike, Yichu grabbed Tang San's hair with one hand and lifted him up. What? He couldn't move? He just couldn't be killed safely yet. Yichu's hand was covered in ice, and he was about to throw a punch at the airborne Tang San. Xiao Wuji's face was grim. He felt incredibly aggrieved. Yichu's relationship with Ning Rongrong also prevented him from attacking Yichu. His fifth spirit ring lit up, and he let out a low shout. Fifth spirit skill, gravity compression. Yichu's fist missed its mark, and he raised an eyebrow. Under Xiao Wuji's fifth spirit skill, a thick gravity appeared around them, squeezing Tang San towards Xiao Wuji. Tang San finally recovered, feeling like he had escaped death. Yichu curled his lip, somewhat annoyed by Xiao Wuji's meddling. His cold eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Trying to leave? Today, he would definitely teach Tang San a lesson. The spirit power on Yichu's body began to surge continuously, as if it were about to materialize. Suddenly, a blood-red light shone on Tang San's face. His expression changed drastically. What is this thing? Xiao Wuji was also momentarily stunned, and his fifth spirit ring dimmed again. Brother die. What's that? Mo Hongjin swallowed hard and nudged Daimyubei beside him. Don't push me, you fatso, I saw it. Daimyubei was also shocked by what he saw. Yichu was enveloped in a blood-red skeleton, with a thick bony arm extending from behind him. A huge blood-red hand, in Tang San's panicked eyes, grabbed him and seized him. It intercepted him from his path towards Xiao Wuji. The blood-red hand's strength increased, and terror appeared in Tang San's eyes. Yichu. Let me go, or else. Shut up. Susanoo suddenly exerted force, blood spilling from Tang San's mouth, his bones cracking. His chest was squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Yichu. Tang San can't be hurt. Xiao Wuji's expression was solemn. I know, Yichu responded calmly. Xiao Wuji's expression was about to soften. Unexpectedly, while Yichu was speaking, he controlled the arm, lifting Tang San high into the air. Then, he hurled him forcefully towards the ground. Bang! The wooden planks on the ground shattered, revealing the soil beneath. Cough. PFFT. Tang San was dazed and confused, his internal organs jolted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. The giant hand clenched into a fist and slammed down on Tang San. Bang! Tang San raised both arms to block, but was struck directly in the chest. A tearing pain shot through his hand bones, and his ribs, which had just returned to their original position, snapped again. A mouthful of blood mist spurted out. The heavy smell of blood filled the air. This finally brought Xiao Wuji back to his senses. Yichu. That's enough. Bang! Yichu shook his head and continued to control the giant fist as it fell. A deep crater appeared in the soil beneath the wooden planks, and Tang San lay there, his life hanging in the balance. Don't go too far. Xiao Wuji's eyelids twitched. This Tang San was truly in a terrible state. Even Oscar, sitting calmly to the side, swallowed hard. He silently reminded himself that he must never provoke Yichu again. I'm just preventing this kind of sneak attack from happening again on the journey ahead. Yichu coldly looked at Tang San, who was now motionless, his face covered in blood, pressed into a crater by Susanoo's massive fist. Isn't that enough? He's already unconscious. Xiao Wuji, several meters tall, slowly walked towards Yichu. That's enough. Yichu nodded indifferently. Thud. Blood splattered, and the ground sank. Yichu, controlling Susanoo, delivered another punch to the half-dead Tang San. Yichu? Xiao Wuji roared. This was blatant provocation. He, the immovable king, was not one to submit to injustice. This Tang San was a matter of life and death for him and Flanders' entire family. If pushed too far, he wouldn't care about being the future son-in-law of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Don't get excited, I'm just checking if he's faking it. Cough. PFFT. Tang San's remaining consciousness caught Yichu's voice. He coughed a few more times, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Yichu glanced at him calmly, and the blood-red skeleton around his body began to slowly dissipate. The entire inn returned to calm. Xiao Wuji angrily dispelled his spirit possession. He had no time to pay attention to Yichu and quickly dug Tang San out of the pit. Already suffering from internal injuries that hadn't fully healed, he was now even more battered and deformed. Little Oscar. Sausage. Hurry up, coming. Oscar hurriedly summoned his spirit and created a sausage. Xiao Wuji took the sausage. He was already quite tired of this sausage stuffing job. He pried open Tang San's mouth and roughly shoved it in. Not caring whether it could be digested or not. He lifted Tang San's head and shoved it down his throat like swallowing a sword. He wanted to vent all the resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. Yichu's lips twitched. This immovable king really had no patience. He keenly sensed that Tang San seemed to be struggling. He seemed to be having trouble breathing, his eyes rolling back. His legs involuntarily straightened, as if even his toes were exerting force. His body tensed, then relaxed. There was no movement at all, clearly he had passed out. Xiao, are you alright? Now that things had settled down, Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu ran over and patted him. I'm fine, Yichu waved his hand dismissively. Without the support of hidden weapons and cultivation techniques, Tang San was just a level 31 soul master. Besides, his current martial soul was blue silver grass. Overall, the advantage was in his hands. Not far away, Zhu's Huking, who had ended the standoff, also came over and cast a concerned look at Yichu. The battle was over, and only then did the innkeeper dare to enter. Honorable soul master, the losses my humble inn suffered, this young lady will pay. Ningrongrong patted her chest, displaying an air of wealth and power. Xiao Wuji picked up the half-dead Tang San with one hand and returned to the table. After all, Tang San had struck first. Neither side was simple, and he couldn't show favoritism. He had no choice but to let the matter drop for now. After breakfast, we'll head back to the academy. He casually tossed Tang San onto a table, ignoring the fact that he was still bleeding. No one inquired about Tang San's condition anymore, and Daimyo Bei and the others sat down again. Yichu and his group also found a table to sit at separately. Ningrongrong pointed at the menu, watching Zhu's Huking, her eyes filled with tenderness, wiping the blood from Yichu's eyes. Daimyo Bei's face practically glowed with rage. Yichu noticed his resentful gaze and met his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, unwilling to move them. Yichu, however, smiled coldly, a flash of bloodlust suddenly appearing in his eyes. The other man's body trembled abruptly, his eyelids twitching several times, clearly frightened. That's it? Yichu curled his lip disdainfully, ignoring him completely, not taking him seriously at all. Zhu's Huking also sensed something, turning back to look at him, her eyes filled with warning and killing intent. Daimyo Bei's face turned ashen, his back teeth almost grinding to powder. He was actually looked down upon. That bitch actually protected Yichu like that. Those damned dogs. Boss Dai, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat. Mo Hongjin kept stuffing food into his mouth, even pushing a plate of green vegetables in front of Daimyo Bei when he had a moment. I'll eat your ass. Looking at the green stuff, Daimyo Bei broke down, cursing at Mo Hongjin. Jiao. Boss Dai, are you having another episode? Enough. Eat up. Xiao Wuji's face darkened. If you have any extra energy, you can carry Tang San later. The sun set. After several hours of travel, the group finally returned to Shrek Academy. The continuous journey had left everyone exhausted. Yichu carried Ningrongrong back to the dormitory with him. Little Oscar, Tang San is in your care, don't worry. Teacher Xiao, I'll take good care of him. Oscar, panting, took Tang San and placed him on his back. Xiao Wuji didn't need to tell him to take care of Tang San. He would do his job without being told, as he had a mission to complete. Xiao Wuji nodded with satisfaction. Finally, someone to take care of him. He didn't linger. This soul hunt had been incredibly stimulating for him, and he needed to report to Flander first. Fatty. Let's go to Soto City and have some fun. It's on me. Daimyo Bei put his arm around Ma Hongjin's shoulder, his voice carrying far and wide. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking on his part. Alright. Boss Dai, since you're so generous, then I'll let bygones be bygones for what you said to me this morning. Ma Hongjin, who hadn't vented his pent-up frustration for days, immediately agreed. With a lewd grin, he and Daimyo Bei headed towards Soto City. Speaking of which, Boss Dai, where are we going to find resources today? Dean's office. Knock knock. Haha. Xiao Gang. Judging from the force of the knock, it seems Tang San has returned safely. Wuji. Come in, Flander, who are you talking to? Xiao Wuji, outside the door, pushed open the door in confusion. Besides Flander, there was another unfamiliar figure in the room. A buzz-cut, washed-out hair, and a meticulously combed academic gown. A stiff face, bearing a bitter expression. His upright posture made him appear rigid and stubborn, and at first glance, somewhat dull, yet his eyes held a hint of wisdom. Haha. Come, Wuji, you've never seen this before, have you? Flander stood up, slightly raised his hand, and introduced Xiao Wuji. This is my old buddy Yu Zia Gang, also Tang San's teacher. You can just call him Master, he likes being addressed that way. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 188 Twins. Hearing Flander's introduction, Yu Zia Gang, who had just stood up, stiffened even more. He liked being called Master, that was true. But he didn't like it when people called him Master just because they liked it. He wanted genuine respect from others. Xiao Wuji looked at Yu Zia Gang, who stood before him with his hands behind his back. A thought struck him as he recalled some rumors about him. The once useless young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The infamous swindler who once resonated throughout the Soul Master world. He never expected that Tang San's teacher would be him. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Yu Zia Gang, but still maintained his manners, extending his hands to greet him. So you are Master. Hello, I am Xiao Wuji. Yu Zia Gang's tone was calm as he shook hands with Xiao Wuji. A forced smile appeared on his stiff face. He no longer cared about Flander's slip of the tongue. Something was better than nothing. His disciple Tang San would prove him to the world in the future. A movable king, no need to be so polite. I wonder how Tang San and the others are. Yes, Wuji, why did it take so long this time? Flander was also puzzled. He had led teams to hunt souls in the starred-out Great Forest before, but it had never taken this long. Hearing Yu Zia Gang mention Tang San, Xiao Wuji's face showed difficulty. Everyone else was fine, only he wasn't. Flander raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did Oscar's soul hunting encounter some problems? Yu Zia Gang also looked worried and anxious. Xiao Wuji shook his head and found a seat. Oscar's luck is quite good. He snatched the fat meat from someone else's mouth. His third soul ring comes from a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested serpent. A 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Yu Zia Gang had just sat down again when the muscles on his stiff face twitched a couple of times. The sensitive man had noticed Xiao Wuji's scrutiny of him and immediately seized the opportunity to prove himself. Then he must have obtained a soul skill related to speed. This is indeed a good gain, much better than the soul rings I expected that would suit him. Xiao Wuji's face showed a hint of surprise. After all, he was a teacher, and his judgment was much better than Tang San's. As expected of the master, you are right. Oscar's third soul skill is flight. At the speed of a phoenix-tailed crested serpent, he can fly for 1 minute. Haha. Xiao Gang's knowledge is quite extensive. Flander was also very happy that Yu Zia Gang could gain the recognition of others. Yu Zia Gang was surprised. Although he guessed that it was related to speed, he did not expect that Oscar's soul skill would be so powerful. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This child is indeed worthy of being a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. His future is limitless. That's right. Don't you know where you are? This is Shrek Academy, which only accepts monsters. A smile appeared on Flander's long face, proud of his academy. As he smiled, his face darkened again. Unfortunately, this would be the last batch of students. Flander's funds were no longer sufficient to maintain the academy's operation. Seeing Yu Zia Gang beside him, he chuckled again. He believed that with Yu Zia Gang's addition, these children would definitely become renowned powerhouses in the Soul Master world. Within 10 years, the name Shrek Academy would surely shake the entire Soul Master world. Yu Zia Gang, however, ignored him and looked at Xiao Wuji with some curiosity. Teacher Xiao, did this child's process of obtaining his third soul ring not go smoothly? Why did he look troubled just now? Yes. Just a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested serpent shouldn't have taken long with you here. Did something else happen? Flander also temporarily put aside his own fantasies about the future. Xiao Wuji glanced at Yu Zia Gang and couldn't help but sigh. Just one glance was enough to make Yu Zia Gang feel a great sense of unease. Xiao Wuji smiled bitterly. The trouble we encountered helping Oscar hunt souls was nothing compared to the biggest trouble we faced on this trip, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Titan giant ape. A 100,000-year-old soul beast. Wuji, you're not kidding me, are you? Flanders' glasses nearly fell off. What? The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Where's Xiao-san? Is Xiao-san alright? Yu Xiaogang knew the Titan giant ape's terror better than Flander, and his heart pounded with fear in an instant. Why would I lie to you? Xiao Wuji still felt lingering fear when he thought about it. The Titan giant ape kidnapped Xiao Wu and Tang San, but it threw them out halfway, and when we found them, they were both safe and sound. Yu Xiaogang's face turned deathly pale, his heart pounding. Hearing the second half of Xiao Wuji's sentence, his heart, which had been pounding, fell back down. His back was already soaked with sweat. Flander wasn't much better off. Clutching his pounding heart, Xiao Wuji exclaimed, Wuji, can you stop breathing so heavily? I was scared to death. Yu Xiaogang also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. HMPH. If you'd experienced being slapped away by a Titan ape, you'd be breathing heavily too, Xiao Wuji sneered. After all, he had fought against a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Speaking of which, why did that Titan ape attack you? Flander chuckled, not denying it, and asked curiously. Logically, a soul beast of that level shouldn't be outside the mixed zone. I don't know. I can't understand why they captured something of that level and then abandoned it. Xiao Wuji himself was still completely baffled. Yu Xiaogang regained his composure. After Xiao Wuji's explanation, he had some guesses and didn't dwell on the matter further. He looked at Flander with a serious expression, knowing he had to plan ahead for his disciples' safety. Flander, you know I'm here for Tang San. You have to promise me you'll go with him whenever he goes out hunting souls. Don't worry, he should break through level 30 soon. I'll definitely accompany him then. Flander nodded with a smile. It wasn't a big deal. You have to wait until he reaches level 40 before you go. Xiao Wuji's voice rang out softly. What? Teacher Xiao? You mean Tang San has already broken through level 30? Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up with rare wisdom, his gaze gleaming as he looked at Xiao Wuji. A soul master under 13 was already incredibly monstrous. That's right. When we found Tang San, he even hunted down a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider himself, a human-faced demon spider. That's wonderful. Yu Xiaogang's stiff face lit up with joy. This was one of the most suitable soul rings for Tang San's blue-silver grass cultivation plan. Hope had already dwindled, but unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise. Tang San's blue-silver grass would definitely experience a qualitative leap. However, before he could even feel excited, Xiao Wuji's words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly chilling his heart. Unfortunately, that human-faced demon spider's age exceeded 2,000 years. An accident occurred during the absorption process, Xiao Wuji said in a deep voice. Exceeded 2,000 years, Yu Xiaogang finally couldn't sit still any longer and jumped to his feet. Just as he was about to praise Tang San, Flander, whose combat power far surpassed his peers, also looked at Xiao Wuji in shock. How is Tang San now? Teacher Xiao? The anxiety in Yu Xiaogang's eyes was almost overflowing. No one knew better than him how serious the consequences of absorbing a spirit ring exceeding one's own limits were. It was almost certainly a death sentence. Can you just finish what you're saying at once? You're making me anxious. Flander's heart couldn't take the constant ups and downs either. Don't worry, Tang San's life isn't in danger, but his third spirit ring is a white 10-year spirit ring. That's good. No, that's not good. What's good? Flander nodded, but before he could even smile to comfort Yu Xiaogang, he realized what was happening. His face was filled with disbelief, his long face stretching endlessly. Wuji, are you sure you didn't say something wrong? Tang San, a dignified spirit master, and you're telling me his third spirit ring is white? Are you kidding me? I can't believe it either, but it's true. Xiao Wuji pounded his palm, also feeling heartbroken for Tang San. How could this be? How could this be? Yu Xiaogang's face turned deathly pale, and he slumped weakly back into his chair. How could his proud student's third spirit ring be white? Tang San was his pride and joy. He couldn't accept this fact. Teacher Xiao, could you tell me the whole process of this spirit hunt in detail? Yu Xiaogang's voice was hoarse. He simply couldn't believe it. He needed to understand the whole story. Of course, no problem. Xiao Wuji nodded readily. He then recounted his entire journey into the starred-out Great Forest in greater detail to Xiaogang and Flander. From capturing the phoenix-tailed crested serpent, confronting the snake granny Chao Xiang, encountering the titan giant ape, finding Tang San in his battle against the peerless dragon serpent, to the final battle between Tang San and Yichu at the inn. He covered everything meticulously. Xiaogang listened intently, not daring to lose focus for a moment, his eyes constantly reflecting deep thought and seriousness. Although his expression remained unchanged for eternity, everything Xiao Wuji described made his heart pound. Especially the horrific and perilous scene of Tang San absorbing the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, which left him with a lingering fear. As for Yichu, whom Xiao Wuji mentioned, although he had no recollection of him, he already harbored hatred for Yichu. How dare he repeatedly harm his beloved disciple and destroy his future hopes? He deserved to die. At the same time, he trusted his disciple's judgment. Tang San had been clever since childhood and would never speak without reason. The explosion that occurred when Tang San absorbed his spirit ring was too coincidental. Tang San's third spirit ring was definitely related to him. That's the whole story. Xiao Wuji's face showed worry, not knowing what fate awaited him. As if remembering something, he took out a long, narrow object wrapped tightly in black cloth. This is the spirit bone left behind after Ma Hongjin burned that skunk. Xiao Wuji walked to Flander's desk, held his breath, and unwrapped the black cloth. With Flander's cultivation, his five senses far surpassed those of ordinary people. He naturally detected the faint stench. His face, already etched with sorrow because of Tang San, darkened even more. He calmly covered the black cloth again. With a helpless sigh, Xiaogang said, "It seems Tang San's third spirit ring is ruined. If things go wrong, his martial soul might also be affected." "How? Flander, you underestimate Tang San." A sinister smile appeared on Xiaogang's stiff face. After the initial panic, he had recovered. He understood Tang San. It was merely his third spirit skill that was affected, nothing serious to him. As long as he could continue cultivating his blue-silver grass martial soul, he was destined to become a powerful figure. Besides, there was a way to deal with that white third ring. He already had a plan. "Xiaogang, I'm not just worried about Tang San, you know? Before you came, Wuji and I were both beaten up. Yeah, now that Tang San is in this mess, who knows what that person will do to us?" Xiao Wuji also scratched his head in frustration, never expecting that leading a team out to hunt spirits would cause such a mess. Xiaogang looked at them in surprise. "I didn't expect you two had already met His Majesty." "Xiaogang, you already knew Tang San's identity?" Flander was startled, and his gaze towards Xiaogang suddenly became strange. Just now, when Teacher Zhao mentioned why the Titan giant ape abandoned Xiao-san and the others, I guessed that His Majesty Haoshin had intervened." As he spoke, Xiaogang took out a token from his pocket, walked to the desk, and placed it on the table. 6 clear markings on it were immediately displayed before Flander and Xiao Wuji. "This is what His Majesty gave me, do you know? What you see in Xiao-san now is far from all of him. Do you really think his martial soul is only blue-silver grass?" A hint of arrogance appeared on Xiaogang's face as he stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from Flander and Xiao Wuji. "If that were the case, how could you be worthy of being my disciple?" Flander was shocked. Could his blue-silver grass martial soul be a mutated martial soul? It must be, otherwise I've never seen anyone cultivate blue-silver grass to this level. Hearing Flander's guess, Xiao Wuji beside him also thought it made a lot of sense. Xiaogang shook his head with a cold smile. "No, it's not a mutation, it's just twin martial souls." "What? Twin martial souls?" Flander looked at him in shock, not expecting that Tang San actually had another martial soul. Xiao Wuji was also surprised. Could it be that his other martial soul is the Clear Sky Hammer? That's right. So Xiao-san will be fine. Xiaogang was very satisfied with their reactions, turned around and put away the token. He then picked up the soul bone on the table and frowned as he examined it carefully. He seemed to be thinking about something. "I'm going to check on Xiao-san, Master. Let's go tomorrow. He should still be unconscious." Xiao Wuji looked at the sky outside the window. Night had already fallen. "Yes, Xiaogang, it's getting late. Let the children get some rest." Flander waved to Xiaogang. Xiaogang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat back down, having already put away the soul bone. Flander, being a miser, naturally noticed this. However, since Tang San had revealed it, he didn't say much. Flander said to Xiao Wuji. Wuji, you've really worked hard this time. You should go and rest too. Xiao Wuji smiled slightly and said, the academy doesn't belong to you alone. This is everyone's hard work. No need for formalities. Just help me out when we get beaten up. After learning that Tang San had twin martial souls, he suddenly felt that Tang Hao wouldn't go too far. You wish. Your defense is far superior to mine. You should do more work. Flander's expression changed. He didn't want to have his glasses smashed again. Don't worry, if His Majesty really comes, I will plead for you. Yu Zhigang smiled faintly, still somewhat confident in himself. After all, he was practically Tang San's second father. Haha. Master is the most reliable. Thank you in advance. Flander, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Hearing Yu Zhigang's words, Flander's face also lit up with a smile, and he jokingly scolded Xiao Wuji, get lost. While they were still worried about Tang Hao's difficult behavior, they didn't know that Tang Hao's seventh-day memorial service was almost over. After Xiao Wuji left the room became quiet again. Looking at Yu Zhigang, Flander's expression was somewhat dazed. He sighed, Zhigang, I'm really glad you could stay. It's a pity that third sister isn't here. Hearing Flander mention her, Yu Zhigang's expression changed, and a look of panic flashed in his eyes. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 189 Fear. Recalling how he almost had his leg broken when he proposed to her, a chill ran down his spine. Despite the fear, a sliver of fantasy still lingered in his heart. Flander, don't mention her again. There's no way we could be together. It's all just wishful thinking on my part. Yu Zhigang sighed softly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, a touch of self-pity in his expression. Back then, as the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Wisdom Corner, he was quite well known throughout the Soul Master world. But he never imagined he would have such thoughts about his cousin. Zhigang, you can fool others, but you can't fool me, and you certainly can't fool yourself. Dare you say you've forgotten your third sister? Flander shook his head helplessly, looking at Yu Zhigang with a mocking expression. A pang of sadness gripped him. He hadn't expected Yu Zhigang to actually abandon the Soul Master world because of his third sister's angry words. Enough. Flander, stop talking about her. 20 years have passed, it's all too late, she should have found her place now. My only hope is to raise her to be a capable person. I dare not hope for anything more in matters of the heart. Though he said he'd let it go, Yu Zhigang's gaze was distant. How could he forget? The days the Golden Iron Triangle roamed the Soul Master world together were the most beautiful memories in his heart. After half a year of imprisonment and torture in the Spirit Hall, he was neither human nor ghost. Like a stray dog, he had a home but couldn't return. The entire Soul Master world saw him as a joke. His dignity had been ruthlessly crushed. But her slight concern for him, her every smile and gesture, was a ray of warm light that rekindled his confidence. It restored his resolve, and he vowed to prove himself. That's why he did such a morally reprehensible thing, even knowing their identities. Seeing his infatuated expression, Flander knew perfectly well he couldn't forget her. Actually, I've seen third sister before, Hearing that Flander had seen her after the three parted ways, Yu Zhigang's heart trembled. But when Flander mentioned her recent situation, he suddenly stood up, shouting at Flander and interrupting him. Shut up, Flander, don't say anything more, I don't want to know. I don't want to cause trouble because of these old stories. Yu Zhigang's emotions suddenly became agitated, his eyes fixed on Flander, bloodshot. Even his heart was trembling. You? Flander looked at Yu Zhigang's angry appearance, unable to utter another word for a long time. He could only shake his head helplessly. Fine, these are your own business. But Zhigang, as your brother, I will always support you. Yu Zhigang didn't respond. Only he knew that he wasn't angry. He was just afraid. He was afraid of hearing the news that she was already married, and he couldn't bear to shatter the beautiful illusion in his heart. Flander saw his reddened eyes and stopped bringing up those things. He could understand Yu Zhigang's pain to some extent. Wasn't he himself also indulging in wishful thinking? Taking a deep breath, Flander changed the subject. Have you been home? Yu Zhigang shook his head stiffly. He said coldly, I haven't had a home for a long time. After all these years, that's still your home. Although they don't welcome you, blood is thicker than water. Yu Zhigang raised his hand, signaling Flander to stop talking. All right. I won't go back until I prove myself. I've had enough of their cold looks, and I don't want to be laughed at by those people anymore. He turned around with his hands behind his back. Looking up at the bright full moon in the sky outside the window, his eyes even filled with tears. His body also seemed a little hunched. Over the years, hadn't he ever thought of going back to visit? But he couldn't go back. He dared not go back. He was afraid his second uncle would find out what he had done. His dignity couldn't withstand being trampled on again. Flander had some idea of his concerns. He knew he was a person with extremely strong self-esteem. He gave a helpless bitter smile. You're still so stubborn, why bother? Xiao didn't say anything more, silently holding back his tears. His pride wouldn't allow him to show this side of himself in front of others. Night fell, and the moonlight was very gentle. At this time, in the girls' dormitory under the night sky, besides Xiao Wu and the other two girls, there was one more person. Yichu hadn't come out since he went in. He even washed up in the three girls' room. Washing up takes girls a lot of time, and the lights in the room were still on. After Zuzu finished washing up, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Yichu, on the other hand, lay down in Ningrongrong's bed to fulfill his promise. Xiao Wu had just finished washing up. She rushed to the bedside as soon as she came out. Rongrong. Get up and start cultivating. Ah. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Xiao Wu pulled back a corner of the blanket, revealing Ningrongrong, who was secretly receiving a massage from Yichu, her head buried under the covers. Fortunately, Yichu quickly withdrew his hand, preventing the revelation of their secret. Ningrongrong's eyes shimmered with embarrassment as she straightened her clothes. She pouted at Xiao Wu, annoyed that she had to give up her warm bed. She rolled her eyes at Yichu and playfully punched him twice. Idiot, you're hurting me. Ahem, well, I didn't want to either. Yichu smiled helplessly. Xiao Wu was so quick that he, engrossed in his work, hadn't noticed in time. Ningrongrong wouldn't let him reveal the massage formula. He had no choice but to quickly stop. Xiao, what were you doing just now? Xiao Wu looked at them curiously. Nothing. When I got up just now, he stepped on my hair, Ningrongrong said in a flustered manner, and without waiting for Xiao Wu's response, she stood up. As if with her tail between her legs, she ran towards the bathroom. She needed to change into long pants, otherwise she would catch a cold. Xiao Wu glanced at her back strangely, but didn't dwell on it. It was more important to sleep with Xiao right now. Xiao, quickly help me dry my hair, don't get Rongrong's bed wet. Yichu, who was pulled up by Xiao Wu, smiled strangely twice. What Xiao Wu was worried about had actually happened. But he wouldn't say that out loud. Okay. Come closer to me. Yichu pulled Xiao Wu and made her sit on the edge of the bed. A crimson light appeared in his hand, and he slowly dried her hair while also slightly warming the blanket. Thank you, Xiao. Xiao Wu turned around and hugged Yichu, her long legs slipping into the blanket as well. Behave yourself. It's late, get some rest. Yichu rolled his eyes at the little rabbit rubbing against him. Okay. I'll listen to you, my dearest Xiao. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Yichu, quickly burrowing into the covers and hugging his waist. Wrong, remember to turn off the light. I know, HMPH, Ningrongrong, who had just come out of the bathroom, pouted and snorted, giving Xiao Wu, who had taken over her spot, a cold look. If she hadn't wanted to get Yichu's gift as soon as possible and break through to Soul Master so she wouldn't fall too far behind, she wouldn't have given it to Xiao Wu and the others like that. Wrong, good night. Yichu gave her an apologetic look, and then everything went black. Ningrongrong had already turned off the light. Good night. In the darkness, Ningrongrong hummed twice, responding to Yichu somewhat reluctantly. Her voice was very soft. She groped her way to Xiao Wu's bed and sat down cross-legged. She calmed her mind and began to cultivate. Not long after, a pair of beautiful eyes gleamed in the dark room. Zuzu had finished her brief cultivation session. Although this opportunity wasn't as pleasant as being alone, she still didn't want to miss it. She quietly crept to the bedside and lay down without hesitation. Yichu naturally sensed her movement and the tenderness of her embrace. He grabbed Xiao Wu's reaching hand and pulled her closer. The single bed was already rather narrow, and with Zuzu's exceptional talent, it naturally felt a bit cramped. Xiao Wu, who had been enjoying herself all to herself, pouted and called out from afar, Zuking, why aren't you cultivating? I want to stay with Yichu. Zuzu silently wrapped an arm around herself, securing it to her chest. She closed her eyes, leaned against Yichu's shoulder, and pressed close to him. After consuming the immortal herb, her cultivation had increased so much. She had already saved a lot of cultivation time. She was simply taking a small portion of that time to spend with Yichu. Alright, let's go together. Xiao Wu nodded helplessly, no longer acting like a hooligan. She crossed her arms, leaned on Yichu's shoulder, and slowly closed her eyes. The room became unusually quiet, with only the sound of breathing audible. Yichu enjoyed the blessing of having 3 women, inhaling their distinct scents, yet his heart was surprisingly calm. It seemed that he had almost accomplished his purpose in coming to Shrek Academy. Once Oscar bought a set of hidden weapons, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to temporarily retreat with the 3 women. The mysterious heaven skill and such could also be practiced by the women. These things would be of considerable benefit to them. The night slowly dissipated, and as the first hint of dawn appeared in the distant sky, until the sun rose high, the entire Shrek Academy was somewhat quiet. Daimubei and Ma Hongjin had not returned all night. There was still no movement in the 3 women's dormitory. Uzaya Gang, who had been waiting all night, got up early, prepared a pot of medicinal chicken soup, and was walking towards Tang San's dormitory. Knock knock. He knocked gently on the door, and a familiar voice immediately came from inside. Is that Xiao? Come in. Oscar had already gone out for breakfast. Only Tang San was there, his body wrapped in bandages, leaning against his bed, his eyes half closed, seemingly deep in thought. The dormitory door creaked open, and Uzaya Gang stepped inside. Seeing his disciple's appearance, and nameless anger rose within him. That Yichu was so cruel. A slight smile forced across his stiff, sour face. He tried to soften his voice. Xiao-san, how's the recovery? Hearing that familiar voice, Tang San trembled. He turned around in shock, his face lighting up with joy. He immediately recognized the person before him. Teacher. When did you arrive? Overjoyed, he almost stood up to welcome him. But the pain in his body made him grimace. Teacher, please forgive my rudeness. What's the point of saying all that? You're injured, so just lie down. All that etiquette is just for show. After all these years, do you think I don't know your character? Uzaya Gang quickly stepped forward, helping Tang San back to his original position. I just arrived here the day before yesterday. I heard you were injured, and I was going to come see you last night, but I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I came earlier. After answering Tang San's question, Uzaya Gang patted the food box he had brought, placed beside the bed. Here, this is chicken soup I specially made for you. It will help you recover. Thank you, teacher, Tang San said, his eyes welling with tears. Since leaving Holy Soul Village and entering Nodding Academy, he had never seen his alcoholic father again. From then on, his teacher filled that void. Although he wasn't good with words and was very strict with him, Tang San truly received a lot of care and love from him. He understood that his teacher's strictness was all for his own good. For Tang San, besides his father, his teacher was his closest relative. He originally had Xiao Wu as well, but Yichu had stolen her away. Thinking of this, Tang San felt another wave of frustration. Noticing the change in Tang San's expression, Uzaya Gang assumed he was troubled by his spirit ring. He reached out and patted his head. Little San, I've already heard about your situation from Teacher Zhao and Flander. Teacher, my 3rd spirit ring, Tang San stammered, finding it difficult to speak. Uzaya Gang's face suddenly darkened. I already know. Little San, I'm asking you, did I ever teach you how to absorb spirit rings from spirit beasts of unknown age? Tang San was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood that his teacher must know the whole story and knew he had almost been in danger. When he saw the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring, he only thought it was a rare treasure and had indeed been careless. Tang San had no choice but to obediently lower his head and shake it. No, Uzaya Gang snorted coldly, his face devoid of any smile, only sternness. Then how dare you act recklessly? Don't you know the danger of the human-faced demon spider? If something happens to you, how can I explain to your father? You must understand, you are my only disciple, my hope. You cannot die without my permission. Do you hear me? Uzaya Gang's icy voice made Tang San's eyes redden. Although these words weren't pleasant, he could still hear his teacher's genuine concern for him. He was truly afraid something would happen to him. I was wrong, teacher, but while moved, he also felt a little wronged. But I could feel it. I could have endured it at the time. It was all because of the interference of villains that my third spirit ring became like this. As he spoke, Tang San's teeth began to clench. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. It was indeed his mistake to rashly absorb the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring. But he had his own assessment of his condition at the time. If it weren't for the unexpected event, he would definitely have obtained a spirit ring beyond the age limit. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, he sighed, I believe in you. But what's done is done, and now we can only try our best to make amends. Alright, drink the chicken soup first, then let me see the changes in your blue silver grass. Wishing everyone a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Teach Me. Under Yu Xiaogang's loving care, Tang San quickly finished a large bowl of chicken soup. Alright, summon your blue silver grass, let your master take a good look. Yu Xiaogang put down what he was holding and grabbed Tang San's right hand. A struggle flashed in Tang San's eyes as he turned his face away, hesitantly summoning the blue silver grass. A small blue silver grass sprouted from his palm, shimmering with light. It was adorned with 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 white. Not only was Tang San unable to look directly at it, but even Yu Xiaogang, who already knew the situation, wore a bitter expression upon seeing it. He was somewhat speechless. Adjusting his mindset, Yu Xiaogang began to carefully examine the blue silver grass Tang San had summoned. It looked less lustrous than before. Upon closer inspection, some black and white spots could be seen, identical to the markings on a skunk. Summon more, Yu Xiaogang commanded, frowning. Tang San nodded and increased his spirit power output. In an instant, several blue silver grasses sprouted from around Yu Xiaogang, swaying around him. Yu Xiaogang frowned even deeper, afraid to breathe heavily. He took out a dagger from his crotch and slashed at the blue silver grasses twice. After getting the information he wanted, Yu Xiaogang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, the situation is much better than I imagined. Teacher, how is it? Tang San looked at him nervously. Ever since he woke up, he had been thinking about other things. He couldn't face the fact that his third spirit ring was white. Yu Xiaogang picked up a tattered cloth from somewhere and carefully wiped his dagger. He said slowly and deliberately, aside from some minor changes in appearance, the original tea fragrance has disappeared, replaced by a faint stench. However, these changes are harmless. The most important thing is that the toughness hasn't been greatly affected. Yu Xiaogang told Tang San about the information he had observed and tested. Then, stroking his chin, he muttered some of his guesses. It seems the age of this spirit beast is too low, so it won't have much of an effect on your blue silver grass. Unlike Yu Xiaogang, Tang San's face was filled with deep pain upon learning of these changes, his teeth practically grinding to powder. He loathed the stench emanating from the blue silver grass. What normal person could accept their spirit becoming so disgusting? Yu Xiaogang's words about the age being too low deeply stung him. A white third spirit ring. He could imagine the ridicule he would face in future spirit battles. How utterly humiliating that would be. Yu Xiaogang naturally noticed the pain on Tang San's face and reached out to pat his head. Alright, now show me your third spirit skill, teacher. Do I really have to use it? Tang San's body trembled, his face, which had become slightly rosy after a bowl of chicken soup, returned to its pale state. It's just the two of us, master and disciple. What do you have to worry about? Yu Xiaogang gave a stiff smile. Fine, alright. Tang San gritted his teeth. He activated his soul power. The dazzling white ring on the blue-silver grass flashed a white light. The blue-silver grass, which was swaying around Yu Xiaogang, didn't change anything. But Yu Xiaogang's face visibly darkened, as if he had been choked. His neck bulged, and his voice was hoarse. That's enough, put it away quickly. Seeing Yu Xiaogang waving his hands repeatedly, Tang San, whose face was already flushed from holding his breath, quickly put away his blue-silver grass. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to catch his breath, his expression changed. He realized that the smell hadn't dissipated. He immediately held his breath again. Neither master nor disciple spoke. There wasn't even a sound of breathing. Yu Xiaogang had to admit that he had been careless. He hadn't expected that a mere white soul ring could cause such lasting damage. Even with his long-standing susceptibility to Luo Sanpao's influence, he was finding it somewhat difficult to resist. After a moment of silence, Yu Zhigang stood up and walked to the window. He opened it and took a deep breath. Zhao-san, open the window and let the sunlight in. It will help you recover. The light streamed in, but Tang San's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly. Gradually, the stench in the air finally dissipated. Tang San broke the silence first. Teacher, Yu Zhigang turned around, looking at his disciple's heavy and conflicted expression. Zhao-san, what's wrong? Tang San hesitated for a moment, his lips moving slightly. I want to cultivate a second martial soul. Yu Zhigang was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked back to the bedside. His face showed uncertainty and surprise. What did you say? Disciple said, I want to cultivate a second martial soul. Tang San lowered his head, raised his voice, and repeated. Bang! Yu Zhigang's eyes widened, and he slammed his hand on the table beside the bed, making a loud bang. He shouted at Tang San, refusing firmly. Impossible. Absolutely not. At this moment, he abandoned his usual composure and roared. Little San. Do you know what you're saying? Have you forgotten my teachings? What did I tell you before? Have you forgotten everything? Tang San raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. This disciple has not forgotten. You said that without your permission, this disciple is not allowed to attach a spirit ring to the clear sky hammer. Since you still remember, then why do you still say such stupid things? Yu Zhigang was like a tiger ready to devour its prey, his eyes cold and full of majesty. Teacher, do you know? Yichu, who left without saying goodbye back then, has returned. He's changed, very different. Tang San's face showed a look of panic, the scenes of being crushed and ravaged by Yichu repeatedly echoing in his mind. That Yichu from back then. Yu Zhigang was stunned for a moment, his long-sealed memories being opened. How could it be him? He had always thought that the Yichu that Flander and the others talked about was from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If it weren't for Tang San, he wouldn't have remembered that insignificant kid from back then at all. But shouldn't that ordinary brat have disappeared from this world long ago? His Majesty Haoshin clearly said back then that he had vanished forever. Could it be that he misunderstood His Majesty's meaning? Did His Majesty spare that ant? Yu Zhigang frowned deeply. However, before Yu Zhigang could think further, Tang San's next words reignited his anger. Do you know? Since arriving here, I can only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu is taken away by him, her face flushed with shyness in his arms. In Tang San's constant fantasies, the image of the usually charming Xiao Wu being pinned down by Yichu, being wantonly ravaged, kept flashing through his mind. Thinking of this, he clutched his heart tightly, his eyes bloodshot, tears glistening. His voice was hoarse, yet he was very restrained. And I could only watch helplessly. I tried to take Xiao Wu back, but my once proud hidden weapons couldn't even scratch him. Gradually, his eyes reddened, his voice trembling with sobs. I don't know why, my martial soul, Blue Silver Grass, was utterly powerless against Yichu. And what's more, even more so, his very foundation, the Intersects' secret techniques. That beast had stolen them all. Anyone who steals Intersects' secret techniques deserves to be executed by slow slicing. And their death is no pity. Thinking of this, Tang San's eyes turned extremely sinister, his killing intent erupting like a cold, venomous snake. The hatred in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Ignoring his injuries, he roared to the sky. Therefore, this disciple will cultivate the clear sky hammer martial soul. I will kill Yichu. A sweet taste welled up in his throat, churning in his mouth, but it couldn't stop his roar. Gulp. Kill him. Make him pay for what he did. I'll smash him into mincemeat. Hammer blow by hammer blow. Blood dripped from his mouth onto the blanket. His bloodshot eyes bulged, his lower lip was stained with blood, his face was twisted and ferocious, like a man-eating demon. Tang San, seeing his demonic state, Yu Zhigang showed no pity and shouted sharply. He raised his right hand and swung it across Tang San's face. Smack! A loud, crisp sound ended Tang San's scream. A red mark was left on Tang San's face, his head tilted to the side by Yu Zhigang's slap. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth again. Teacher, for a moment, he was stunned. He looked up blankly at Yu Zhigang, whose right hand was trembling. It was clear how much force Yu Zhigang had used. He glared at Tang San, his face filled with anger, looking at him with disappointment and frustration. Without thinking, he blurted out Tang San's name. His voice was filled with unprecedented rage. Tang-san. Have you gone mad? Where's your usual composure? Just because of Yichu, you're going to jeopardize your future. For him, are you going to betray your master's high hopes for you? Have you forgotten the advantages of twin martial souls? Yu Xiaogang was heartbroken. Tang-san was his hope for redemption. He absolutely wouldn't allow Tang-san to waste his talent and prematurely cultivate the clear sky hammer martial soul. I'm sorry, teacher. Tang-san was jolted awake by Yu Xiaogang and regained his senses. He apologized, then covered his face and buried his head in shame. HMPH. It's good that you know you're wrong. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and put his hands behind his back. Your third spirit ring won't hinder your cultivation. As long as you listen to your master, and wait until you're strong enough before adding a spirit ring to the clear sky hammer, your future will be limitless. Yichu is nothing but a stepping stone for you. Xiao Wu will regret her choice sooner or later, disciple knows. Tang-san looked at his clenched left hand. He knew the advantages of twin spirits, and the advantages would become more obvious as time went on. He was just momentarily flustered after losing Xiao Wu and being repeatedly humiliated by Yichu. But thinking of how even Yu Xiaogang despised his spirit, he still felt a lump in his throat. His mood was very low, and he said softly, "But teacher, now my blue silver grass spirit is missing a spirit skill, and it will only bring endless shame to this disciple." Tang-san was a proud man. He couldn't accept the disdainful looks and mocking words of others. He was ashamed to show his foul-smelling blue silver grass to others. Tang-san's words made the ramrod straight Yu Xiaogang tremble. Pain also appeared on his face. "I understand your thoughts, your master understands you." Yu Xiaogang's hoarse voice rang out, raising his hand to place on his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "In this world, no one understands you better than your master." Back then, how could his pride be weaker than Tang-san's? He was the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He should have awakened the strongest beast spirit in the entire continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit. But fate played a cruel joke on him. When his spirit awakened, it underwent a malignant mutation. He became Luo Sanpao, whose innate spirit power was only 0.5 levels, like a pig. He fell from heaven to hell. From the young master who was the focus of everyone's attention to a piece of trash who could never break through level 30 in his entire life. His father and the family were disgraced because of this. His status in the family also plummeted. He finally managed to cultivate to level 10. He thought that this would change the people's opinion of him. But his spirit skills were so disgusting. The people's hatred for him was no longer concealed. Insults, ridicule, and all sorts of vicious curses tormented him. Just recalling them made Yu Xiaogang's lips turn white. His body began to tremble. The past events, like a nightmare, lingered. "Teacher," he felt a hand on his shoulder tighten its grip. Tang-san didn't know Yu Xiaogang's origins, but he remembered his teacher's two soul skills. Compared to his own, they were far superior. Now he finally understood why his teacher always had a stern face and rarely smiled. What he feared, his teacher had already experienced and endured for decades. His teacher truly understood him best. Yu Xiaogang, his eyes reddening, realized he had lost his composure. He turned away, looking at the sunlight outside the window. "Xiao-san, remember this. This world is ruled by strength. When you are weak, they may laugh at you, but when you are 100 or 1,000 times stronger than them, all they can do is fear and look up to you." Rule by strength? Tang-san looked at Yu Xiaogang's tall back, then at his own hands, and murmured, "Teacher, thank you. I understand. I will use my strength to shut them up." Having lived 2 lives, he understood this even better. He had figured it out, whether in his previous world or this one, strength truly reigned supreme. A person makes mistakes because they are not strong enough. If he had had enough strength back then, who would have accused him of stealing the Tang sect's secret techniques? If he had had enough strength, how could Xiao Wu have been taken away by Yichu? "It's best that you understand." Yu Xiaogang's expression softened slightly, revealing an unpleasant smile. Gently stroking Tang-san's head, Yu Xiaogang said, "I'm sorry, I hit you a little too hard just now." "No. Teacher did the right thing. I deserved it. If it weren't for you, I might have wasted my talent." Tang-san shook his head, trying to smile, but a tearing pain shot through his lips. Yu Xiaogang nodded with satisfaction. His efforts hadn't been in vain. "Little Sen, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Actually, your blue silver grass isn't beyond repair." "Teacher, you don't need to comfort me like that. I'm prepared." Tang San shook his head, summoning his blue-silver grass with a look of resignation. Very good. Seeing his disciple's improved state of mind, Yu Zhigang finally smiled slightly. However, I've taught you for so long, have you ever seen me lie? Yu Zhiagang's voice made Tang San, who was adapting to his martial soul and gently inhaling the scent of his blue-silver grass, tremble. His face lit up with surprise. Teacher, you really have a way. Although he had accepted reality, he naturally had no reason to refuse if there was a way to get rid of the stench. The method I'm about to share won't just solve the blue-silver grass's odor, it can also restore your spirit ring configuration to normal. What? Tang San was overjoyed. He was already grateful for the smell alone. He never expected it could even restore his appalling spirit ring configuration. Tang San was so excited he almost jumped off the bed. Teacher, teach me, wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 191 Ring Replacement. Yu Zhigang was quite satisfied with Tang San's performance, and with a slightly smug smile, he pressed him back down. Don't get excited yet. As a teacher, I naturally hope my disciple can improve. Teacher, please tell me what method it is. Tang San's eyes were full of hope. This was crucial to whether he could stand tall and summon his martial soul. Seeing his eagerness, Yu Zhigang didn't keep him in suspense any longer and solemnly said, this method is for changing the ring. Changing the ring. Tang San was stunned. These two words were simple and easy to understand, he wasn't unable to comprehend them. However, this conflicted with his upbringing. Teacher, should a soul master's soul ring be unchangeable? Yu Zhigang nodded, affirming Tang San's statement. His expression, however, became somewhat serious. Indeed, it cannot be changed normally, unchangeable normally. Tang San keenly grasped the key information in Yu Zhiagang's words. How could it be abnormal? Tang San quickly asked, Teacher, are the conditions very harsh? That's right. Yu Zhiagang's answer was decisive and certain. Upon receiving his answer, Tang San fell silent. Changing a spirit ring. Such a fantastical thing. Tang San didn't know what price he would have to pay. It must be considerable, but he wasn't afraid. Teacher, your disciple is willing to try. Tang San looked at Yu Zhiagang firmly and said in a deep voice. It's good that you have this determination and confidence. Yu Zhiagang smiled with satisfaction, then shook his head apologetically. However, I don't know how to do it right now. Tang San looked at him quietly, anticipating his next words. He knew his teacher, he wouldn't say these things without a certain degree of certainty. Yu Zhiagang gave him an appreciative look. Then he began to explain what he knew in detail. This method is a secret technique of a clan called the Min clan in the Spirit Master world. It is roughly divided into 2 steps, eating the ring and changing the ring. The Min clan, Tang San murmured, his eyes showing surprise and doubt. This was something he had never heard of before. Ignoring Tang San's questions, Yu Zhiagang continued speaking. The Min clan's inherited martial soul is the sharp-tailed swift. Their members are all single-attribute soul masters focused on speed, typical supporters of the extreme speed build in the soul master world. They specialize in cultivating speed, which is something they have no choice but to do, because the sharp-tailed swift martial soul has a major drawback. They cannot cultivate any offensive soul skills, otherwise their soul power will stagnate, and they will never be able to break through. This is something that would be extremely frustrating for anyone. Therefore, some members of the Min clan will try to add offensive soul skills. After failing to achieve offensive power, for future development, they must remove their existing soul rings and then reabsorb them, starting all over again. Yu Zhiagang's introduction made no mention of the Clear Sky sect, nor of the other 3 of the 4 single-attribute sects. Without Tang Hao's approval, he dared not let Tang San know too much. Therefore, his introduction was limited to the origin of the Min clan's soul ring eating and exchange technique. Just learn about these things first. Don't ask too many questions about the Min clan, you'll naturally know when the time comes. Yu Zhiagang raised his hand, stopping Tang San from asking any more questions. Tang San hesitated. Although curious, he knew his teacher was doing this for his own good. He didn't delve further into the Min clan's affairs, focusing instead on the problem he now faced. But, teacher, this is their secret technique. Where can I find them? How can I get them to help me? The time isn't right yet, I can't take you there. Yu Zhiagang shook his head. Without Tang Hao's support, he dared not act rashly. He and his master alone couldn't guarantee his safety. He said this only to comfort Tang San, to reassure him about his 3rd spirit ring. The time isn't right, Tang San frowned. Did this even have a time limit? He glanced at his teacher. Tang San increasingly felt it today. No. When the topic turned to the Min clan, something seemed off. He appeared to be deliberately concealing something. His teacher, Tang San, clutched his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Yu Xiaogang gave Tang San's head a sharp whack with the back of his hand. He glared at him. Keep your cleverness to yourself. You'll know when the time is right. Right now, all you need to do is become stronger. Once you become stronger, everything else will be alright. Become stronger. Tang San paused, not asking any further questions. He had his own thoughts. Perhaps the things his teacher couldn't tell him were related to his father's background. I understand, teacher. Very good. Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction, smiling mysteriously. Tang San and the Min clan had quite a history. He wasn't too worried about these things. As long as Tang San's talent gained their approval, everything would fall into place naturally. Alright, we've already talked so much without realizing it. Now let's analyze your opponent. Yu Xiaogang had already learned some things about Yichu from Xiao Wu, and he was interested in Yichu's soul skills and martial soul. Next, tell me in detail about your battle with Yichu. Yes, master. Tang San was overjoyed. In his heart, Yu Xiaogang was a true master of theory. He believed that with Yu Xiaogang's involvement and his targeted theoretical guidance, he would definitely be much more relaxed when facing Yichu. He might even find Yichu's weaknesses and use them to defeat him, or even kill him. And then take Xiao Wu back. Suppressing his joy, Tang San began to recount his battle with Yichu. In our first encounter, I fell into his illusion, just as the master and disciple were reviewing and studying Yichu's martial soul and soul skills. There was finally movement in the three girls' dormitory. Yichu opened his sleepy eyes. What he saw was a flushed, delicate face. Long, flowing hair, a fragrant scent lingering in the air. Willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips. Half asleep, he felt himself holding a beauty in his arms. He seemed to still be performing a massage in his dream. On the narrow single bed, Xiao Wu held Yichu, Yichu held Zhu Xiuqing. Yichu and Zhu Xiuqing looked at each other, blinking. He tentatively probed her with a hint of uncertainty, and sure enough, he felt her sudden heartbeat. The sudden increase in strength made Zhu Xiuqing groan softly. Her beautiful eyes were shy, and her lips, which she had bitten, parted slightly. Her gentle voice was captivating. Yichu, it's time to get up, Xiuqing. I want to sleep a little longer. Yichu didn't want to let go, and instead tightened his embrace. No, Xiao Wu and the others are awake. Zhu Xiuqing's body tensed, but it didn't affect Yichu's experience at all. The gentle touches were still there. Yichu was stunned for a moment, gently swaying his body, carefully feeling the information transmitted from his back. Although Xiao Wu, the little white rabbit, couldn't compare to the big cat Zhu Xiuqing in terms of growth, Yichu could still tell. Xiao Wu should still be lying behind him, with her slender, long legs wrapped around his waist and pressing against him. However, Zhu Xiuqing's shyness didn't seem fake. Having made up his mind, Yichu's hands and head went their separate ways. While continuing to practice the techniques Ning Rongrong had taught him, he turned to look at Xiao Wu. Instantly, a pair of rosy, resentful, and shy almond-shaped eyes came into view. Xiao Wu propped herself up halfway, glanced at him wistfully, then looked at Zhu Xiuqing. She pouted her rabbit lips. Xiao Chu, we've been waiting for you for so long. Haven't you had enough fun yet? Xiao Wu, good morning. Yichu chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected her to actually wake up. Considering Zhu Xiuqing's feelings, he reviewed Ning Rongrong's massage formula one last time before reluctantly stopping. You guys chat first. I'm going to wash up. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, Zhu Xiuqing immediately got up. While adjusting her loose bathrobe, which was about to slip off, she quickly walked towards the bathroom. From behind, her steps looked a little hurried, and there seemed to be beads of blood on her earlobes. Yichu, feeling Xiao Wu's gaze fixed on him, couldn't help but touch his nose. There seemed to be a lingering fragrance. Feeling a little uncomfortable under her gaze, Yichu couldn't help but ask, Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu slightly furrowed her brows and gave him a sidelong glance. Then she leaned down and gently bit Yichu's lips. Besides the sweetness, Yichu also tasted a slight sourness. Leaving a tooth mark, Xiao Wu looked at him shyly and said, Xiao Chu, I have everything you need, can you hug me next time too? She even straightened her body and snuggled against her pillow. Yichu was stunned for a moment. So that's what it was. Seeing that Yichu seemed a little hesitant, Xiao Wu bit her red lips and pressed on, "You can hug me however you want, wherever you want, cough cough." I know, I'll definitely do it next time." Hearing her increasingly outrageous and lewd words, Yichu nodded repeatedly. "That's good. I'll go wash up first, and I'll help you clean up after I'm done." While leaving behind a few sweet, glistening drops, Xiao Wu also quickly ran into the bathroom, and as soon as she entered, she stretched out her paws and vigorously rubbed herself. Zhu's huking scream came from inside. It was early morning, the time when the yang energy was just beginning to rise. Yichu lay flat on the bed and exhaled a breath of hot air. He heard the two girls' playful voices and realized what was happening. "By the way, where's Rongrong? Is she still cultivating?" He looked around, but there was no one on the bed. Just as he was about to peek out to check, his eyes suddenly widened. In his line of sight, a pair of jade feet descended from the sky. At the same time, Ning Rongrong's angry voice rang in his ears, "Yichu, prepare to die, hey. Rongrong." "Oh," cough cough, wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown. Ning Rongrong's two delicate little feet were already stepping on Yichu's chest. This caused Yichu to feel a surge of anger and shortness of breath, almost spitting out his saliva. Yichu. I've been working so hard to cultivate, and I even had to wait for you to get up, and you're so engrossed in your love life that you've completely forgotten about me." Ning Rongrong, standing on Yichu's body, put her hands on her hips, her gaze sweeping over his chest, and looked down at Yichu fiercely. Yichu had some difficulty breathing, and reached out to grab Ning Rongrong's ankles, looking at her strangely. "Rongrong, how could I forget you?" With her feet held by Yichu, Ning Rongrong's face flushed red. But her momentum didn't diminish, and she let out a coquettish cry. "Yes, you only remembered me at the very end. I was watching from the foot of the bed the whole time. I really didn't forget you. I'm just a little sleepy." Yichu stared at her two straight, white, jade-like legs revealed under her sundress, unable to look away. Ning Rongrong naturally noticed his gaze and felt a little smug. She still pouted unhappily, "HMPH. Sleepy? Then let me ask you, if Xiao Wu and I slept with you? Would you be hugging Xiao Wu when you woke up?" Yichu was silent for a moment. This was just his subconscious choice. After all, who can resist a full and soft pillow? "Don't think about it, answer me now." Ning Rongrong raised her beautiful eyebrows and slightly pressed down on her foot to warn Yichu. Cough cough, Yichu suddenly felt a headache, but still tried his best to answer her question seriously. "I don't know when I'm asleep, and I might not know when I wake up either." "Fine. You're just giving me a perfunctory answer." "What kind of answer is that?" Ning Rongrong wanted to stomp her foot, but was afraid of really hurting Yichu. He could only grumble and complain. "I saw you holding Xiao whether you were asleep or awake. Just like today, it's one thing for your hands to be restless when you're asleep, but when you're awake you're still touching Xiuqing inappropriately." Yichu opened his mouth, unable to refute for a moment. After all, the living example was right in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally said, "Rongrong, today was just an accident. You better be." Ning Rongrong glared at him angrily, then looked at her small body with dismay, feeling ashamed and annoyed. In the end, this brat still likes big ones. HMPH. This young lady will be merciful and let you off today, but if you really dare to neglect me in the future, I won't forgive you." With a cold snort, Ning Rongrong finally got off Yichu and stood next to him. Phew! Yichu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing furtively at the blue and white above, she couldn't help but remind Yichu, "Rongrong, don't stand too high dressed like that in the future." Noticing Yichu's gaze, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. She was incredibly shy. She hurriedly brought her legs together, bent her knees, and covered her skirt. Then, as if remembering something, she blushed again and straightened up, letting Yichu admire her. Cough cough. "Rongrong, what are you doing?" Yichu almost choked, looking at her strangely. HMPH. "Xiuqing can spoil you, so can I." Ning Rongrong's cheeks burned, her neck flushed, and her heart pounded. She still felt a little ashamed of this. However, thinking about how she had tried to wake Yichu after waking up, but Xiuqing had stopped her, she decided to go for it. Let him look if he wants. Anyway, she'd be taken advantage of sooner or later. Yichu rolled his eyes helplessly. Could this thing even be rolled up? Looking at Ning Rongrong's still huffy and arrogant expression, Yichu naturally understood the essence of her question. He also wanted to comfort her. After all, he hadn't quite had his fill yet. Wrong, don't be angry. How about I give you a massage while we're at it? Activating your blood circulation in the morning is very effective, Yichu said softly, gently stroking Ning Rongrong's calves. Yichu clearly noticed that she trembled slightly after hearing his suggestion. Really, blushing, she squatted down, clutching the hem of her clothes, looking at Yichu with a shy and joyful expression, and even glancing furtively towards the bathroom. Yichu nodded quickly. Really? Let's hurry, then, let's begin. Ning Rongrong felt her whole body burning, unable to suppress her excitement. Okay, Yichu agreed in a deep voice, pulling up the blanket to cover the two of them, setting up a simple workspace. A while later, Zhu Zhuking, her face still flushed, finally came out of the bathroom, and Xiao Wu was in a similar state. Looking at the large, motionless bundle of blankets on the bed, a faint sound, like sobbing, could be heard. Zhu Zhuking and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Xiao Wu walked to the bedside and leaned closer. She raised her index finger and poked the large, tightly wrapped, still wriggling blanket. She whispered, Xiao Chu. Time to wash up. The blanket became still. Ning Rongrong's voice gradually faded away. A moment later, Yichu and Xiao Wu emerged. Yichu, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuking looked at him strangely. Yichu shook his head with an awkward smile. Seeing Ning Rongrong still panting, her forehead covered in sweat, he simply and generously pulled back the blanket to make her feel better. After all, he hadn't done anything. Besides, Xiao Wu had seen Ning Rongrong in such a state before. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking stared blankly at Ning Rongrong, who was like a limp rag doll. Her body was flushed, and she was drooling uncontrollably, her beautiful legs pressed together. The two women understood. She must have been throwing a tantrum again, and Yichu had given her a good comforting. Rongrong, you should rest well. Yichu gently stroked her face, wiping the drool from her lips. Ning Rongrong shook her head groggily. Yichu's eyelids twitched. It seemed practice makes perfect. His massage techniques had greatly improved, they were fast-acting and lasted longer. Xiao Chu, go wash up first. Xiao Wu pulled Yichu towards the bathroom. Oh, okay, Yichu bowed and followed closely behind. Zhu Zhuking glanced at Ning Rongrong, shook her head, and turned to tidy up the other two beds. A short while later, with Xiao Wu's help, Yichu, having finished washing up, sat back down on the bed. Ning Rongrong had also recovered somewhat. She crossed her legs and went into the bathroom to change her clothes. Her face was slightly flushed, and her body was still a little weak. After coming out of the bathroom, she snuggled into Yichu's arms. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking, who shared a bed with Yichu last night, tacitly remained silent. Xiao Wu, Zhuking, let me take you away from Shrek Academy. To the Heaven Dao Imperial City. The environment there is more suitable for your cultivation. Yichu proposed his idea from the previous night. No problem. Wherever Xiao Chu goes, I'll go. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Wu had no objections, she just wanted to follow Yichu. However, Zhu Zhuking besides Xiao Wu looked troubled, seemingly struggling with something. Zhuking, what's wrong? Yichu asked, puzzled. I'm sorry, Yichu. I can't leave yet. Zhu Zhuking lowered her head and replied softly. Have a pleasant day. Chapter 192 Transfer of Skill. Still can't leave? Yichu was astonished and looked at Zhu Zhuking with a puzzled expression, waiting for her to continue. Zhu Zhuking pursed her lips, her words still hesitant. Yichu, I'm sorry. I still have some things to do. Zhu Zhuking looked at Yichu cautiously. Why don't you take Xiao Wu and Rongrong away first? How can I do that? Yichu raised an eyebrow and decisively refused. He couldn't bear to leave Zhu Zhuking here alone. Xiao Wu, who was next to her, hugged her waist and pressed her face against hers. Zhuking, tell us, we can work together to help. Xiao Wu smiled and swayed Zhu Zhuking's body, creating a ripple. She was happy to help her sisters. After all, helping them was helping her. Xiao Chu. Yes, yes. Xiao Wu is right. Ning Rongrong, sitting in Yichu's lap, nodded vigorously. Zhu Zhuking was somewhat tempted. After all, she would have to tell Yichu about this sooner or later. But when she looked at Yichu, her eyes still darted away from time to time. Seeing that she still seemed hesitant to speak, Yichu guessed, is it related to your family matters? Zhu Zhuking's family matters. Xiao Wu and the other girl looked at Zhu Zhuking strangely, they had never heard her talk about this topic before. This is an agreement between my sister and me, and I don't know how much longer I'll have to wait. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Her words were somewhat puzzling. However, since it involved Zhu Zhuqing's family matters, Yichu wouldn't press her too much until she decided to be honest. All right then, he said, no longer asking any further questions, nodding slightly and speaking seriously, don't be too reckless. If you need anything, you must tell me in time, otherwise, I'll be very worried if you get hurt. I know, I will. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and replied earnestly. Thank you, Yichu, given our relationship, isn't it only natural for me to help you? No need for thanks, Yichu glared at her, raising his hand and waving it. Ningrongrong immediately grabbed it back and placed it on her waist. Zhu Zhuqing smiled brightly, nodding quickly, having already made up her mind. She was already his. She shouldn't hide anything from him. Her expression brightened, her eyes filled with 7 parts love and 3 parts apology as she stared intently at Yichu. She then glanced at Xiao Wu and Ningrongrong. Yichu, I'll tell you as soon as possible. That's good. Yichu smiled and nodded, then looked somewhat helpless. Looks like I'll have to stay at Shrek Academy a little longer. Yichu, are you in such a hurry to go back? Ningrongrong suddenly became difficult, sitting on his lap and rubbing against him. Frowning, she looked at him and said, you're not thinking about that stinky woman, are you? Hearing this, Xiao Wu and the other 2 women opposite her also gave him a knowing look, a hint of jealousy and curiosity in their eyes. They knew that Yichu had a lover waiting for him to return to the heavenly Dao Imperial City. As for Du Guyan, they only knew her by name, never having seen her in person. Most of their knowledge came from Ningrongrong. According to Rongrong, she seemed not easy to get along with. Rongrong, what nonsense are you talking about? Yichu felt a little embarrassed under the 3 women's reproachful gazes. His hand, which had been on Ningrongrong's waist, suddenly began to move. He gently scratched her waist. Yichu. No haha. Ningrongrong, who had been sulking, suddenly burst into laughter. She twisted and turned in Yichu's arms, her hands constantly searching for his mischievous hand. She laughed uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she shouted quickly, Yichu. Stop it right now, or I'll bite you. No. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the young lady still dared to threaten her, Yichu's movements became even faster, already under her armpits. After a while, Ningrongrong was almost laughing to tears. She quickly begged for mercy. Yichu, ha ha ha. Yichu. I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. Eek at her sudden shy whimper, Yichu pressed the pause button on both hands, stopping the tickling. Ningrongrong leaned against Yichu's chest, panting heavily. Holding her attacked body, still feeling the afterglow of laughter, she trembled slightly. First, she had experienced a comfortable massage, and now she had been subjected to tickling torture. The young lady Ning could no longer float. Her eyes were languid, and she obediently slumped in Yichu's arms. Had I told you not to talk nonsense? Yichu chuckled at her appearance. He gently pulled her into his arms tightening and loosening alternately to help her regulate her breathing. I'm so tired, so tired. Ningrongrong, her forehead damp with sweat, gave Yichu a weak, glaring look. She took Yichu's hand and bit down on it. Whether it was because she was too weak or because she couldn't bear to, only a glistening tear remained. I think Rongrong wasn't lying. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly came, her resentful eyes fixed on Yichu. Xiao Chu, I think you're not feeling guilty, are you? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Yichu, your reaction was indeed a bit over the top. Yichu stiffened. Ningrongrong in his arms also belatedly realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly. Yichu immediately retorted, nothing like that. Looking at the 3 oblivious women, Yichu was a little exasperated. What do you mean my reaction was over the top? It was clearly their eyes that were too scary. He shook his head helplessly and tried to explain. You all know my soul skills. Do you think this distance can stop me? Going back to Xianyan is a piece of cake. Why would I need to bring you all along? Oh yeah, it's been so long since I smelled that snake scent. Ningrongrong, in his arms, wrinkled her nose and sniffed Yichu, looking somewhat dazed. Then, as if remembering something, she frowned. She sensed something was wrong. Yichu shouldn't be that kind of person. Even if he didn't go back to see Duguyan, he would at least see Xiaolan, right? Yichu, are Xiaolan and the others no longer in the heavenly Dao Imperial City? Yes, Yichu nodded. Yan Yan and Xiaolan have been gone for a while. training in combat and teamwork at various soul arenas, because Du Yan had already broken through to the Soul Grandmaster level, while the others in the team were still Soul Venerables. According to the rules of the Soul Arena, it was inconvenient for her to participate in Soul battles. Otherwise, if she were matched against an all-Soul Grandmaster team, she wouldn't be able to fight. Coincidentally, Xiao Lan had been bored staying in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well Secret Realm. So, Xiao Lan, still a Soul Master, was conscripted by Du Yan and sent to train in the Soul Arena of various cities with a royal fighting team. So that's how it is. I knew it. Ningrongrong, having recovered her senses, looked enlightened. Xiao Lan. Xiao Chu, I really want to see her. Xiao Wu's eyes gleamed. She naturally wanted to get close to and understand this younger sister who was also a soul beast in human form. Zhu Zhuking's eyes were also full of anticipation. Yi Chu had already told her about Xiao Lan's identity. She was curious about how much the golden blue silver grass she had watered had changed. You'll be able to meet soon. Yi Chu smiled slightly. Since they were going to stay at Shrek Academy, according to the original trajectory, the Shrek team would be facing off against the royal fighting team in a few months. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Come with me. I'll teach you some things. Yi Chu picked up Ningrongrong and sat down between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking. Amidst the girl's questioning gazes, the eternal kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes, and moments later, the room was empty. Inside the Divine Might space, Yi Chu sat cross-legged on the ground, facing Zhu Zhuking and the other girls. Xiao Wu asked curiously, Xiao Chu, what are you going to teach us? I'll teach you a cultivation technique, and some things similar to creating your own soul skills. Since the girls were staying, it was necessary to teach them the profound heaven technique so as not to delay their cultivation progress. Who wants to go first? The three girls looked at each other. I'll go first. Zhu Zhuking raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Alright. Then Zhuking, you can sit down in front of me first. Yi Chu nodded and beckoned to her. Zhu Zhuking got up and came to Yi Chu, then sat down with her back to him. Yi Chu placed his hands flat on her back. Zhuking, just remember the circulation routes of these soul powers. Okay, I understand. Zhu Zhuking nodded and slowly closed her eyes. Yi Chu infused his soul power into her, then circulated it within her body. Zhu Zhuking concentrated intently, memorizing the route. After a while, she opened her eyes filled with amazement. She hadn't expected this cultivation technique to be so effective, much faster than her usual cultivation. Yi Chu, I've memorized it. Then sit down and familiarize yourself with it. If you forget anything, ask me immediately. Yi Chu withdrew his hand. Zhu Zhuking nodded gently and sat down cross-legged again. Yi Chu looked at Xiao Wu and the other girl. Wrong, who wants to go first? Ningrongrong suddenly raised her hand, about to speak but then paused, her blue eyes darting around. She grinned and said, Xiao Wu, go first. Yi Chu and Xiao Wu looked at her curiously. Xiao Wu, hurry up and go. Ningrongrong nudged Xiao Wu, urging her on. Next, Yi Chu repeated his previous work, teaching Xiao Wu the circulation route of the Zhuangtianggong. Finally, when it was Ningrongrong's turn, before Yi Chu could even speak, she sat cross-legged in front of him. The two faced each other. Rongrong? You're sitting upside down, aren't you? Yi Chu's eyes twitched, looking strangely at the blushing girl before him. No, it should be the same in front, just teach me like this. Ningrongrong blushed, a smile playing on her lips, and even straightened her small frame. Sister Xiao didn't even think of that. Rongrong is too cunning. Xiao, standing to the side, looked at Ningrongrong with a bitter face, sulking, looking disappointed at having missed her chance. Yi Chu, let's begin. Ningrongrong closed her eyes, suppressing her embarrassment, and grabbed Yi Chu's hand without hesitation. Alright, Yi Chu rolled his eyes at her helplessly. This little devil is getting more and more audacious. He pushed his hands forward, slowly sending out his soul power. Ningrongrong felt the soul power surging in from the front, like warm currents. Her delicate body trembled. Her eyes almost snapped open uncontrollably. After a long while, Ningrongrong, her forehead beaded with sweat, finally opened her eyes. She looked at Yi Chu with a charming smile. Alright, Yi Chu. I've memorized it, Yi Chu nodded. As Yi Chu withdrew his hand, he grabbed a handful. Ningrongrong let out a muffled groan. Her face flushed red with joy. This meant she did have some skills, and Yichu was happy to play with him. Ahem. Facing Ning Rongrong's reproachful gaze, Yichu coughed twice. He looked at Zhu Huqing and Xiao Wu, who were still watching the commotion. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Huqing, Xiao Wu, have you memorized it? Should we start over? No need. Sensing Yichu's aggressive gaze and restless hands, she felt a sudden heat in front of her and hurriedly shook her head in refusal. Xiao Chu, I want it. Xiao Wu wasn't going to be polite and pounced on Yichu. HMPH. You rascal. Ning Rongrong glared at Yichu angrily, then looked at him shyly. I haven't memorized it yet either. Yichu looked at this scene and felt annoyed. He only wanted to treat everyone equally, but the girls were too enthusiastic, and he couldn't handle it. It was also taking too much time. To avoid failing to complete his teaching goals, Yichu pushed Xiao Wu away from his arms. Forget it. I have other things to teach. Okay, Xiao Wu pouted her cherry lips and obediently backed away. Xiao Chu, check if my legs are in the right position. Is the waist movement too big? Hearing Xiao Wu's call, Yichu squatted down, gently stroked her long legs, and corrected her posture. He wrapped his arms around her small waist and taught her carefully. On the other side, Ning Rongrong's voice also came over. It was sweet and coquettish. Teacher Yichu, is my posture correct? Yichu, who was still teaching, left Xiao Wu and came to Ning Rongrong's side. He guided her posture. Rongrong, don't twist around like that. Don't stick your head out so high. Wear your clothes properly, you're cultivating. Yichu's voice sounded a little impatient, and he gave her pert bottom a light slap. After teaching the mysterious heaven skill, Yichu began teaching them the ghost shadow mystic steps. With Ning Rongrong's excellent example, the scene became somewhat uncontrollable. The temperature in the divine might space seemed to rise. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu seemed to be competing with each other, and their movements became increasingly erratic. Yichu lingered among the flowers, somewhat enjoying himself. In the distance, Zhu Huqing's faint voice rang out. Yichu, this movement, I don't quite understand. Seeing Xiao Wu and the others becoming increasingly bold, Zhu Huqing was also somewhat affected. Coming, Yichu once again abandoned Ning Rongrong and walked towards the voluptuous Zhu Huqing. Eek. Yichu, what are you doing? I really don't understand, Zhu Huqing whimpered, her pretty face flushed red with embarrassment, not expecting Yichu to start touching her so readily. Oh, cough. I was just doing it normally, Yichu awkwardly lied through his teeth. He subtly moved to another spot, earnestly instructing Zhu Huqing. Zhu Huqing rolled her eyes at him, blushing as she silently cooperated. As an agility-type soul master, this ghostly shadow step technique was indeed very useful to her. Therefore, Zhu Huqing studied it with exceptional seriousness. She didn't care much about Yichu's occasional mistakes. Holding Zhu Huqing's ankle, he helped her correct some minor flaws, thinking that the girls would inevitably have contact with Tang San in the coming days. He couldn't help but remind them, by the way, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, try not to use these self-created soul skills in front of Tang San. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 193 The Deal. Why? Ning Rongrong was puzzled by Yichu's instructions. Although she had spent some time being affectionate with Yichu, she had also diligently studied these things. Aside from the Zhuangtianguang, which could accelerate cultivation, the ghost shadow perplexing technique was also quite exquisite. Later, she could use it in conjunction with the spiral strike Yichu taught her, as well as some mechanical hidden weapons, to deal with ordinary soul masters without much problem. Did you guys notice that this ghost shadow perplexing technique looks a bit familiar? Yichu released Zhu Huqing and shrugged. Then, he directly used the ghost shadow perplexing technique to appear behind Ning Rongrong and hug her. Watching Yichu disappear in a blur, Zhu Huqing nodded slightly. It does look somewhat familiar. Connecting this to what Yichu said, Zhu Huqing looked at him strangely. Tang San seems to know this too. No, it's his. Xiao Wu chuckled, hugging Yichu's arm with a hint of pride. Xiao Chu copied it using his martial soul. Back in Notting Academy, she often used sparring as an excuse to thoroughly punish Tang San. Tang San wouldn't go all out, but he would occasionally use ghost shadow steps to dodge attacks that were about to land on his back. Therefore, she could easily recognize that this was originally Tang San's ghost shadow steps. Yes, I copied these, Yichu nodded decisively. This is Tang San's closely guarded secret. If he sees you using ghost shadow steps, given his petty nature, he might secretly try to kill you. Okay. I understand. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Even if she couldn't fully utilize it, some of the techniques would be enough to improve her strength. HMPH. He's just a trash soul master with a white third ring. Yichu, why don't you just kill him? It'll save him from constantly causing you trouble. Ningrongrong snorted coldly and raised her hand in a gesture of respect. Looking at the murderous Ningrongrong, Yichu was stunned for a moment and looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. Xiao Wu, didn't I tell Rongrong and the others that Tang San not only has twin martial souls, but is also Tang Hao's son? Ah, Ningrongrong exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Yichu's words. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Yichu in shock. Tang San has twin martial souls? Then whose second martial soul must be the Clear Sky Hammer? Xiao Chu, you really didn't tell Zhuqing and the others. Xiao Wu covered her mouth and chuckled. Okay, my bad, Yichu sighed. He not only possesses the Clear Sky Hammer, the strongest weapon martial soul in the entire continent, but he also has many more powerful hidden weapons that he hasn't used or hasn't even made yet. It's not too late to know now, just don't underestimate him. Yichu pinched Ningrongrong's tender cheek hard. I know, Zhu Zhuqing nodded again. I really don't know where he got all those things from. Xiao Wu looked at the sleeve arrow that Yichu had made on her wrist, somewhat puzzled. She and Yichu both met Tang San when they were 6 years old, and even then, he already possessed all sorts of strange and wonderful knowledge. Hidden weapons, cultivation techniques, poisons, immortal herbs. He's practically like an old monster. Yichu smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. Alright, next I'll teach you a method for training your eyes, the purple demon eye. In the following days, Yichu didn't return to his room. Xiao Wu and the other two girls also stayed in their room, or rather, in the divine might space. Aside from taking them to the mountaintop to cultivate the purple demon eye every morning using his divine power, their only outing was to stroll through the food street at meal times. The rest of the day was spent in the divine might space, under Yichu's tutelage. Every night, Yichu was sandwiched between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Their bodies were full and supple, their chests, backs, arms, each offering its own pleasure. Having learned his lesson, Yichu didn't dare spoil the cats too much, occasionally giving Xiao Wu a little squeeze. And sometimes he'd give Ningrongrong a massage, helping her grow. These past few days have been quite comfortable and peaceful. Yichu, after several days of cultivation, has broken through to level 35. Shrek Academy seems very calm. Everyone else is preoccupied with their own affairs. Since returning, Daimyo Bei hasn't seen Zhu Zhuqing at the academy. Feeling depressed, he spends his days with Ma Hongjin in Soto City, venting his energy there. Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice have been communicating daily, with Yu Xiaogang bringing Tang San a bowl of chicken soup every day. Under Yu Xiaogang's personal care, Tang San's health is gradually recovering. One evening, after having dinner at a restaurant, Yichu is walking along the streets of Soto City with Ningrongrong and the others, stopping and starting at will. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, seeing that Tang San has almost recovered, Oscar finally takes action. In the dormitory, Tang San, dressed impeccably, is still sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Creak. The door suddenly opens, and Oscar enters carrying dinner. Little San, it's time to eat. Oscar placed the food box beside Tang San's bed, laying out the food one by one. This delicious food was all obtained with the mission funds Ningrongrong gave him. He traded it with the villagers for chicken, duck, fish, and meat, rotating daily. Hearing Oscar's voice, Tang San ended his cultivation, opened his eyes, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Little Oscar, didn't I already tell you, I'm almost recovered, so you don't need to bring me food anymore. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. It's alright, we're in the same dorm anyway, it's on my way. Oscar chuckled, suddenly summoning his spirit. He chanted the spirit incantation. I have a giant sausage. The spirit rings flashed, and a sausage several times thicker than what he usually produced appeared in Oscar's hand. He reached out and handed the giant sausage to Tang San. Smiling, he said, we're not just classmates, we're roommates too. This is nothing. Hey. This is a special edition giant sausage I prepared especially for you. After you finish this giant sausage, you'll definitely be all better. Looking at the giant sausage being offered to him, Tang San smiled wryly and dodged it. But Tang San knew his body hadn't fully recovered, and Oscar's giant sausage would definitely satisfy his needs. He didn't intend to refuse. He just didn't like the feeling of being forced to eat sausage. Xiao Wuji's rudeness last time had left him traumatized. Besides, this one was so thick. He reached out and, with a move like controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, scooped the giant sausage into his arms. Then thank you for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just ask me for help. Tang San placed the giant sausage on the bedside table, then picked up the bowl, about to start eating. But he saw Oscar, his charming peach blossom eyes narrowed, his hands constantly rubbing together. He looked somewhat awkward, as if he had some unspeakable secret. Tang San looked at him strangely and put down what he was holding. Little Oscar, what's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me? Oscar sat down on the edge of his bed and put his hand on his shoulder. Little San, actually, brother, I want to do a business deal with you. Business? Tang San looked at him strangely. Oscar nodded seriously. That's right, business, although I know you might not be short of money, please be sure to agree to my request. Oscar's sincere look made Tang San frown. Little Oscar, just tell me straight, what kind of deal is it? Ahem. Oscar cleared his throat. Little San, as you know, as a food-type soul master, my attack power is pitifully weak. Once we encounter an enemy, I'm the first target they attack. I know that the power of your hidden weapons is quite good. They can even make Teacher Xiao, a soul saint, suffer. At this point, Tang San probably already knew what Oscar was talking about in terms of business. It must be related to his hidden weapons. Hearing Oscar's voice, Tang San was already weighing the pros and cons. I think if I equip myself with those hidden weapons, at least I'll have some self-defense capabilities. So, if possible, I hope you can sell me 2 sets. After saying this, Oscar stared blankly at Tang San. Seeing that he didn't seem to react, he asked anxiously, Little San, how about it? Will it work? Under his somewhat anxious gaze, Tang San revealed a relaxed smile. He had clearly thought it through. Money was a good thing, and he naturally had no reason to refuse. For him, to completely defeat Yichu, he needed more and stronger hidden weapons, and the production of these hidden weapons required financial support. However, he still had some doubts. Little Oscar, what do you need 2 sets for? Seeing that things were starting to look promising, Oscar immediately followed up. I'm just afraid that if they break or get lost, I can be self-sufficient for a short time. Oscar scratched his head. I see, Tang San nodded. This explanation made sense. He himself had several sets of hidden weapons. Little Oscar, selling it to you is no problem, but the price? Tang San opened his mouth, looking at Oscar as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Oscar naturally knew Tang San's concerns. He was just a commoner soul master, relying on subsidies from the spirit hall to make ends meet. However, things were different now. From now on, he would be someone with connections and a government job. He patted his wallet arrogantly, conveniently finding an excuse for his source of funds. Little San, don't worry. The price is negotiable. I came prepared. These past few days, in order to buy your hidden weapons, I've been going to the Soto Grand Arena every day to gamble, and now my wealth has doubled. Tang San suddenly realized, no wonder you've been missing for long stretches of time these past few nights. So you were at the arena, that's right. Oscar nodded, feeling smug. To avoid leaving any loopholes, he had been holed up in the Soul Arena for several nights, naturally holding back some resources. Since that's the case, shall I just name my price? Tang San asked tentatively. Go ahead. Don't worry too much about us being classmates, even brothers keep clear accounts. Oscar looked at Tang San happily, patting him on the shoulder forcefully. His words weren't just polite talk. Although Miss Ning said she wanted Tang San's hidden weapons for self-defense, he wasn't stupid. This was definitely not simple. He knew he had already chosen sides. So it was better to be clear about things and reduce his guilt. Tang San glanced at Oscar's pouch, pondered for a moment, and said, Little Oscar, how about this? I'll sell you a set for 888 gold soul coins. How about that? Okay. Deal. Oscar's face stiffened almost imperceptibly. He immediately agreed. Ninrongrong had already told him that the cost of these hidden weapons was far less than 500 gold soul coins. He hadn't expected Tang San to ask for such a high price. Ninrongrong had promised to give him the remaining funds, so he couldn't help but feel a little pained. Seeing Oscar's delighted expression, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the price was still within his budget. Tang San was eager to create even more powerful hidden weapons. Therefore, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly took out 2 sets of hidden weapons from the 24 bridges under the moonlit night. Oscar was also very straightforward. He paid with one hand, and Tang San delivered the goods with the other. The transaction was quickly completed. The complete set of hidden weapons included a silent sleeve arrow, a stomp crossbow, a boot shadow flying blade, a huge crossbow, a sand spraying shadow, and a tight back flower patterned crossbow. In addition, Tang San also gave Oscar a flying claw as a thank you for his care over the past few days. In front of Tang San, Oscar equipped himself with one set of hidden weapons. Then he took out a walnut-sized, black, glass-like object. With a wave of his hand, he put the other set of hidden weapons into it. This is a soul tool. Tang San looked at the bead in Oscar's hand in surprise. Yet, I found it in Soto City. It only has half a cubic meter of space, but it's enough for me. Oscar tossed a glass bead in his hand. This was more than just a soul tool. It contained his bright future. He didn't have any grand ambitions, he just wanted to live a happy and comfortable life. This was a great achievement. According to Ning Rongrong, it was enough to make him a direct disciple. He could then marry a descendant of an elder from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, preferably a combat-type soul master, and that would be enough for him. Little Oscar, it seems you really made thorough preparations. I suddenly regretted a little. Tang San looked at him and said half-jokingly. He was really annoyed, regretting that he had underestimated Oscar's financial strength. He should have asked for more. Haha. Then go ahead and regret it. Anyway, the deal is already done. Oscar patted Tang San's shoulder with some pride. Alright. I won't keep you from eating any longer. I'm going to find a place to familiarize myself with these things, okay? Be careful, they're poisoned. Tang San nodded blankly. Okay. I'm off. Oscar rushed out, waving his hand behind him. He could finally report back to Ning Rongrong. The next morning, a faint purple aura was spreading across the sky. Yi Chu slowly woke up, nudged by Xiao Wu. Xiao Chu, it's time to get up and wash. Xiao Wu smiled and poked Yi Chu's cheek, which still bore a lipstick mark. Okay, Yi Chu sat up, took the wet towels Xiao Wu had prepared, wiped his face, and cleared his head. Why is Rongrong still cultivating? Yi Chu stood up and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, somewhat puzzled. She's probably made a breakthrough. We don't dare disturb her. Zhu Huqing came out of the bathroom, answering Yi Chu as she walked to him and expertly put a coat on him. Well then, let's skip cultivating the purple demon eye today. I'll go buy breakfast after I wash up, okay? Remember to buy some fresh carrots. Xiao Wu pulled Yi Chu towards the bathroom. Time flew by, and Yi Chu and the others had finished breakfast. But Ning Rongrong still hadn't moved. So, the 3 of them gathered together and started playing Dao Dizu, a card game. This was a game Yi Chu had taught the girls during his spare time. This way, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu wouldn't get too bored while cultivating in the divine might space. It was during these wins and losses that the moisture left on Yi Chu's face made him a little helpless. If Yi Chu lost, they would kiss him. If they lost, they would kiss him. Since playing this game, his mouth hadn't stopped, and his face hadn't dried. Haha. A royal flush. Sister Xiao Wu won. Xiao Wu quickly threw down the remaining 2 cards in her hand and excitedly jumped into Yi Chu's arms. Xiao Chu and Zhu Qing lost this time. She pouted her slightly swollen, red lips, her crimson eyes narrowing as she scanned the spot where she was about to bite. Oha. You won. Come on, Yi Chu hugged her dejectedly, pursing her very red lips, which still bore fish scale-like marks. He let Xiao Wu give you a good beating. Xiao Wu pouted her red lips, tilting her head back, ready to poke him. Just then, a loud bell rang out from outside. It was getting late. This was the signal for Shrek Academy to assemble. Have a good time, everyone. Chapter 194 Reading. Hearing the bell, Yi Chu looked out the window in confusion. Xiao Wu's movements only paused for a moment before she continued to kiss him. She turned his head to face him and then kissed him, slightly wet and slippery. As always, it was sweet and soft. Zhu Huqing watched with interest from the side. She lacked the skills in this area. When she saw Yi Chu's hand, a blush crept onto her face. She shyly looked down at herself. Ning Rongrong on the next bed was also disturbed by the bell. She opened her eyes unhappily. She was almost able to cultivate the hidden spirit secret technique to the point where it could conceal a 10,000-year soul ring. But she was woken up by that annoying bell and had to end her cultivation prematurely. She pouted unhappily and looked at her bed. What she saw made her even more unhappy. Xiao Wu, why are you kissing again? Ningrongrong quickly got up and jumped over. Xiao Wu's stamina was average. Every time she was close to Yichu, she would faint upon contact. At this moment, she had become limp and submissive, shifting from the initiative to the passive. She had transformed from the demure young Wu into docile little wife. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes half closed, her lips parted slightly. Leaning against Yichu, she tilted her head back, ready to be taken advantage of. Yichu, Ningrongrong knelt beside them, her gaze fixed intently on the spot where their red lips and white teeth met. Yichu also noticed that Ningrongrong had finished her cultivation. He slowly raised his head. Xiao Wu, however, wasn't quite done, playfully sticking out her tongue, wanting to press her advantage. Yichu poked her smooth forehead in annoyance. Xiao Wu then groggily came to her senses. Looking at Ningrongrong staring intently at her, her blushing face was filled with shyness. Her body was soft and weak, leaning against Yichu's arm. Under Yichu's glare, she grabbed his shirt and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. She chuckled awkwardly. Wrong, why did you come here? Several black lines appeared on Ningrongrong's forehead. Yichu looked at Xiao Wu speechlessly. I've been watching for a while. Xiao Wu, you're starting to slur your words. Xiao Wu blushed and wiped her mouth with Yichu's clothes again. Yichu pushed Xiao Wu away from his arms. Alright, wrong, you should go wash up quickly. There's some breakfast you like here, let's go check it out, HMPH. I know. Ningrongrong glared at Yichu with a fierce look in her eyes and quickly walked into the bathroom. Xiao Wu left Yichu's embrace but slowly moved to Zhu Zhuking's side. Eek. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuking slapped Xiao Wu's hand away, her face flushed as she covered herself. Sister Xiao Wu hasn't forgotten that you lost to me too. Xiao Wu stretched out her two hands and gave Zhu Zhuking a strange smile. Let go quickly, let Sister Xiao Wu punish you, not here. Zhu Zhuking backed away, refusing firmly. You have to do it. Don't try to cheat on me. When Rongrong and I lost, you could punish us however you wanted. Xiao Wu slowly approached. It's different. You don't have much stuff, fine. Zhu Qing, it's one thing for you to look down on Rongrong, but how can you look down on me too, Xiao Wu? You too, don't go too far. Ningrongrong's angry voice came from the bathroom. Yichu watched with interest from the side. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's playful fight, with varying degrees of intensity, shook the majestic Shrek Academy. The playground was quite lively today. Not only were the Dean and Vice Dean Flander and Zhao Wuji present, but also several other teachers from the academy, and the newly arrived Master Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was in a very good mood. After obtaining Tang San's consent, he absorbed the soul bone produced by the skunk. This method was indeed effective. His cultivation, which had been stagnant, had finally made some progress. Although it wasn't much, he was still happy for every small improvement. Unfortunately, his pleasant mood didn't last long. Looking at the sparse group of Daimyo Bei, Ma Hongjin, and the others, Yu Xiaogang frowned. Flander. Where are the others? They should be on their way. According to Oscar and the others, Ningrongrong and the others shouldn't have left the academy. Flander adjusted his glasses, looking apologetically at Yu Xiaogang. Be patient, wait a little longer. Yu Xiaogang, with a hint of wisdom in his eyes, glanced at Daimyo Bei and the other three. Seeing his proud disciples, his eyes filled with admiration. He nodded in affirmation. Tang Sam stood ramrod straight. Despite his recent serious injury, his spirits seemed quite good, his eyes bright and alert. But upon seeing the other three, his relaxed expression immediately stiffened again. Daimyo Bei and Ma Hongjin were clearly not in good spirits, their lower bodies somewhat unsteady. They had obviously overindulged recently. Oscar was still somewhat drowsy. After completing the mission, he no longer needed to get up early to bring food every day. Anyway, he could make his own sausages. So he had only just gotten out of bed a short while ago. Yu Xiaogang, his face dark, snorted coldly. He scolded Flander, HMPH. Although their talent is good, they are too lazy. You, as the dean, are to blame for this. If I could handle it by myself, why would I ask you to stay? Flander smiled awkwardly. His sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly narrowed. Zhu Xiuqing and the others are here. Yu Xiaogang turned his head to look. 3 beautiful young girls, each with their own unique charm, were surrounding a blue-haired boy. They were chatting and laughing. Every now and then, they would chase each other for a short distance. Ningrongrong wasn't very muscular, so she wasn't afraid of being scratched. Since leaving the dormitory, she had been wreaking havoc. Every now and then, she would chase a rabbit and bully a big cat. Zhu Xiuqing wasn't as playful. When Xiao Wu and Ningrongrong's hands came at her, she just blushed, grabbed Yichu's arm, and hid behind him. Yichu enjoyed the perks Zhu Xiuqing offered while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Only when figures appeared ahead did he speak up to stop their playful antics. Xiao Wu, Rongrong. Be more discreet in public, okay? Xiao Chu, Xiao Wu, chased by Ningrongrong, responded from afar and quickly ran towards him, grabbing his other arm. Ah, Xiao Wu. Why are you taking my spot? Ningrongrong, far inferior to Xiao Wu in stamina and speed, stormed back to Yichu's side, frowning and looking at Xiao Wu with displeasure. Rongrong, let Xiuqing give you her spot. She'll definitely be embarrassed to hug her later. Seeing Yichu constantly surrounded by the 3 women, Daimyo Bei, who had been somewhat listless, immediately perked up. Holding Yichu, Zhu Xiuqing, beaming with joy, made him furious. His fists clenched, his eyes practically spitting fire. Tang San was also deeply distressed. However, he was more restrained than Daimyo Bei and didn't show it much. He simply looked at the giggling Xiao Wu with infatuation. Xiao Wu had never smiled at him like that before. Ma Hongjin and Oscar were filled with endless envy. Xiao Chu, look. It's that useless teacher of Tang San. Xiao Wu, now quiet, pointed in Yu Xiaogang's direction. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, who still had a deadpan expression after many years, Yichu finally understood the purpose of this gathering. He calmly nodded. Yes, I saw it too. Tang San's teacher? So ugly. Ningrongrong looked over curiously, only to see a black face that looked like someone owed her 1,000,000 gold soul coins. She curled her lip in disgust and uttered a 2-character conclusion. Haha. Rongrong is right. Those 2, master and disciple, are birds of a feather. Xiao Wu jumped up and down happily. Yichu shook his head with a slight chuckle, correcting him. They're birds of a feather. Is he strong? Zhu Xiuqing glanced at Yu Xiaogang with a puzzled look, then turned to Xiao Wu and asked, Xiuqing, didn't you hear me call him trash? How could he possibly be strong? He's just a level 29 Great Soul Master, Xiao Wu said disdainfully. She had no liking for Yu Xiaogang, who always had a sour face and lectured her. A level 29 Great Soul Master, Zhu Xiuqing exclaimed in surprise. Ningrongrong was also puzzled. Then why would Tang San become his disciple? What does he want from him? Maybe he likes him because he doesn't bathe. Haha. Yichu. Don't be so ridiculous, Yichu said slowly, causing Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu to giggle frequently. Even the usually aloof Zhu Xiuqing couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at Yichu and the others laughing unrestrainedly, Yu Xiaogang's eyelids twitched. He hadn't missed Xiao Wu's pointing and whispering. This wild girl is still the same as before, untamed and difficult to control. A short while later, Yichu and the others arrived before them. Ignoring Yu Xiaogang's scrutiny, the 3 girls also quieted down, the suave and elegant dandy standing obediently beside Yichu. Yichu greeted Flander with neither humility nor arrogance. Good morning, Dean Flander. Flander gave a forced smile. It's already late, alright. Zhu Xiuqing, Xiao Wu, Ningrongrong, you all join the group first. Flander intentionally or unintentionally ignored Yichu, urging the 3 girls to join the group. Xiao Chu, let's go. Xiao Wu and Ningrongrong placed Yichu in the middle, standing on one side of the group. Zhu Xiuqing followed behind, standing at the end of the group, next to Ningrongrong. Alright, Xiaogang, everyone's here. Flander smiled and greeted Yu Xiaogang. Well, as the dean, you go first. Yu Xiaogang was just an outsider, and he couldn't immediately usurp the position. Alright, Flander walked up to Yichu and the others, solemnly surveying his last batch of students. Alright, now that everyone's here, I'll tell you a few things. You went off to hunt souls right after enrolling, so you don't know the Academy's teachers very well yet. Then I'll personally introduce the Academy's teachers to the 4 new students. Flander pointed to 3 middle-aged and elderly men standing not far away. First is this one, Teacher Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, level 63 Soul Emperor. He then pointed to a second, older man, who looked at least 70 years old. This is Teacher Lu Kibin, Martial Soul, Star Luo Chess, level 66 Soul Emperor, and lastly, he's no ordinary person, he's one of the top 5 food-type soul masters I know. He's Teacher Xiao, Martial Soul, Candy Bean, level 71 Soul Saint. Hearing Flander's introduction, Yichu also opened his eyes and looked towards Xiao. He was younger than Li Yusong and the other two, and looked about the same age as Flander. He was short, with small eyes and a large nose, and his appearance was unremarkable. Of course, these were secondary. To be able to cultivate to the level of a soul saint, a food-type soul master, as a commoner was quite extraordinary. Not only Yichu, but even Tang San and Ningrongrong were astonished by his cultivation. Ningrongrong knew best. Such a food-type soul saint would be an absolute VIP, whether in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the spirit hall, or any other soul master family. The 3 teachers nodded to Yichu and the others, some expressionless, others with smiles. Only Xiaozhen had a strange expression, his gaze fixed on Oscar, almost obsessively. Seeing this, Yichu's mind started racing. Maybe he would be willing to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school with Oscar. He smiled meaningfully at Ningrongrong. Under her questioning gaze, he whispered something in her ear. Ningrongrong's cheeks flushed red, partly from shyness, but mostly from excitement. Ningrongrong looked towards Oscar, only to find him winking and nodding at her. Understanding his meaning, Ningrongrong's joy intensified. The matter of the hidden weapons was settled. Ningrongrong almost jumped for joy. Xiao Wu looked at her curiously. Rongrong, what did Xiao Chu say to you? Ahem. Flander coughed twice, frowning as he looked at Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu pouted unhappily. After they quieted down, Flander walked to Yu Xiaogang's side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder. They looked like close buddies. He said with a smile, finally, I want to formally introduce this one to everyone. He is the one who, relying entirely on his own research, derived the core competitiveness of the 10 martial souls. In my mind, he is the strongest in theory and the most intelligent soul master. At the same time, he is also Tang San's teacher. He is Yu Xiaogang. I think you've already figured it out. That's right, he's my good brother. From now on, you can just call him Master. Hearing the word Master, Daimyo Bei and the others were stunned, their gazes turning to Tang San. Although Tang San had been humiliated by Yichu several times, it didn't stop everyone from acknowledging his strength. To have trained Tang San to this extent, he must have something special, right? Hearing Flander's evaluation of his teacher, Tang San straightened his back. They, master and disciple, shared both honor and disgrace. He was also somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had learned his teacher's name, Yu Xiaogang. Flander was very satisfied with their expressions. His personal efforts to promote Xiaogang hadn't been in vain. This carefully crafted atmosphere was shattered by Ningrongrong's voice. The 10 core competencies of martial souls? Yichu, what is that? Ningrongrong's words also made Oscar and the others look curious. They seemed to have never heard of this theory before. Faced with her question, Yichu shook his head. I'm not too sure either. It's best not to believe it. This was the truth. Yichu only had a vague understanding of his theory, not a complete one. However, he did know that everything in it was wrong. And it was his good disciple who personally refuted it. Yichu's words immediately chilled the atmosphere. Yu Xiaogang, who had been wearing a smug smile with his hands behind his back, visibly froze on his face. Flander also looked displeased. Tang San pointed directly at Yichu's nose and yelled, Insolence! Yichu, what makes you think my teacher's theories are all wrong? Before Yichu could speak, Xiao Wu immediately defended her husband. Her eyebrows furrowed, her face contorted with anger, and her crimson eyes filled with disdain. She scolded, Tang San, what are you doing? Where did Xiao Chu go wrong? It's just misleading stuff, Xiao Wu. Don't be fooled by him. What does Yichu know? Seeing that Xiao Wu was finally willing to talk to him, Tang San was overjoyed, his anger vanishing, and he spoke gently. My teacher's things are all the result of years of research and study. There's absolutely no mistake, PFFT, ha ha ha. Hearing Tang San's resolute words, Yichu laughed as if he had heard a joke. Research and study. Wishing you all a happy life. Chapter 195 Waste. What are you laughing at? Tang San frowned, his face cold, as he looked at Yichu. Although I'm not entirely clear on all of this so-called master's theories, you should have some knowledge of the limits of soul rings a soul master can absorb, right? Yichu pulled Xiao Wu behind him, looking at Tang San and Yu Gang, who still had his hands behind his back, with a half-smile. Tang San glanced at Yichu and Xiao Wu's tightly clasped hands, a cold glint in his eyes, and quickly said, "Of course, these things were researched, summarized, and published by my teacher. They have benefited countless soul masters." Then, in the theories published by the master, where's the limit of the second ring? Yichu remained calm and composed, his face showing doubt, as if he really wanted to ask. 764 years, Tang San recited Yu Gang's theories fluently. He didn't need to think about such a simple question. Yu Gang was also very satisfied with Tang San's performance. As expected of his disciple, he nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Yu Gang's complete lack of self-awareness, Yichu curled his lip in disdain. "Do you need me to have Zuqing summon her spirit ring for you to see?" Hearing this, Tang San froze in the distance, about to retort, but unable to utter a sound. Yu Gang's pupils contracted slightly. He had already reviewed the information of several Shrek Academy students and naturally knew that Zhu Zhuking's second spirit ring was 1,000 years old. Daimyo Bei and the others also knew this. At this moment, their gazes towards Yu Gang were filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Flander hesitated, looking at Yu Gang for help. He didn't know what to say. He could fool people, but academic work was completely out of his league. Even Tang San couldn't refute Yichu. When he first saw Zhu Zhuking's 1,000-year second spirit ring, he couldn't believe it either, and even doubted Yu Gang's theory. This was a perfect opportunity for his teacher to clear his head and for his teacher to slap Yichu in the face. Tang San looked hopefully at his beloved teacher, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation. Yu Gang remained silent until all eyes turned to him. When forced to step forward, he raised a hand, clenched his fist, and placed it on his chin. He spoke slowly and solemnly, saying, "Zhu Zhuking is just a special case. She doesn't represent the entire Soul Master community." Yichu looked at Yu Gang with a mocking expression. What kind of explanation was that? Yu Gang naturally knew that this explanation wouldn't convince anyone. His eyes trembled as he quickly racked his brains. Suddenly, he smelled a faint stench emanating from his arm. His stern face finally relaxed. Looking at Zhu Zhuking, a confident expression appeared on his face. "If I'm not mistaken, she must have had some extraordinary encounter, perhaps a soul beast sacrifice." Sacrifice? Tang San's face turned pale and then red. This word made him think of his heaven-defying third soul ring. He also agreed with Yu Gang's guess. It was indeed a good explanation. But he still couldn't accept it. Why would he be sacrificed by a skunk less than 100 years old? He glared hatefully at the still calm Yichu, wishing he could kill him. Yichu was only slightly surprised by Yu Gang's guess. No wonder he was an academic, his mind worked quickly. But the expressions of Zhu Zhuking and the other girls changed noticeably. When Yu Gang saw the surprised expressions on Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong's faces, he was overjoyed. "It seems my guess was right." Flander's face lit up with joy. "Haha, Gang. Your theory is indeed the strongest, Yichu. What else do you have to say?" Tang San was also happy for his teacher. Yichu didn't speak. Without Tang San's original third spirit ring, it wasn't easy to embarrass him on this point. However, he wouldn't let it end there. "Master is indeed quite clever, your guess is correct." However, Yichu nodded, confirming that his guess was correct. He paused, and under Daimyo Bei's bloodshot gaze, turned and took Zhu Zhuking's small hand beside him. "But I'd like to ask, what's the limit of the third spirit ring? Over 1,700 years, Yu Gang frowned, a sense of unease creeping over him, yet he had no choice but to answer. But Zuqing's third spirit ring was actually absorbed from a 1,900-year-old spirit beast. As Yichu's voice fell, a meow rang in everyone's ears. Zhu Zhuqing, her face slightly flushed, readily activated her martial soul. 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings appeared beneath her feet. After accepting the sacrifice of the 1,000-year-old shadow spider, she clearly felt a significant improvement in her physical attributes. And since her second ring was already 1,000 years old, she naturally wasn't content with her third ring being ordinary. Driven by her desire to become stronger, she risked attempting to absorb a 1,900-year-old third ring. Even after the absorption ended, she still felt some regret. Because absorbing it was so easy. When he told Yichu about it, he got a beating. It was a very shameful thing. I wonder how Master explains this situation? I think you can determine the approximate age of a spirit ring based on its color. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Yu Xiaogang's face was grim. He could tell that Zhu Zhuking's third spirit ring was indeed over 1,700 years old. Tang San was also stunned. He hated Yichu even more and was even more convinced that he could absorb the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider spirit ring back then. At the same time, he looked at his teacher with some doubt. This theory seemed to have some flaws. Could it be that he could also absorb spirit rings with slightly higher ages when he was in his first or second ring? Yu Xiaogang, who had been silent, became a little uneasy when he saw that his disciple had become suspicious of him. He opened his mouth, about to speak. Yichu preemptively spoke first. Master, you wouldn't be saying that Zhu Qing's third spirit ring was also obtained through sacrifice, and that we deliberately tried to embarrass you by lying to you, would you? A hint of panic flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, but he remained generally calm. He flicked his sleeve, his face grim, and glared at Yichu. Don't talk nonsense. How can you slander someone out of thin air? Then Master, give us a reasonable explanation. Yichu's tone was unhurried, with a smile, as if he were genuinely conversing with a scholar. Faced with the facts, Yu Xiaogang had no clue whatsoever, so he could only offer vague and evasive answers, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. I've already said before, Zhu Zhuking is an exception. The entire Spirit Master world, at this moment, Daimyo Bei and the others also began to doubt the credibility of the master the dean had mentioned. Alright, seeing that the momentum they had painstakingly built for Yu Xiaogang was about to crumble, Flander couldn't sit still any longer and was about to intervene when he was interrupted by a rough exclamation. Level 39, Old Zhao, why are you so surprised? Flander looked at him in confusion. Flander, Zhu Zhuking's cultivation level is actually level 39, Xiao Wuji, who had no interest in this theoretical debate, noticed something different about Zhu Zhuking. Last time at the inn, he was busy stopping Tang San and Yichu's conflict. He hadn't noticed Zhu Zhuking and Xiao Wu's cultivation levels. And Daimyo Bei hadn't reported his discovery to him afterwards. Now he was staring wide-eyed at Zhu Zhuking in astonishment. Flander was also shocked and quickly looked at Zhu Zhuking. Really level 39? How is that possible? How old is she? Yu Xiaogang and the others all changed their expressions drastically. Daimyo Bei, who already knew something, was no exception. When Zhu Zhuking first entered the school, she was clearly only level 32. How could she have broken through so much in just over half a month? Level 39 before the age of 12, already breaking the record for the entire continent, he might even break through to Soul Master before he turns 12. This is simply an unparalleled prodigy. Flander's face lit up with ecstasy. This was a student he had taught, and once he left, he would bear the mark of Shrek Academy. How could he not be overjoyed? Unlike his ecstasy, Yu Xiaogang was filled with doubt. Impossible, I've never heard of a soul master who can improve so quickly. Zhu Zhuking, did you perhaps use some method of overdrawing potential? Overdrawing potential? Flander was stunned. When he was wandering the soul master world, he had indeed seen some crooked methods. Thinking of this, his face quickly turned ugly. Just as he was about to ask a question, a sharp rebuke suddenly came. Overdraw my foot. There are plenty of things you haven't heard of, you good for nothing. What gives you the right to draw conclusions about such swindling and deception? Xiao Wu, who had been grinding her teeth in anger, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Back at Notting Academy, she had already tolerated him for a long time. Now that her life was safe, she wasn't afraid of anything. Grabbing Zhu Zhuking's arm, Tang San pointed a finger at Yu Xiaogang's nose and began to curse. Insolence! How dare you speak to your teacher like that? Yu Xiaogang's face darkened, and he shouted in a deep voice. Hearing the word trash, he had already lost his so-called masterly demeanor. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and his face contorted with rage. Tang San didn't want his teacher to clash with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, your teacher is just concerned about Zhu Zhuking, HMPH. Shut your stinking mouth. This trash is your teacher, not my Xiao Wu's teacher. Xiao Wu didn't even glance at him, simply turning her face away. Xiao Wu, you? Tang San was speechless after being cursed. Xiao Wu glared angrily at Yu Xiaogang. You trash, watch closely. Your Xiao Wu's sister is already level 38. With that, Xiao Wu removed the disguise of her cultivation level from her body. A flash of red light, and 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, pulled beneath her feet. She glanced at Yu Xiaogang with disdain. Does Sister Xiao Wu not know whether Zhu Qing has overdrawn her potential? After revealing her cultivation level, Xiao Wu deliberately pressed her aura against Yu Xiaogang. Flander noticed in time and stepped in front of him. But Yu Xiaogang's face was still pale. Looking at Xiao Wu's cultivation level, he was somewhat incredulous. He was shocked. It really is level 38, Xiao Wuji's eyes widened again. It had only been a few days since the start of the semester. He had taken several people to hunt souls, and he hadn't noticed any changes in their cultivation levels during that time. What exactly is going on? Not only Flander was curious, but Yubei and the others were too. HMPH. No matter what you say, apart from some crooked methods of overdrawing potential, there is no way there could be such progress. Yu Xiaogang recovered and snorted coldly at Xiao Wu, still convinced that their improvement was abnormal. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu. How exactly did you improve? Don't joke around with your future, Flander said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with a deep sense of seriousness. Dean Flander, don't worry, their improvement will be without any problems. Yichu chuckled and stepped forward. What a joke. They seem fine now, but who knows when there might be side effects. Like never being able to break through to the title Douluo level again, Yu Xiaogang sneered. He came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and had also stayed in Wuhan City. Even in top-tier forces like the 3 upper sects and the Spirit Hall, such an improvement was unheard of. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, HMPH. You ignorant old waste are the joke. Zhu Qing and I both consumed immortal herbs that have no side effects. What? Immortal herbs? How is that possible? Yu Xiaogang was still wondering what the immortal herbs Xiao Wu was talking about were. His good disciple had already shouted in horror. Xiao Wu. You really consumed immortal herbs? Tang San excitedly strode over, even reaching out to grab Xiao Wu. Do you want to die? A flash of bloodlust appeared in Yichu's eyes. He moved to block Tang San's path, looking at him with murderous intent. This was something Yichu and Zhu Qing had discussed, the two women's sudden surge in cultivation. A reasonable explanation was needed. Tang San's expression changed. After his and his teacher's research, he understood that the activation of Yichu's soul skill was mostly related to his gaze. He immediately looked away, not daring to look directly at her. Xiao Wu frowned, grabbed Yichu's arm, and looked at Tang San with an icy expression. Xiao Wu, are you telling the truth? Tang San suppressed the pain in his heart, softening his expression. I'm too lazy to lie to you. Xiao Wu turned her head away, too lazy to look at their sour faces. The shock on Tang San's face lingered for a long time. He knew Xiao Wu. This expression and tone were definitely not a lie. But how could this be? That was a legendary immortal herb. How could this be? Tang San murmured. No one understood the value of immortal herbs better than him. Even in his previous life, it was just a legendary thing. Such a thing should only exist in heaven, rarely heard of in the mortal world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it possessed the power to seize the very essence of heaven and earth. Little Sen, what exactly is this immortal herb she's talking about? Could it be some kind of medicinal herb? Yu Xiaogang looked at his disciple with suspicion. It seemed that everyone present, except for Tang San and Yichu, knew nothing about any immortal herb. Tang San was too preoccupied to pay attention to them, his lips trembled slightly, and a hint of shyness appeared on his face. Yichu frowned, looking strangely at the guy's hesitant expression. Xiao Wu, nestled beside him, couldn't help but get goosebumps. She angrily shouted, Tang San. If you dare make that disgusting face again, I'll kick your head off. Tang San's shyness froze, suddenly becoming awkward, as if his facial muscles were somewhat out of control. He slowly took a few deep breaths. Xiao Wu, do you have any more immortal herbs? Huh? Yichu looked at Tang San in shock, never expecting him to be so shameless. Xiao Wu also looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. With a disdainful smile, she said, Tang San? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Amidst Tang San's ugly and slightly distorted expression, Xiao Wu snuggled close to Yichu, smiling sweetly at him. She said softly, even if I had it, I would only use it on my Xiao Chu, PFFT, haha, Xiao Wu is right. Tang San, stop daydreaming. Ning Rongrong was amused by Tang San's embarrassed state. Xiao Wu, what kind of bewitching potion did he give you? This is a celestial herb. Tang San ignored her, still gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. His nails almost dug into his flesh. He cried out in anguish, "Xiao Wu, do you even know what a celestial herb is?" "Of course I know." Xiao Wu looked coldly at Tang San, her smile meaningful. "Tang San, have you forgotten? You're the one who told me all this, wishing everyone a happy life." Chapter 196 Deception. Xiao Wu's mocking and teasing expression stunned Tang San. He swayed slightly. It was indeed he who had told her that. At the time, he thought those things were just vague legends. He had no hope whatsoever for those immortal herbs. A wave of endless regret washed over Tang San. He was filled with remorse. "Enough, Xiao San. You don't actually believe there's some herb that can instantly raise their level 7 or 8 without any side effects, do you? That's utterly absurd, utterly absurd," Yu Xiaogang coldly retorted, hands behind his back, eyes lowered, adopting an unfathomable air, putting on airs. "No. Teacher, if it's something else, there might indeed be side effects." Tang San looked utterly dejected, staring at Yu Xiaogang with disillusionment, and tried to explain. "But immortal herbs are different. While improving cultivation, immortal herbs also solidify the foundation of the user, and even enhance talent. Even more remarkably, they can cause martial souls to evolve." "What? Enhance talent? Martial soul evolution?" Yu Xiaogang trembled, his face filled with astonishment and uncertainty. "Does such a thing really exist in this world?" Flander and the others were also shocked. They had never heard of such a divine object. Daimyo Bei stared at Zhu Huqing beside Yichu, unable to recover for a long time. His heart burned with renewed excitement. If he could also consume an immortal herb, then that position wouldn't be out of reach. "Xiao Wu, can you tell me where you found the immortal herbs?" Tang San dispelled his regret and looked sincerely at Xiao Wu. Daimyo Bei and Yu Xiaogang's eyes gleamed. Their ears twitched. "After I was thrown out by the Titan giant ape, I happened to see 2 immortal herbs in the starred-out Great Forest." Xiao Wu's words were at Yichu's behest. "Anyway, the timing matches up, and there's no way to prove it now. The starred-out Great Forest is such a vast area. No one has ever been able to explore every corner. So that's how it is. No wonder Zhu Huqing's soul power was only level 32 when we were hunting souls before." Zhao Wuji slapped his palm, suddenly understanding. "The starred-out Great Forest," Yu Xiaogang murmured excitedly. If he consumed this, could his Luo Sanpao evolve again? A sense of anticipation suddenly returned to his heart. HMPH. "What? You believe it too? I told you you're a ridiculous piece of trash." Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu sneered, mocking Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's face darkened. Facing everyone's scrutiny, he couldn't argue. Instead, he lowered his stance, showing his magnanimity. "I'm just very knowledgeable about martial souls and soul master cultivation. I've never heard of these things before." "Puha, master?" "That's it." Xiao Wu playfully shook Yichu's arm, laughing unrestrainedly. However, Yu Xiaogang hadn't finished speaking when "However what? You old good-for-nothing. However, if you keep calling me a good-for-nothing. As a teacher at Shrek Academy, I have the right to expel you from Shrek Academy." Facing Xiao Wu's question, Yu Xiaogang shouted. He waved his sleeve and pointed at her. What he hated most in his life was being called a good-for-nothing by others. His family was like that, and so were the people of Wuhan City. "Teacher, no." Tang San's expression changed. He had no choice but to put the matter of the immortal herb aside for now, quickly stepping forward and removing Yu Xiaogang's hand. She was not only Tang San's unattainable white moonlight, but also the clue to finding the immortal herb. The starred-out Great Forest was so vast, he needed to find out its exact location. Xiao Wu scolded, "You think I'm afraid of you? I've tolerated you for a long time. Believe me, I'll slap your stinky face right now." Whoosh! When facing others, Xiao Wu didn't know what gentleness was. Her spirit rings flashed, and she was about to rush out immediately. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang's good friend, Flander, was right beside him and stepped forward again, blocking his way. Xiao Wu, Yichu also pulled Xiao Wu back at the right moment. With Flander and the others around, physically slapping him in the face wouldn't be an easy task. "All right. Xiao Wu, no matter what, Xiaogang is still a teacher at the academy. Basic respect is still necessary." Flander didn't want to shut out a genius like this. That would be a loss for Shrek Academy. "Xiaogang, calm down. Don't take it too seriously with a child." HMPH. As long as she's willing to apologize to me, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, things will be difficult for me from here on out." Seeing that he had a way out, Yu Xiaogang took the opportunity to back down. But there was a threatening undertone in his words. "Xiaogang, what are you doing?" Flander looked bitter and felt troubled. "You're dreaming." "Apologize? I'll never apologize in this lifetime," Xiao Wu huffed, unable to move because Yichu was holding her back, so she could only turn her face away, looking indifferent. "Xiao Wu, since you insulted someone, it's only right that you apologize." Seeing this scene, Flander could only sigh inwardly. In order to keep Yu Xiaogang from leaving to teach these students, he had no choice but to make Xiao Wu apologize. "Why?" Yichu quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth and winked at her. Xiao Wu snorted and hugged his arm tightly in annoyance. After she calmed down, Yichu turned to look at Flander and glanced at Yu Xiaogang. He chuckled and said, "Dean Flander, the word trash that Xiao Wu used wasn't an insult to the master, Yichu? Do you think we're all deaf?" Flander frowned. How could he distort the truth of something that everyone had witnessed? Ma Hongjian, Daimyo Bei, and the like looked at Yichu as if he were a fool. Even Xiao Wu looked surprised and wanted to reach out to test Yichu's temperature. Yichu took her soft hand in his, gently squeezed it, and smiled at her, ignoring her bewildered gaze. "Xiao Wu just agrees with some of the master's theories," he said, glancing at Yu Xiaogang. "I know you, Yichu." Yu Xiaogang looked Yichu up and down, his eyes filled with disdain. "I didn't expect that you, who escaped with your life back then, would have changed so much." "Escaped with his life?" Yichu sneered inwardly, a cold glint flashing in his blue pupils, barely hidden by his hair. It seemed Yu Xiaogang also knew about Tang Hao's attempt to kill him. "Xiaogang, you two know each other?" Flander looked at them strangely. "That's right. He also studied at the lower-level academy I attended before. He was Xiao-san's roommate, but after a conflict with Xiao-san, he disappeared." Yu Xiaogang nodded. While answering Flander, he also recounted a few past events. Daimyo Bei and the others looked at Yichu in astonishment. According to Yu Xiaogang's previous statement, Yichu and Tang San had a long-standing feud? "I don't know what you mean by agreeing with my theory." Yu Xiaogang didn't elaborate, then looked at Yichu with suspicion. He wasn't just puzzled by Yichu's words, but also by why His Majesty Haoshan would tolerate this and like Yichu jumping around like this. Yichu suppressed his slight killing intent and calmly asked Yu Xiaogang, "Master, did you say something?" "What did you say?" Yu Xiaogang frowned. He had said countless things. He didn't know what Yichu wanted to say. But seeing Yichu's mocking expression, he felt a little uneasy. The recent scuffle had already made his identity as a theoretical master somewhat questionable. This sentence, I think others have also heard Tang San say when he used blue-silver grass, he said. Yichu paused, watching Yu Xiaogang's changing expression, a slow smile appearing on his lips. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly spoke. "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." "Good. Well said." Zhao Wuji suddenly clapped his hands, strongly agreeing with this statement. The statement was indeed quite impressive. When Daimyo Bei heard Tang San say it, he reacted similarly to Zhao Wuji now. Flander also nodded approvingly. He had mentioned this statement long ago. He had heard it before. But in this situation, for Yichu to bring it up seemed a bit off. Without thinking it over further, his face stiffened. His long face turned towards Yu Xiaogang. His face had indeed turned somewhat red. But Tang San was completely oblivious. He had always regarded this statement as gospel. He coldly observed, and said in a deep voice, "HMPH. Yichu, is there something wrong with this statement?" "No, no, no. Of course, this statement is not wrong." Yichu stretched out his index finger and shook it, smiling as he looked at Yu Xiaogang behind Tang San. "But it's precisely because Xiao Wu agrees with a statement that she calls your teacher, Master Yu Xiaogang, a trash." Whoosh, Daimyo Bei and the others all turned to look at Yu Xiaogang. Tang San was also stunned. Carefully considering Yichu's words, his mind suddenly went blank. He had actually overlooked such an important matter all along. He stiffly turned his head back, his face displaying a complex mix of emotions, confusion, surprise, self-reproach, and even regret. Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth, unsure how to defend himself. His body trembled slightly. Flander sensed the situation was dire and no longer cared about Xiao Wu apologizing. He immediately tried to change the subject. But Yichu wouldn't let this opportunity pass so easily. He loudly proclaimed, "I wonder, Master who uttered such a boastful statement, what is your current cultivation level?" Faced with Yichu's question, and under the curious gazes of the crowd, Yu Xiaogang's trembling appearance filled them with deep disappointment. Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuking had already gleaned from Xiao Wu's few words that his cultivation was definitely trash. Alright, let's stop this." Flander glared at Yichu and quickly spoke. He knew how strong his pride was. But after hearing Yichu's words, Xiao Wu, who was already excitedly rubbing her hands together and gloating, didn't give him a chance. She burst out laughing, "Haha, his soul power is only level 29, and he'll never break through." Xiao Wu, shut up. Flander was shocked and wanted to stop her, but it was too late. What's even more ridiculous is that both of Wu's soul skills are farts. Wahahaha, Xiao Wu, stop talking. Tang San's persuasion was useless. Xiao Wu directly ripped open Yu Xiaogang's wound. Right there in front of everyone, under everyone's eyes, she announced it to everyone. She laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, grabbing Yichu's shoulder, somewhat swaggering. Ningrongrong next to her was also shocked. Immediately following was a burst of laughter. Haha. Soul skills are farts? Xiao Wu, you're not wrong, are you? Haha, this is the first time I've ever heard of such a disgusting soul skill. Zhu Zhuking wasn't much better off. She touched her nose, moved behind Yichu, and couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Farts. Mo Hongjin looked at Yu Xiaogang, whose eyes were bloodshot, with surprise. He patted Oscar, who was somewhat stunned beside him, and sighed, "Little Oscar, I originally thought your soul skill was already disgusting, but I didn't expect there to be someone even better than you, damn it. Fatty, what's disgusting about my soul skill? It's just that the soul incantation is a bit different." Oscar slapped his hand away in annoyance. Haha. Hongjin. Flander's angry shout made Ma Hongjin suppress his laughter. Flander also glared at Xiao Wuji beside him. The wall-like man covered his mouth with both hands. It was truly comical. Xiao-sen, is what Xiao Wu said true? Daimyo Bei, barely suppressing a laugh, grabbed Tang San's shoulder, looking at him strangely. He had thought that if he could train Tang San into someone like this, he would definitely become a strong person. But unexpectedly, he was repeatedly proven wrong in theory. He even called himself a piece of trash. It was truly ironic. Tang San's face turned ashen. The shared honor and disgrace at this moment was truly unbearable for him. Yu Xiaogang was even more miserable. Hearing the surrounding laughter, his face was filled with terror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He seemed to have returned to the past. Back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, where he was ridiculed at will. Back to Wuhan City, where he was bullied and beaten at will. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Wu, while laughing, suddenly remembered something. She eagerly shared it with Ningrongrong, who was also laughing heartily beside her. Speaking of which, Rongrong, do you remember Tang San's third spirit ring? Hearing this, Tang San's expression changed drastically. Ningrongrong stopped laughing and wiped her mouth. Of course I remember. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and teased, don't you think these two, master and disciple, are quite destined for each other? They're birds of a feather. Haha, Xiao Wu, you're right. I never even thought of that. Ningrongrong finished speaking and didn't forget to glance at Tang San, who had already lowered his head. Looking at the two of them, their postures and movements were almost identical, and they looked so ashamed. It was truly the most ridiculous thing ever. Xiao Wu, why? Tang San murmured to himself, his head bowed. Her words were like cold, sharp knives, cutting cruelly into his still unhealed wounds, slowly piercing through his white bones. Enough, Yu Xiaogang roared, drowning out the laughter of the crowd, whether unrestrained or suppressed. His eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving, and he was panting heavily. His fingernails were being pulled from the flesh of his palms, but he felt no pain. Those round, piercing eyes seemed to want to tear Yichu and Xiao Wu to pieces and devour them alive. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth, his face contorted with struggle. He slowly closed his eyes, his voice heavy with pain and gritted teeth. I admit it, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. That was just a boastful remark I made when I was young and arrogant. Yichu looked at him calmly, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow, only mocking Tang San. Tang San, upon hearing these words, immediately felt deceived, a surge of hatred rising within him. He hated Yu Xiaogang, and he hated himself. He hated that he had been blinded all along, failing to see even the living example right beside him. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the gloom in his disciple's eyes. His throat felt as if it were filled with shards of glass, making it difficult to speak. Tang San, don't blame your master. Yu Xiaogang's face showed kindness and remorse. A hoarse voice pierced Tang San's eardrums. I only said that to encourage you. I don't want you to give up on yourself because of the blue silver grass martial soul. I hope you understand my good intentions, wishing everyone a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Worries. After Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San with deep affection and explained his good intentions, Tang San lowered his head and remained silent. Everyone else fell silent, unconcerned that it didn't concern them. Flander, however, was starting to get anxious. With things going like this, wouldn't his free labor be leaving? Fortunately, his Xiaogang didn't intend to leave. Xiao-san, have you forgotten that you said you'd help me prove these theories? Yu Xiaogang said gravely, giving Tang San a complicated look before turning to leave. Flander, you decide what to do next. As for the teaching, you'll be in charge for now. I'm tired. In charge for now. Flander was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Did this mean he was willing to stay? Just temporarily? Yu Xiaogang slowly walked away. He was too ashamed to stay. Teacher, Tang San raised his head, reaching out his hand. But Yu Xiaogang interrupted him. Let's talk later, I'm tired. Watching Yu Xiaogang's retreating figure, Xiao Wu's clear voice rang out again. Hey, why did you run away? Don't you need Xiao Wu's apology? Xiao Wu, that's enough. Stop talking. Tang San's face was gloomy, but his tone was pleading. Xiao Wu, you'd better stop. Flander's soul saint level soul power surged continuously. It was as if she would suppress Xiao Wu if she dared to say another word. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Yu Xiaogang didn't stop. His back, however, appeared increasingly hunched, as if carrying a heavy burden. It was filled with weariness and inferiority. A cold voice came. Yichu, I advise you to behave yourself and not try anything funny with Xiao-san, or you'll regret it. In Yu Xiaogang's eyes, with Tang Hao in the shadows, these people were nothing but a rabble. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's warning, a light shone in Tang San's somewhat dejected eyes. The estrangement that had risen in their hearts subsided. Thank you, teacher. Tang San clenched his fists and murmured to himself. Yichu chuckled dismissively. With Yu Xiaogang's abilities, why should he make him regret it? With those two farts he let out? Xiao Wu and the other girls didn't take those words to heart either. They were confident Yichu would handle everything. Xiao Chu, did you notice? Xiao Wu playfully leaned against Yichu's shoulder, breathing warm air into his ear. Yichu curiously put his arm around her waist, turned his head, and asked, noticed what? He looks like a dog. Xiao Wu snuggled against Yichu, pointed at Yu Xiaogang's back, giggled twice, and then slowly said, Yichu was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. It really did look like one. Xiao Wu's voice was completely undisguised. Daimubei and the others heard it clearly as well. Looking in Yu Xiaogang's direction, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, he looked like a downtrodden, homeless stray dog. All right. Xiao, stop talking about this. Flander frowned, ending the conversation. He went to Tang San's side and gently patted his shoulder. Tang San, rejoin the team. You have to trust Xiaogang. Yes. I trust you, teacher. Thank you, Dean. Tang San bowed slightly and returned to his seat. Flander waved to the three teachers, Xiaozin and the others, who had been watching the show, dismissing them. Then he faced his students. He sighed helplessly. This part should have been Xiaogang's. Fortunately, he had already reviewed Yu Xiaogang's lesson plan. Ahem, he coughed twice, clearing his throat. He announced loudly. Dear students, originally, from today onwards, your teaching would be entirely under the master's responsibility. However, Flander paused, glancing at Yichu and Xiao before continuing his speech. However, due to a misunderstanding between master and some students, things have become somewhat unpleasant. Therefore, for the time being, I will be in charge of your teaching, but the lesson plans will proceed according to master's original plan. What? He's going to teach us, this time, Before Xiao Wu could even speak, Mo Hongjin couldn't hold back any longer. How could someone he couldn't even beat be Shrek's teacher? Ma Hongjin. Do you have any objections? Tang San, who could no longer suppress his negative emotions, seemed to have found an outlet. He couldn't scold Xiao Wu, but would he be soft-hearted towards Ma Hongjin? The killing intent that had been brewing within him surged like a tidal wave, turning Ma Hongjin's chubby face deathly pale. I'm just worried. Ma Hongjin had never seen a dead man before and was frightened by Tang San's sinister gaze. Tang San. Calm down, Flander called out to him, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. How could Tang San have such a heavy killing intent towards his own disciples? He couldn't help but recall the scene before when Tang San tried to launch a sneak attack at his shop entrance. His impression of Tang San inevitably softened. After dismissing Tang San, Flander looked at Ma Hongjin with a wary expression, reminding him not to provoke Tang San. Hongjin, I completely understand your concerns, and I believe Mu Bai and Xiao Ao feel the same way. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over all the students. However, I hope you can give Master a chance to prove yourselves. Believe me, your progress doesn't lie. Now, I'll briefly explain that for easier management, Master has numbered you according to age. From 1 to 7, they are Dai Mu Bei, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjin, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xiuqing. Our students are only 7 of you. You are a unit, and the training from now on will be equally applied to everyone. Flander then explained some changes in the teaching methods. That's all for today. Classes will officially begin tomorrow morning. Also, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjin, who haven't broken through to Soul Master yet, you'd better work hard. Alright, dismissed. TCH Ning Rongrong pouted. If she hadn't been interrupted, she might have already broken through and gone soul hunting. Flander didn't notice her little expression. After speaking, he took Xiao Wuji and was about to leave. Before he had gone far, he turned back. By the way, Yichu, as your companion, you should pay a little more. How much more do you need? This young lady will cover it. Ning Rongrong took out a small bag of gold soul coins from her soul tool and threw it towards Flander. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Ning Rongrong's bag missed quite a bit. In the face of money, Flander seemed to have no dignity left. With a pounce like a hungry tiger, he grabbed the money bag. He squinted and opened the small bag, his eyes gleaming with gold. Is this enough? Enough. Flander nodded repeatedly. He only wanted to collect 20 more, but he didn't expect Ning Rongrong to be so generous. 50 or 60 gold soul coins at once. Ahem. Old Xiao. Let's go. Composing himself, Flander walked with his hands behind his back in the direction Yu Zhigang had left. Tang San followed closely behind. He also wanted to see his teacher. His actions just now had definitely broken his heart. Dai Mu Bei glanced at Zhu Xiuqing, whose gaze was fixed solely on Yichu. After hesitating for a moment, he still pulled Ma Hongjin away. There was still one day of holiday left. Time for fun was running out. There was no rush to inquire about the immortal herb. Yichu, how is it? Wasn't I spoiling you enough? Ning Rongrong squeezed into Yichu's arms and pinched his chin. Actually, I could pay for it myself. Yichu slapped her hand away and smiled helplessly. HMPH. I'm happy to spend money on you. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, baring her fangs at Yichu. Xiao Wu, standing to the side, touched her somewhat empty soul tool and said a little embarrassedly, Rongrong, you're so rich, could you give some to Sister Xiao and Zhu Qinghua? How could I? I have to keep a firm grip on the family finances. Unless my great master Yichu agrees. Ning Rongrong giggled and snuggled against Yichu, her face flushed. Xiao Chu will definitely agree, don't you think? Zhu Qing, yes. Zhu Xiuqing nodded slightly, looking into Yichu's pale purple eyes, her eyes conveying affection. Ahem. Miss Rongrong, Oscar, standing to the side, looked somewhat embarrassed and raised his hand. He glanced at Yichu with some fear. Yichu smiled at him, and his expression softened a little. Ning Rongrong got off Yichu and looked at Oscar. Her face immediately lit up with joy. Haha. I almost forgot about you. Where are the things? Ning Rongrong walked up to Oscar and held out her hand. It's all here. I've tried it all, and it works perfectly. Oscar took out his soul tool and handed it over. Very good, very good. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed to see the hidden weapons inside. This was Yichu's betrothal gift. Here, take this back. I'll definitely praise you to my father later. Ningrongrong quickly transferred the contents of her soul tool to her own and returned the bead to Oscar. Okay, thank you, Miss Rongrong, Oscar nodded excitedly. He was surprised to find a small pile of gold soul coins inside his broken bead. The sun slowly moved westward. The sky was not yet dusky, and the fiery sun stood atop the mountain peak. It was still early before lunchtime. In Soto City, Yichu had already led the three women out of the restaurant. Ningrongrong's smile never stopped. After the gathering ended, she had been staying in her room cultivating the hidden spirit secret technique, and had already reached the point where she could hide her 10,000-year soul ring. After consuming the immortal herb Yichu gave her, she would possess a third ring that would last for 10,000 years. Moreover, during her cultivation, Yichu had already drawn up the blueprints for all the hidden weapons. Those blueprints were already stored in her soul tool. More importantly, she could finally rest with Yichu that night. Her bed had been away from her for too long, it was almost forgetting its owner's presence. Ningrongrong held Yichu's fingers in both hands, taking small, quick steps beside him, every smile and gesture revealing tenderness. She looked up at Yichu's profile, puzzled, and asked, Yichu, what are we doing after finishing dinner so early, to catch a good time for you to hunt souls? It wouldn't be good if we missed dinner time, Yichu said, leading Ningrongrong by the hand into a secluded alley. Hunting souls? Are we going home to hunt souls with Grandpa Sword and the others? No. Ignoring Ningrongrong's words, Yichu gently shook his head. Then we're going to go to the starred-out Great Forest ourselves. Ningrongrong looked at him in surprise. Yichu, isn't this too dangerous? Zhu Huking, nestled close to Xiao Wu, her face slightly flushed, frowned. PFFT, haha, Zhuking, wrong, don't worry. There's definitely no danger, Xiao Wu giggled, clutching Yichu's favorite pillow with obvious affection. Why? As they spoke, they arrived at a small alley. Yichu stopped. He reached out and gently stroked Ningrongrong's delicate nose. What? Have you forgotten that I still have two 100,000-year-old brothers-in-law in the starred-out Great Forest, Titan giant apes, them? Ningrongrong's gaze was somewhat dazed, her heart racing. Yes. It's Daming and Erming. Xiao Chu said he'd take me back to see them. Xiao Wu nodded cheerfully. She was happy to return to the Lake of Life. Yichu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhu Huking hesitated, still wary of that enormous creature. There's nothing wrong with it. They're Xiao Wu's brothers, they won't make things difficult for us. Yichu took Zhu Huking's hand with his other hand and smiled gently at her. The eternal kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. Ningrongrong, who was initially somewhat astonished, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yichu, you said they're Xiao Wu's brothers, so do they have to call me and Zhuking's sister too? Yichu looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect this little devil to be so audacious, even trying to take advantage of 100,000-year-old soul beasts. He shook his head and gave her a teasing smile. I don't know, you can ask them yourself later. I'm scared. Before Ningrongrong could finish speaking, Yichu had already activated his divine might. The four of them quietly disappeared into the secluded alley. What Yichu didn't know was that when he left Shrek Academy to eat, people from the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City went to the academy to look for him. After the messenger returned to the branch to report, two streaks of light, one red and one blue, shot into the sky, flying towards the heavenly Dao Imperial City. Their speed was extremely fast, as if something urgent had happened. Starred-out Great Forest, core area, Lake of Life. Erming was hammering and striking a large iron rod that he had bent, trying to straighten it. Ripples appeared on the lake's surface from time to time due to Erming's breathing, slowly spreading. Roar! Erming stopped what he was doing. A human-like expression of confusion appeared on his face. His huge golden eyes, like two Kongming lanterns, illuminated the lakeside where spatial fluctuations had occurred. Suddenly, the lake's surface trembled, followed by splashing water. A huge bull's head emerged from the lake. Water flowing down from its head, like a waterfall, pounded the surface, creating mist and waves. Suddenly, four figures appeared on the lakeside. Daming, Erming, Sister Xiao has come to see you. Sister Xiao. Daming was stunned for a moment, a look of intense surprise flashing in his huge bull eyes. Roar! Erming excitedly threw down his iron rod, pounded his chest, and roared. Erming! You're so noisy. Xiao helplessly covered her ears and gave a soft scolding. Unfortunately, her voice still couldn't drown out Erming's roar. Bang! A beam of blue light suddenly shot Erming away. He crashed into a rather old, rather cozy-looking ape-shaped crater not far away. Erming, didn't you hear Sister Xiao Wu say you're so noisy? Daming's bull eyes glared angrily at Erming. Blue smoke even rose from his mouth as he spoke. The beam of light was what he had shut out. He had long been fed up with the sound of Erming grinding iron, and now he had the chance to let Erming experience the care from his older brother. Raw Erming growled, rolled over, patted the dirt off his body, and lightly jumped back to the lakeside. The ground didn't tremble at all. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 198 Sister. Erming's golden pupils dilated, and after glaring at Daming, he stopped roaring. He then looked curiously at Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuking, the two girls Yichu had brought. Both girls felt uneasy under the watchful eyes of the two brothers. Ningrongrong crouched down, hiding behind Yichu, peeking out at them a few times. Zhu Zhuking gripped Yichu's hand tightly, her soft body pressed close to him, clearly not at peace either. Yichu smiled slightly, tilted his head back, and waved to Erming and his sister. Daming, Erming, long time no see, Erming growled, exhaling 2 puffs of white smoke from his nostrils, turning his head away unhappily. Daming nodded slightly in response. Erming, Xiao Chu is saying hello. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, raised her eyebrows, walked up to Erming, and nudged its toes. Roar Sister Xiao Wu spoke up, and Erming lowered his head again, growling at Yichu. Sister Xiao Wu, who are these two humans? Daming's muffled voice rang out. Daming, they are my good sisters. This is Rongrong, and this is Zhuking. Xiao Wu raised her hand, introducing them to Daming one by one. Just then, Yichu chuckled strangely. Ningrongrong, who had been hiding behind Yichu, was suddenly dragged out by a hand, her face full of panic. Yichu looked at her teasingly, put his arm around her waist, and held her to his side. He teased, Rongrong, why are you so shy? Did Yichu say before that Daming and the others would call you sister? Aren't you going to say hello? Yichu. How could you say such nonsense? Ningrongrong's face turned pale, and she frantically tried to cover Yichu's mouth. Unfortunately, she was too weak. Yichu looked at her with a smile, unmoved by her grievance. After her resistance failed, Ningrongrong could only look like she was about to cry. She looked at Daming, waving her arms frantically. Her smile was strained and her voice trembled. Daming, Erming, hello. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Just call me Rongrong from now on. Seeing Ningrongrong shrink back like a quail after speaking, Xiao Wu covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Haha, Rongrong, don't be afraid. Daming and Erming are very easy to get along with. She jumped to Zhu Zhuking's side, hugging her slender waist, their faces pressed together, enjoying the silky smoothness. Zhuking, you should say hello to them too. Zhu Zhuking nodded slightly, nervously gripping Yichu's hand. She slowly raised her head, looking at the two enormous soul beasts before her, swallowing hard. She whispered, I am Zhu Zhuking, hello. Erming nodded and roared twice. Daming glared at him, then fell silent, looking at his brother strangely. Daming didn't speak. The giant bull's eyes, suspended in midair, glanced at Yichu and the others. His eyes revealed surprise and doubt, and his loud, steady, and clear voice carried a question. Sister Xiao Wu, what are they and Yichu? Xiao Wu and they will all be my wives. Before Xiao Wu could speak, Yichu interrupted, answering Daming's question. Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuking looked at Yichu happily, involuntarily pressing closer to him. Hearing this, Daming thought to himself, just as I thought. He quickly frowned. Although it didn't know much about the outside human world, it could still see this simple and clear relationship. Daming didn't say anything to make things difficult for Yichu, no reproach, only a serious admonition. Lowering its head, its giant eyes, wreathed in azure energy, stared intently at Yichu. A slight pressure permeated the air. Its calm voice broke no argument. Yichu, if you ever dare to treat Xiao Wu badly again, Erming and I won't let you get away with it. Roar. Erming understood, baring his sharp fangs at Yichu and reaching out to grab him. Don't worry, I'll definitely treat Xiao Wu well. Yichu's face showed a warm smile, shining on Xiao Wu's pretty face. Xiao Wu smiled gently and leaned against him. She turned her head to look at Daming and Erming. Her voice was firm. Yes, I believe in Xiao Chu. Daming was stunned for a moment, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He didn't say anything more. After a moment of silence, a very abrupt voice came from above. Sister Rongrong, Sister Zhuking, hello. It was Daming's greeting. Not only were Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong stunned, but this also surprised Yichu. He looked up in confusion. The huge eyes of the azure bull python were full of warning. 2 long streams of smoke shot from their nostrils as they addressed the still somewhat bewildered Titan ape. Erming, what are you standing there for? Listen to Sister Xiao Wu, hurry up and call for help. Seeing this, Yichu finally understood Daming's intentions. Weren't they telling him that Xiao Wu had powerful connections? These 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts were Xiao Wu's backers. Yichu couldn't help but chuckle. Although Daming called Xiao Wu sister, most of the time, Xiao Wu seemed to be the one in needing its care. Erming, not being very bright, scratched his head. Under Daming's piercing gaze, he obediently growled at Ning Rongrong and the other woman. Ah, you? Hello. Ning Rongrong looked at them strangely, raising her hand and waving. Zhu Zhuking glanced at Xiao Wu, then at Ning Rongrong. Her eyes were filled with envy, and her gaze dimmed. Forcing a smile, she also responded, yes, hello. Xiao Wu understood their pride in Daming's good intentions. Tears welled in her crimson eyes, and she rubbed them with her small hands. Her face was sincere, and her voice was genuine. Daming, Erming, thank you, Sister Xiao Wu. Auntie told me to protect you before she left. This is what we should do. Hoo, Erming, who couldn't speak, also chimed in. Auntie. Yichu was stunned for a moment. This must be Xiao Wu's mother. His eyes narrowed, and he silently noted this down in his mind. When he had the chance, he would have to ask Daming about Xiao Wu's mother. Alright, Rongrong, Zuqing, relax. Caught between the 2 girls, Yichu's body temperature slowly rose, and he felt a little hot. He broke free from their grasp and stretched his body. Ning Rongrong stood uneasily in place, glanced up at Erming, whose golden eyes were frighteningly bright, and immediately looked away. She could only look around, slowly adjusting to the light and environment. Her blue eyes shone brightly, and her little face flushed with excitement. Opening her arms, she felt a gentle breeze. Yichu, this place is so beautiful and clean. Yes. Indeed, Yichu nodded with a smile. Since arriving here, his breathing had become much easier. The lake of life always radiated a soft light. Whether it was night or day, the place was filled with that light. The grass was lush, and the fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. The sky was misty, as if clouds had fallen from the heavens, making it a perpetual spring. Not only that, here, I feel my soul power circulation speed has increased considerably. Zhu Zhuking smiled slightly. Of course, otherwise Daming and Erming wouldn't have stayed here all this time. This is a treasure land. Xiao Wu nodded proudly. She also loved the environment here. Excuse me, can I cultivate here? Zhu Zhuking looked at Daming cautiously, seeking its opinion. No problem, Sister Zhuking. Daming hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. Zhu Zhuking was still quite unaccustomed to hearing Daming address her as such. She awkwardly said thank you and was about to sit down cross-legged when Yichu caught her slender waist and pulled her into his arms, their bodies pressed together tightly. Looking at her, Yichu's eyes showed a mixture of helplessness and heartache. He pinched her waist, her soft flesh turning a rosy pink. He gently pinched her delicate face and spoke softly, Zuqing, you don't need a little more time, do you? It's nice to enjoy the scenery around you. A good mood helps with cultivation. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Yes. Cultivating every day is so boring. Sister Xiao Wu can take you around to see the world. Okay, I know. Zhu Zuqing shyly protected herself and gently left Yichu's embrace. Yichu, why are you taking advantage of Zuqing again? I've noticed you're getting more and more restless. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at him, but then pressed herself against him again. Yichu rubbed his nose. This was hard to resist. If you really want to say something, it's all thanks to the girls. They taught her so well. Rongrong, just behave yourself. Yichu irritably pushed away Ning Rongrong, who kept rubbing against him. A reddish-purple glint flashed in his eyes, and a golden light flickered in his hand. A strange herb appeared in Yichu's hand. Here, Rongrong, this is the immortal herb I'm giving you, called the Kilo Tulip. After consuming it, you can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the sun and moon, complementing your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which is a treasure-type martial soul. Yichu handed over the immortal herb. Seeing this, Ningrongrong's annoyance immediately vanished, replaced by overwhelming joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, Yichu. Ningrongrong knew how many levels Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing had gained thanks to the immortal herb. She was about to break through to Soul Master. She quickly took the Kilo tulip, held it in her palm, and gently kissed Yichu's red lips. It's actually an immortal herb, Duming's surprised voice rang out. Xiao Wu looked at it curiously. Huh? Daming, you know about the immortal herb too? Daming nodded and said, Sister Xiao Wu, I've only heard of it. Oh, I see. Xiao Wu didn't ask any more questions and she and Zhu Xiuqing had already gathered around Ningrongrong. It smells so good. Zhu Xiuqing leaned over and gently sniffed. It looks quite strange too. Xiao Wu reached out and poked it, but the Kilo tulip suddenly moved away from her. Ah! Rongrong, why are you so stingy? Ningrongrong held the immortal herb with a look of affection. I was just afraid of damaging it. Just as Xiao Wu and the other girl said, the Kilo tulip grew very strangely. The roots and leaves below were like a vine canopy, densely combed. The top, however, was a golden tulip, and the rich tulip scent gave people a magnificent and luxurious feeling. I didn't even use much force. Xiao Wu pouted and glared at Ningrongrong. Zhu Xiuqing pursed her lips, her eyes filled with laughter. Just to be on the safe side, Ningrongrong smiled shyly and turned to look at Yichu. Yichu, how do you eat this flower? Alright, Xiao Wu. Yichu rubbed Xiao Wu's head, gently comforting her. Only then did he answer Ningrongrong's question. You don't need to swallow this flower. Just gently absorb the essence from the flower's stamen, ingest it, and then slowly circulate your soul power to let the medicinal effects flow through your limbs and bones, nourishing your 8 extraordinary meridians. Hurry up and take it, Yichu urged, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Okay, Ningrongrong nodded heavily. Then she sat down cross-legged and, as Yichu had instructed, brought the golden stamen to her lips and slowly began to suck. With the essence gone, the Kilo tulip withered and decayed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, turning into dust and scattering away. Ningrongrong slowly circulated her soul power, her body radiating a magnificent light. A stream of light shot out from her body, transforming into a 7-jeweled glazed pagoda with a shimmering, 7-colored halo, spinning rapidly before her. Suddenly, golden light emanated from Ningrongrong's small body, its radiance flowing like a fairy descending to earth. The golden light flickered rhythmically with her breath, each burst of light making Ningrongrong's 7-jeweled glazed pagoda appear even more dazzling and radiant. The golden light also carried a strong fragrance of tulips, which Xiao Wu couldn't help but greedily inhale. I wonder how much Rongrong will improve, Zhu Xiuqing asked curiously, looking at Ningrongrong sitting cross-legged. At least level 7, Yichu replied, stroking his chin. His guess was based on something. According to the original trajectory, Rongrong would consume the Kilo tulip at level 31 and then improve by 6 levels. But that time was still far off. Long before entering Shrek Academy, she was already level 27, and after cultivating the Zhuangtiangong a few days ago, she broke through to level 28. Even as a soul venerable, he could break through to level 6, and now he's only a great soul master. There's no reason for him not to break through a little more. Level 7, Zhu Xiuqing was happy for Ningrongrong, but she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Yichu looked up at the sky. Although the sky was covered by a layer of thick white fog, with the power of his Sharingan, the setting sun, which was already halfway down, was still visible. Ahem, seeing that the time was right, Yichu couldn't help but cough a few times. He turned his gaze to Erming and tentatively asked, Erming, have you had dinner? Roar. Erming looked at Yichu in confusion. Although it wasn't very smart, it still had some sense. To avoid disturbing Ningrongrong's cultivation, it kept its voice very soft. Under Yichu's gaze, it shook its head. Xiaochu, why are you suddenly concerned about whether Erming has had dinner? Xiao Wu hugged his arm curiously, wrinkling her delicate nose slightly, her eyes full of curiosity. I just wanted Erming to help Rongrong hunt souls. Yichu scratched his head. After he said that, the soft Xiao Wu in his arm seemed to stiffen slightly. Soul hunter. Duming gave Yichu a complicated look. It certainly knew what humans meant by soul hunter. It meant hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Erming also glared at Yichu. Duming, Erming, I just wanted Erming to catch the prey and give the soul ring to Rongrong. And, don't kill too many. Noticing Duming's gaze, Yichu quickly explained. He had come to Erming for help, of course, taking into account their soul beast status. Ah! Xiao Chu, thank you. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, hugging Yichu's back and wriggling around, making Yichu roll his eyes repeatedly. Zhu's Huking also understood. No wonder Yichu had taken them to a restaurant so early, it was to make it in time for Erming's meal. Is that so? Dumming's eyes showed understanding. It seemed it had misunderstood Yichu. He was indeed somewhat different from other human soul masters. He hadn't let Xiao Wu down. He turned to his younger brother. Erming, then help wrong. But, Yichu? Erming scratched his head, puzzled by his brother's change in attitude, but didn't dwell on it. He knew Dumming's wisdom and nodded obediently. Dumming paused, then looked at Yichu again. His gaze had softened considerably. He made his request. Yichu, if you have any more immortal herbs, I hope you can give Xiao Wu one too. Yichu was taken aback, a slight smile appearing on his face. Before he could say anything, Xiao Wu was much faster. PFFT, thank you, Dumming. But I've already taken an immortal herb. Xiao Wu is the first. Xiao Wu happily hugged Yichu's neck, bouncing lightly. Already taken one. Dumming was clearly surprised, looking at Yichu with satisfaction. Well, Xiao Wu has already eaten one. Eating more of this stuff is pointless, Yichu explained with a smile, holding Xiao Wu's pert bottom as she clung to him. Dumming nodded calmly. It knew a bit about immortal herbs and Yichu was right. If you need any soul beasts later, just tell Erming. They need to be around 15,000 years old and have some talent in soul power. Erming, I'll have to trouble you then. Yichu nodded, not standing on ceremony, and directly stated Ning Rongrong's requirements for her third soul ring. Roar! Erming shook its enormous head, scratching its ears and cheeks. It was thinking about where to find the soul beast Yichu needed, and which soul beast had the best meat. Yichu's smile never faded. This soul beast wasn't just for Ning Rongrong, he also planned to use this sacrifice to level up. Otherwise, his current cultivation speed was too slow. Just as Yichu was pondering, Dumming's surprised voice rang in his ears. About 15,000 years, wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 199, 9th floor. Dumming stared at Yichu strangely. It had some knowledge of human soul ring configurations. From what it had seen, everyone's third ring was purple. Except for that woman in purple robes. Thinking of this, Dumming's eyes widened in surprise and doubt, and it couldn't help but ask, Yichu, Sister Rongrong is a soul master, shouldn't she have a 1,000-year soul ring? 15,000 years is impossible, right? The previous chapter was wrong, it should be 15,000, corrected. Normally, it's impossible, but my martial soul is special, it can help others obtain slightly higher soul rings. Look, since it needed to hunt souls, this couldn't be hidden, so Yichu didn't bother to conceal anything. His eyes flashed with blood-red light, and 3 dark purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Hiss! How is this possible? Dumming gasped, staring blankly at Yichu. This was the second time it had seen such an outrageous soul ring configuration. No. It should be said that Yichu's soul ring configuration was far inferior to that mysterious woman's. Haha, Daming, how about it? Xiaoqiu is amazing, isn't she? Xiuking's second spirit ring is also purple, Xiao boasted, hugging her lover, even happier than Daming herself. Since it wasn't the first time he'd seen this, Daming quickly calmed down. Indeed amazing, Daming nodded sincerely, a hint of worry flashing in his admiring eyes. Such a powerful human, if he grew up, what kind of impact would he have on the spirit beast race? But in an instant, he remembered Yichu's concern about Daming's dinner, and immediately put away his worries. Besides, the fate of the spirit beast race wasn't something a small azure bull python like himself could control. He had neither the right nor the ability. While dealing with Xiao's rambling, Yichu didn't notice the fleeting wariness in Daming's eyes. Seeing that Daming had no desire to say more, he stopped talking, hugging the sullen Xiao, and focusing on Ning Rongrong. At this moment, the golden light around her had gradually subsided. Her right hand, shaped like an orchid, held aloft the 7-colored, shimmering glazed pagoda. Her cultivation had reached level 30, but without any additional soul rings, it appeared to have stopped increasing. Time passed. The sun completely sank in the west, its faint afterglow painting a magnificent golden horizon. The temperature at the Lake of Life also dropped slightly. Zhu's Huking turned to look at Yichu. Seeing Xiao Wu in his arms, a blush crept across her face. She whispered, "Yichu, I'm a little cold." As she spoke, she gently walked to Yichu's side and nestled into his embrace. Her cherry-red face pressed against Yichu's shoulder, meeting his gaze. Under Xiao Wu's teasing gaze, she suppressed her shyness, grabbed Yichu's hand, and wrapped it around her waist. Feeling a little embarrassed by Xiao Wu's gaze, Zhu Zhuking's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong. "Yichu, is Rongrong almost finished absorbing?" "Yes, it should be soon," Yichu smiled. He tightened his embrace slightly, closing the distance between them. Feeling her softness, he gently kissed Zhu Zhuking's forehead, responding softly. Daming and Erming froze, turning to look at each other, motionless, waiting silently. Just as Yichu finished speaking, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in front of Ning Rongrong suddenly burst forth with 9-colored light. Zhu Zhuking, who dared not face Xiao Wu's teasing, was startled to see the glazed pagoda had grown taller. She quickly pointed to her discovery. "Yichu, what's going on with Rongrong?" Zhu Zhuking slightly pushed Yichu away, looking at him strangely. Yichu, as if he had expected it, revealed a satisfied smile. He breathed a hot breath into her delicate ear. Her pupils trembled slightly, her fair ears turning rosy. Her body went limp, suppressing her doubts. "Xiao Chu, what's wrong with Rongrong?" When Xiao Wu looked again, Ning Rongrong had already put away her martial spirit. Yichu gently released them, his face full of joy. "You'll see soon enough, Rongrong has finished absorbing it." Ning Rongrong, who had already put away her martial spirit, had completely withdrawn the golden light from her body. Before Ning Rongrong even opened her eyes, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Looking at her hands, she seemed somewhat incredulous. She quickly raised her head, and Yichu was also smiling at her. "Yichu, I'm already level 30. No, I can feel that I'm not only at level 30. Ning Rongrong quickly got up and pounced on Yichu. Her legs left the ground, she wrapped her arms around his neck and locked his throat. Her blue eyes, filled with sweet affection, narrowed into crescent moons. Her red lips parted, lightly skimming Yichu's face, lips, and brow. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking exchanged a glance. They finally understood why Yichu had let go of the rabbit and cat he had caught. It turned out that it was to clear the way for Ning Rongrong. "I'm glad you're satisfied." Yichu cupped her shapely buttocks in his hands and returned a light kiss. "Satisfied? I'm very satisfied with the gift you prepared." Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she twisted her body, locking herself tightly around Yichu. Feeling a little suffocated, Yichu had no choice but to use the massage technique she had taught him to loosen his grip. Yichu, feeling the familiar, just right strength acting on an unfamiliar spot. A surge of heat rushed from her tailbone to her brain. Ning Rongrong let out a muffled groan, softly calling out her lover's name. Her eyes sparkled with desire, and her body became somewhat weak. With Yichu's help, she didn't collapse. Yichu exhaled, dodging Ning Rongrong, who was already slightly tipsy, and lunged at him. He gently released her restraints, letting her stand back on the ground. Yichu, she gently pulled Yichu's hand, her voice sweet and slightly dissatisfied. "Rongrong, you're so cheesy." Xiao Wu crossed her arms and rubbed them together. Xiao Wu. I didn't." Ning Rongrong was startled, her face flushed with shyness, and she weakly retorted. "You did. You didn't even glance at me and Zhuking, and you weren't already doing that as soon as you got up." Xiao Wu glared at her angrily. Zhu Zhuking nodded in agreement. Even Daming and Erming nodded their heads slightly. Seeing everyone nodding in unison, Ning Rongrong was filled with embarrassment and anger. Yichu, you actually dared to nod too." I didn't. You were even more." Ahem." Yichu coughed twice and quickly covered Ning Rongrong's mouth. "Alright, Rongrong." To prevent her from continuing to talk nonsense, Yichu said mysteriously, "Rongrong, the improvement in cultivation isn't the only surprise." Ning Rongrong, who was about to bite him, looked at Yichu strangely, removed his hand, and was somewhat puzzled. "Not all the surprises, yes. Look at your martial soul." Yichu smiled and held her right hand in his, raising it horizontally. Zhu Zhuking's eyes lit up, as if she understood what had happened to Ning Rongrong. Envy and joy appeared in her eyes. Ning Rongrong blushed and obediently summoned her martial soul. In her right palm, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda appeared, with a faint circle of golden light like tulip petals supporting it below. Xiao Wu curiously leaned closer. "It doesn't seem to have changed." Ning Rongrong frowned, Sensing something was wrong. Something's not right, the usually calm and collected Zhu Xiuqing suddenly exclaimed. Wrong, count quickly, how many layers does your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda have? Ning Rongrong was stunned, her heart suddenly pounding. She stared at her martial soul, pointing with her little hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How could it become 9 layers? A huge surprise hit her head. Ning Rongrong felt her head spinning. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The 7-tiered, 7-colored 7 treasure glazed pagoda had become a 9-tiered, 9-colored one. What did this mean? It meant she would no longer be bound by the family's inheritance. Unlike her father and her ancestors, she wouldn't be stuck at level 79 for life, unable to break through. Ning Rongrong's gaze couldn't help but fall on Yichu before her, filled with tenderness. Rongrong, how is it? Surprised, Yichu pinched her cheek, leaving a few marks. Suddenly, he was bumped, letting out a muffled groan. Ugh, cough. Ning Rongrong's excitement and joy were uncontrollable. She quickly tackled Yichu to the ground, hugging him tightly, more forcefully than ever before. She finally understood what Yichu had said before. If she received his gift, she might happily give herself to him. It wasn't a joke. If the occasion weren't inappropriate, even if Yichu was considerate of her small frame and thought she couldn't handle it, she would have forcibly given herself away. Treat him well. Ning Rongrong hugged Yichu, burying her face in his neck, her voice clear and loud, unable to hide her excitement. Yichu, I really love you to death. Do you know what this is? This is the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the goal my father sought his whole life. This means my future achievements will definitely surpass my father's. Thank you so much, Ning Rongrong said a lot in one breath, her body trembling slightly. Yichu gently patted her back. He spoke softly. I'm glad you like it. Ning Rongrong raised her head, looking directly at her lover beneath her, her face flushed. I like it very much. My dear Yichu, originally overjoyed, she suddenly became somewhat seductive. Her voice was soft and alluring. This humble woman has no way to repay you. I can only be your servant from now on, letting you do whatever you want to. Wrong, something doesn't quite sound right. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Rongrong had already spoken first. Zhu Xiuqing stared blankly, unable to look away, but glancing around every now and then, as if keeping watch for Yichu. Ming, what are you doing? Don't look, Xiao Wu pouted, a little unhappy. Suddenly noticing Ming curiously lowering its head to examine the scene, she pointed at it and yelled. Ming immediately stood still, staring straight ahead, its eyes fixed. Ming, Xiao Wu glared at Ming. It wisely kept an eye on its troublesome younger brother. Time slowly passed. Xiao Wu's pout grew higher and higher. Ning Rongrong, who had been biting and spitting, suddenly fell silent. Zhu Xiuqing could clearly see that the back of her neck was bright red, and her ears were bloodshot, devoid of any whiteness. Yichu, also somewhat exasperated, loosened his embrace. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing exchanged a glance and together gently lifted the limp Ning Rongrong. Glancing at Yichu's condition, Ning Rongrong blushed. After lying down to calm down for a while, Yichu got up again, somewhat embarrassed by the two women's gazes, and straightened his clothes. Rongrong, are you alright? I'm fine. Ning Rongrong struggled to break free from Xiao Wu and the other woman who were supporting her. After the brief passion, she had recovered. Reaching out to summon her martial soul again, she seemed to be struggling, indicating that she hadn't fully recovered yet. Yichu, the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda is far too important for the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. Let's go home. Ning Rongrong's eyes shone with tenderness, pride, and joy. What a load of rubbish hidden weapons. Yichu's kindness alone was enough to make her father happily entrust her to him. Go home. Yichu shook his head and chuckled, gently pinching her nose. Don't worry, I'll take you back tomorrow. Now, let's go hunt for your 3rd soul ring. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly. She had almost forgotten that her 3rd spirit ring was still empty. She wanted to go back and demonstrate her cultivation and hidden weapons. Then, she would release her martial spirit, which would definitely surprise Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, and her father. Xiao Wu looked distressed. Xiao Chu, you and Rongrong are going home. What about Zhu Qing and me? Zhu Xiuqing looked at Yichu, also somewhat reluctant. Don't worry, it won't be long. Yichu gently pulled the 2 girls into his arms. He knew that Zhu Xiuqing couldn't leave Shrek Academy for the time being. That's good, Xiao Wu's smile returned. Zhu Xiuqing hugged Yichu tightly, creating a strong sense of pressure. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you two wait here for a while. I'll take Rongrong to hunt spirits. Okay, we know. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing nodded simultaneously, reluctantly letting go of Yichu. Rongrong, let's go. Yichu? Yichu's feet created many afterimages, and amidst Ning Rongrong's exclamation, he quickly picked her up by the waist. He carried her in a standard princess carry, bouncing her around until she landed on Erming's shoulder. Erming, thank you for your trouble. Yichu patted its big neck. Roar, Erming roared, bidding farewell to Xiao and Daming. Then it ran off. Xiuqing, Xiao, wait for me to come back. Yichu waved to the two girls. Then he looked at Ning Rongrong, who was trembling in his arms. Rongrong, why are you closing your eyes? I'm a little scared. Ning Rongrong buried her head in Yichu's arms, feeling the strong vibrations and unsteady on her feet. Don't worry, I'm holding you. Watching Erming slowly disappear into the distance, Xiao suddenly felt a little bored. Xiuqing, do you want me to take you around? Zhu Xiuqing shook her head and sat down cross-legged. Xiao, you go by yourself. I want to cultivate for a while. Why is that? You're engrossed in cultivation again as soon as Yichu isn't here, Xiao complained listlessly. Zhu Xiuqing, however, ignored everything and slowly closed her eyes, beginning her cultivation. She was different from Xiao Wu and Rongrong. Behind Xiao Wu were two 100,000-year-old soul beasts comparable to tidal Douluos. Behind Ning Rongrong was the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with 2 Douluos, and now her martial soul had evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. But she was born into the Star Luozu family. Her family's help was very limited, she could only rely on herself. She didn't want to be surpassed, she wanted to possess the power to help Yichu. Yichu and Ning Rongrong had already been taken to the mixed zone by Erming. Ning Rongrong was gradually adapting. Yichu? So exciting! Standing on the Titan giant ape's shoulder, with Yichu holding her waist, Ning Rongrong let out a joyful shout. With her arms outstretched, watching the trees rush past, enjoying the oncoming wind, and feeling the warmth of Yichu's embrace behind her, she was extremely excited, even daring to give instructions to Erming. Erming, run faster! Ooh! Awoo! Roar! Erming roared, a golden light emanating from his body, with faint patterns spreading outwards. His speed increased dramatically, sending a gust of wind into Ning Rongrong's mouth. Haha, you'd better be quiet, Yichu nuzzled against her soft face. Soon, Erming found a soul beast that met Yichu's requirements and suited his taste. Agate shell turtle. A small, freshwater herbivorous soul beast with little offensive power, but its meat was delicious. Its shell was covered with beautiful, magnificent agate-like crystals. Soul power constantly flowed within them. When faced with danger, those crystals would shatter, providing them with a large amount of soul power, allowing them to flap their short legs and run away. A 10,000-year-old agate shell turtle had a body radius of 1 meter. Erming quickly arrived at a huge pool of water, several hundred meters in diameter. Without Yichu saying anything, a ball of golden light suddenly condensed on Erming's fist, and then he forcefully slammed it into the water. Boom! Golden fist winds crashed into the water, creating towering waves and continuous explosions. Many soul beasts in the water were blasted out, tumbling through the air. For a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, dealing with a 15,000-year-old little Karami was a piece of cake. Erming reacted quickly, bending his knees and leaping forward to grab the 3-meter diameter agate turtle. Then he slammed it onto the ground. Boom! Dust billowed, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Erming, thank you so much. Please protect me. Looking at the barely breathing agate turtle, Yichu's lips twitched, and he quickly thanked him. He then jumped down, holding the still somewhat frightened Ning Rongrong. Erming scratched his head, rubbing his stomach, and sat down as well. Rongrong, are you alright? Get ready to absorb the soul ring. Yeah, I'm fine. Ning Rongrong's face was a little pale, still shaken by Erming's fighting style. Okay. Then sit cross-legged and summon your martial soul. Yichu pushed Ning Rongrong to the agate turtle and gently pressed her down. He also sat cross-legged and placed his hands behind Ning Rongrong's back. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 200 Blood Arrow. Concentrate. No matter what happens, Just focus on absorbing the power of the agate tortoise. Okay, I understand. Hearing Yichu's instructions, Ningrongrong also became serious, suppressing her excitement and sitting upright. She clasped her hands together, palms facing upwards, and held them in front of her abdomen. A nine-tiered, nine-colored glass pagoda spun rapidly on it. The two yellow spirit rings attached to it spread out, slowly rotating on the ground beneath Ningrongrong. She had witnessed Yichu absorbing his third spirit ring and had some understanding of his abilities, so she wasn't too worried. Yichu cleared his mind of distractions. A blue-based, half-reddish blue-silver domain unfolded beneath him. The area it covered was filled with the fragrant aroma of the blue-silver emperor, with faint green light swirling within. Blue-silver fragrance. Endless life. Combined with a blue-silver domain, it could perform area of effect healing and remove negative status effects within the domain. It's about to begin. With preparations complete, Yichu reminded Ningrongrong. Bloodshot eyes gleamed brightly. The agate tortoise, already on its last legs, was utterly powerless to resist. Its bead-sized eyes flashed with a blood-red light. A strange fluctuation appeared, and its entire body slowly ignited with blood-red flames, a dark light swirling and enveloping Ningrongrong. Feeling the power surging into her body, Ningrongrong frowned and quickly activated her mysterious heaven technique, guiding this soul power to her limbs and bones. Yichu wasn't idle either. The seed of life at his heart flickered with each breath. The black torrent that should have flowed into Ningrongrong suddenly branched out, flowing towards Yichu. Some flowed into the seed of life, some into Yichu's body. The blue-silver domain also slowly rotated, gathering the dissipated soul power before transferring it into Yichu's body. Since helping Duguyan absorb her soul ring, Yichu had discovered that he could also use the seed of life and the blue-silver domain to absorb the energy from soul beasts sacrificing themselves. Now he finally had the opportunity to try it out. Feeling the increase in his soul power, Yichu's face lit up with joy, but he dared not relax for a moment, lest any problems arise. Roar! Erming looked down in astonishment at Ningrongrong's absorption of the soul ring. He scratched his head, completely bewildered. He could only secretly remember it and ask his older brother when he got back. Inside the Stardug Great Forest, the vegetation was lush and the sky was dark. Outside, the sun's radiance had disappeared, the bright moon hung in the sky, and the stars twinkled. Time passed. The black torrent that had surged from the agate turtle's body had thinned. The sacrifice process was coming to an end. Yichu withdrew his hand at the right time, no longer absorbing the remaining energy. He maintained his blue-silver domain. Looking inward at the life seed within his body, which resembled a seedling, its two tender little leaves had begun to slowly unfurl. Feeling that he had just broken through to level 35, Yichu was overjoyed. The last time he broke through to level 34 was when he was fighting hand-to-hand with Xiao Wu in the grass beside the Lake of Life. It had only been a little over half a month, and he was already at level 35. However, Yichu knew that such a rapid increase was rare. Calming himself down, he focused his attention on Ningrongrong, who was still working on her project. At this moment, the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda in her hand shone brightly, its light swirling. 2 yellow spirit rings flickered. As they rose and fell, a black phantom suddenly appeared on the outer ring, which then solidified. When the black trickle of energy was exhausted, the black spirit ring finally stabilized. Ningrongrong's cultivation level also rose accordingly, reaching level 36 before stopping. Yichu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It was much lower than he had expected. It seemed that he had embezzled most of the power of the agate tortoise. Ah! Am I dreaming? Ningrongrong opened her eyes, her gaze radiating 9-colored light. Looking at the 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 black, on her 9 treasure-glazed pagoda, and sensing her cultivation level, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It felt like a dream. Of course it's not a dream. Yichu hugged her from behind, gently nibbling her earlobe. Yichu. I'm level 36 now. Ningrongrong ignored the slight pain, instead feeling a tingling sensation. She looked up, grabbed Yichu's hand, and gently rubbed it. Yichu looked at her with some apology in his eyes. Yeah, I know. If it weren't for me, you could definitely have improved even more. No way, Ningrongrong retorted. She turned around, wrapped her arms around Yichu's neck, and gently bit his lips, leaving fish scale-like marks. She pursed her lips, looking softly at Yichu, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting, reflecting his image in her blue eyes. Gazing at him, she said dreamily, if it weren't for you, My martial soul wouldn't have evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have a third ring of 15,000 years. Aren't all of these things thanks to you? Ningrongrong gave Yichu a playful glare. Besides, even I am yours, so aren't all my things yours too? No matter what, they're all yours. Ningrongrong stared at Yichu, speaking very seriously. After speaking, she smiled sweetly and leaned into Yichu's arms. You have to remember that. Yes, I remember. My wrong, Yichu murmured softly, picking her up in his arms. He looked up at Erming, whose eyes still held some curiosity. Erming, this agate turtle is yours. Erming nodded. Looking at the still very fresh turtle in the pit, he scratched his head with his index finger. He didn't even feel hungry anymore. He was completely unaware that he had just been force-fed a large amount of what was called dog food. Snap. Plop. Erming didn't hesitate much, directly grabbing the 3-meter-wide agate turtle in his hand, lifting its shell to reveal the tender, fresh meat inside. Then he tore into it and chewed. It was like a gorilla eating oysters, only with a few more drops of blood. Seeing Ningrongrong's furrowed brows and pale face, Yichu turned his back to her, holding her close. Just as he turned, his body suddenly stiffened. Suddenly, a blood-red arrow shot into the sky from afar, seemingly reaching the depths of the clouds and piercing the night. Yichu raised an eyebrow. That blood-red arrow made him very uncomfortable. Even from this distance, he seemed to be able to smell the blood emanating from it. Erming, who was enjoying his meal, was already used to the battle fluctuations that occasionally emanated from the starred-out Great Forest. He only glanced at it briefly before focusing on his food. Yichu, is someone hunting souls over there? Ningrongrong grabbed his collar, leaning on his shoulder, somewhat curious. Probably, Yichu nodded uncertainly. Although the starred-out Great Forest was very dangerous under the night sky, people still occasionally risked their lives for suitable soul rings. But Yichu was currently in the mixed zone, not too far from the outer edge. The Crimson Arrow was located relatively close to the interior of the mixed zone, where most of the soul beasts were over 50,000 years old. Driven by curiosity, Yichu's eyes suddenly turned purple. He pierced through the layers of tree shadows, searching for the launch side of the Crimson Arrow. After a long while, even as his eyes became slightly dry, Yichu still couldn't make out all the distant scenes. Almost there, Yichu murmured to himself. In a daze, Yichu seemed to see a group of people fighting fiercely in the forest. One of their martial souls seemed to be a longbow. He gently exhaled a breath of stale air and closed his Sharingan. He blinked his dry eyes, and a few tears squeezed out from the corners of his eyes. Yichu Ningrongrong leaned over, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling a little warm air that brushed against Yichu's eyes. Her soft hand gently caressed him, her movements gentle and meticulous. All right, I'm fine now. While she still had her cherry lips pouting, Yichu leaned over and took a small sip. Ningrongrong withdrew her hand, a blush creeping onto her face as she looked at him shyly. A long-lost mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Yichu, have you ever peeked at us with your eyes, huh? Yichu was taken aback, looking at her strangely. He had already mentally banished the scene he had just witnessed. Did you? Ningrongrong shifted her body slightly, her eyes brimming with laughter. Yichu sighed helplessly, deciding to try and satisfy her curiosity. He raised an eyebrow, recalling the scene carefully before answering Ningrongrong's question. Yes, I saw Xiao Wu and Yan, but I didn't mean to, Yichu said, quickly adding a disclaimer. Then he continued, as for Zhu Qing, when I was healing her, it was around the same time, but I did it openly and with permission. As soon as Yichu finished speaking, he noticed something was wrong with Ningrongrong in his arms. She was frowning and glaring at him, her small hands gripping her collar tightly, her teeth grinding. Wrong, I really didn't peek, it was all unintentional. Yichu looked a little embarrassed, thinking she had misunderstood him. HMPH. I don't care if you looked or not, Ningrongrong snorted. These women were all his future wives, and even Xiao Wu was already a done deal. Even if Yichu had really peeked, she would only tease him a bit. Besides, she knew Yichu wasn't that kind of person. Although he was becoming bolder, he wouldn't do something like this. Then why are you a little unhappy? That's because you haven't even looked at me. Ningrongrong's face flushed red, her neck covered in a layer of pink. Yichu looked at the girl in his arms in surprise. How am I inferior to them? Ningrongrong stiffened her neck, staring straight at Yichu. Noticing the surprise in his eyes and the subtle scrutiny he was giving her, she suddenly felt a little insecure. At the same time, she was also extremely ashamed and indignant. It's only a little bit short, but thanks to your efforts, you've grown quite a bit." Ningrongrong wasn't very happy, twisting her body and rubbing against Yichu a few times, letting him feel her growth. Indeed, there's been a lot of progress," Yichu chuckled dryly. He was also very happy about her growth, at least his efforts hadn't been in vain. The experience in the future would be much better. "Then you can take some time to look at the fruits of your labor." Ningrongrong blushed, her body trembling slightly. She cupped Yichu, drawing his gaze to her. "Rongrong, you," cough. Ningrongrong's suggestive words made Yichu cough. He didn't have any particular fetishes, no special circumstances. Why should he look at his woman like this? "Forget it, Rongrong. You can appreciate her another time." Yichu smiled awkwardly, rejecting Ningrongrong's tempting and strange suggestion. Ningrongrong seemed to have exhausted all her strength, leaning softly against Yichu's shoulder and gently biting his neck. She didn't ask Yichu to do anything more, her tone a mix of childish fierceness and gentleness. "HMPH. Then this young lady will be waiting for you." Yichu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "Well, let's go back to the Lake of Life first." Just as he turned around, Yichu noticed two dazzling golden lights. It turned out to be Erming, who had already finished eating, standing there, staring intently at him with his two lantern-sized golden eyes. Perhaps he had been disciplined by someone before. The seemingly rugged Erming had thoughtfully covered the leftover scraps with soil, and there was hardly any blood left on the ground. There wasn't a trace of blood on Erming's large mouth either. "Erming, how are you? Are you full?" Considering the size difference between Erming and the agate tortoise, Yichu still asked with concern. Raw Erming growled softly and nodded hesitantly. It was also quite puzzled. Even though it had only eaten less than half of its usual amount, it seemed full just by looking at Yichu and Ningrongrong. Yichu looked at it curiously, unsure if it was truly full. He tentatively asked again, "Shall we go back now?" This time, Erming didn't hesitate. It growled and squatted down, extending its palm towards Yichu. Yichu nimbly leaped up, carrying Ningrongrong steadily into its palm. Then, Erming transferred them to its shoulder. Ningrongrong was put down by Yichu and stood on its shoulder. She turned her hands into small megaphones and shouted into its large ears, "Erming, thank you for your hard work." Erming shook its head, slowly got up, and began to jog. Watching the trees rushing past, Yichu's eyes turned towards the direction of the blood-red arrow. It wasn't until Erming was quite a distance away, and Ningrongrong's repeated shouts of acceleration, that she came back to her senses. The howling wind had made it impossible for her to open her mouth. She clung tightly to Yichu, afraid of falling. As before, wherever the Titan ape went, beasts fled in terror. It rarely encountered any soul beasts that dared to provoke Erming. The moon was bright and the stars were few. Time passed. Ahead, the faint glow emanating from the Lake of Life could be seen. Erming also slowed his running pace appropriately. Ningrongrong leaned against Yichu's chest, constantly looking at the surrounding scenery. Standing high, she could see far. The entire view of the Lake of Life captivated her. Suddenly, a patch of blue-silver grass swaying in the wind came into her view. The blue-silver grass there emitted a faint blue halo, with luminous flying insects flashing within. The blue-silver grass grew vigorously, some so tall they reached her breasts. Ningrongrong blinked her blue eyes. Turning her head, she looked at Yichu leaning on her shoulder, pointed to the patch of grass, and whispered in his ear, "Yichu, it's so beautiful there, shall we go take a look?" Looking at the blue-silver grass where he had once fought, Yichu couldn't help but touch his nose. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. "All right, but we'll just go. Let Erming go and let them know we're safe, so Xiao Wu and the others won't worry if it takes too long." "Great. Great." Ningrongrong was pleasantly surprised. This was exactly what she wanted. It also saved her the trouble of asking Erming to leave first. "Erming, thank you for your help." After this trip, Ningrongrong had basically overcome her fear of the towering Titan ape and had even started commanding it. Erming understood and reached out to his shoulder to help them down. "Ah!" Ningrongrong cried out in surprise. It turned out that Yichu had picked up Ningrongrong and jumped down. Then, using the power of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, he floated in the air. "Erming, thank you so much. You should go back as soon as possible." Seeing Erming nod, Yichu didn't delay any longer and flew towards the blue-silver grassland with Ning Rongrong in his arms. Xiao, who was squatting by the lake talking to Daming, felt the ground tremble. She immediately stood up and turned to look into the distance. Huh? Ming, why are you the only one who came back? Xiao frowned, looking at it strangely. After Ming barked and explained in sign language, Xiao finally learned where Yichu and Ning Rongrong had gone. She sat down somewhat dejectedly. Xiaochu really doesn't know how to come back and take me with her, Ming barked softly, trying to comfort Xiao. Ming, I'm fine. Xiao smiled and waved her hand, pointing to Zhu Xiuqing, who was still sitting cross-legged beside her, cultivating diligently. She wanted it not to disturb her. Ming nodded and tiptoed to the lakeside, lowering its voice to bark at Daming, reporting what it had seen and heard about Yichu. On the other side, in the blue-silver grassland, Ning Rongrong held Yichu's hand and ran through the grass, her giggles occasionally escaping. They came to a small clearing surrounded by blue-silver grass. Ning Rongrong turned around and hugged Yichu, leaning against his shoulder. Her face, pale from the cold wind, suddenly flushed red. She pursed her lips. Rongrong, what's wrong? Feeling the hot face pressed against his, Yichu hugged the beauty and asked softly. Nothing, I just wanted to thank you properly. Ning Rongrong's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she didn't dare to look up. Thank me, Yichu chuckled and pinched her soft cheek. Such a gesture was dispensable. However, he was still a little curious. Then how does Miss Rongrong want to thank me? Just, like, Ning Rongrong stammered, biting her lip, before whispering in Yichu's ear, like Zhu Qing. Yichu was startled and couldn't help but be stunned. In that instant, Ning Rongrong had already knelt down next to him. Have a pleasant time. Q Group 831,821,005. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.